for International Economics Conference on the macroeconomic implications of climate change. I'm Adam Posen, the Institute's president, and it's my privilege to have co-organized this conference with my friend and colleague, Jean Pisani-Ferry. A little bit more about Jean and his leadership in a moment. The title of this conference is meant to be construed broadly. I mean, some of what we're talking about is macroeconomics as normally thought of, but what we're really talking about is how we get from here to there. After much too long a struggle, the governments of the world have recognized and acknowledged the need for addressing climate change, the commitment to ambitious, but perhaps insufficiently ambitious carbon targets, and in most cases, the need for large-scale public investment and subsidization and other programs to keep us on track for those targets. For a long time, economists working in this field, including our longtime colleague William Klein here at the Peterson Institute, obviously Bill Nordhaus, others, we're working at the big picture level possible of what would proper carbon pricing look like? What would the costs or benefits be of getting to various temperature level limits? And of course, there are many, many economists, including many working in Washington and Washington organizations and international organizations who have tried to tackle this. But Jean and I believe, and the response to this conference I think makes clear, that there is still a lot of work to be done that needs to be done urgently, how to get from here to there. In particular, and this is the sense in which we mean macroeconomic, that there are transitions that are going to have to be made structurally in the economy between sectors, reallocation on a large scale of capital and labor, mobilization of large amounts of public and private financing, financing through the fiscal system, and then, of course, the implications of this for productivity, inflation, and growth. And it would be nice to say, assume a good carbon price and all falls into place, and that clearly has a component. It would be nice to say, assume the private sector is properly incentivized to get all this done. It would even be nice to say, and even more unreasonable, to say that if we put enough leaning on asset managers and banks, everything will be reallocated sufficiently well. We do not believe any of those statements can be relied upon. They are all in part true and in part insufficient. And so today's conference and tomorrow, working with a distinguished global group of economists, we are going to be thinking about these issues of what if we do take measures for accelerating change to limit and adapt to climate problems. What does this mean for the macroeconomy? What is the feedbacks on government policy? And particularly as the Institute for International Economics, talking in the end about if different countries have different structures and pursue different policies at different rates, how do we achieve the ultimate goal? Does free riding or perceptions of free riding, different forms of funding, what kinds of conflicts do these create? What possibilities for cooperation are there internationally? What needs to be done? This is a very ambitious agenda, and we're very proud to have it here at the Peterson Institute. I particularly want to point out that we just released a paper by Kimberly Clausing and Catherine Wolfram, both of whom are at the conference today and tomorrow, on this issue of differential speed and approach, particularly the European pricing approach and the US subsidies approach. This does not perhaps settle the issue, but I think it's an incredibly important step forward. And this is the spirit in which all of the work of the conference needs to be done. Not that it's about international coordination, but it's about practical economic analysis of how we get there from here to there. And with that, I want to thank and acknowledge in particular Jean Pisani-Ferry. Jean was the vision for this conference and the intellectual leader in assembling this group. I've been privileged to work with him as I have in the past, but particularly on this project where he showed the vision and the drive. John is, I'm proud to say, a non-resident senior fellow at the Peterson Institute. He also is a professor of economics at Sciences Po in Paris and a senior fellow at Bruegel, which of course he was the founding director from 2005 to 2013. He sits on the supervisory board of the French Caisse des Dépôts and serves as a non-executive chair of I4CE, the French Institute for Climate Economics. In recent years, he served in a number of distinguished leadership and advisory roles for the French government, working for and with President Macron. He also had previously been an advisor to a member of the French PM's Council of Economic, executive president of the French PM's Council of Economic Analysis, and as an advisor to French Minister of Finance. He just recently published an important new report on the French economy, and we are looking forward to taking its lessons to the global economy. But today, I'm very proud that Jean is here as the leader of today's effort, today's essential effort, and I'd like to ask him to describe where he feels the conference is going today. Thank you, Jean.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you for your nice words. The purpose of this conference, let me try to say differently what you already outlined. The purpose of this conference is really to bridge the gap between macroeconomics and climate economics. And for a long time, these were two separate fields. So, and they developed separately. So for the macroeconomists, climate was an important issue, but always beyond the horizon, always for the long term. So they thought of it as an intertemporal concern, and they regarded it as important, even vital, but without much influence on their day-to-day decisions as regards the budget, as regards the growth outlook, as regards interest rates, etc. And that was the view of the macroeconomists. The climate economists had quite a different view. They developed their own analytical framework, which is, sort of grew out of public finance, grew out of question of intertemporal optimization, and they weren't very interested in becoming part of the macroeconomic policy discussion. And so there was little room for macro policy in their framework, and they had little interest for it. And my sense is that, our sense is that all that has begun to change, first with the Paris Agreement in 2015, but more importantly, more pressingly, with the European Green Deal, launched in 2019 and then finally became, or has almost completely become part of the European law. So there is a European plan, and this is having significant macroeconomic implication. And then the US Inflation Reduction Act, which is also something that's part of the US policy framework, and that in 22, so less than a year ago, started changing the landscape. And the question now is, with those two, major changes, do we have a proper analytical framework? Do we have a toolbox, a common toolbox? And do we have a well-defined, adequate methodology for making the bridge between climate economics and macroeconomics? And my impression is that we don't. We don't because those are still separate fields. And the conference is conceived as a way to sort of start a conversation between people who start from different angles, but may wish to converge. They all recognize now that the importance of the topic, but they haven't converged on a methodology in the toolbox. So just to give you a few examples, we're still very uncertain about the impact on the green transition on total factor productivity and potential output. The papers presented at this conference start from different premises and come up with quite different results. So that's a conversation we need to have, and we need to sort out to the extent possible. The reason why the question arises is that there's going to be a lot of investment. That's, everybody agrees on that. But the question is, what sort of investment is there going to be? Is it an investment that is going to increase the potential output, that increase efficiency in a traditional way? Or is it an investment that's going to save on fossil fuels, and therefore that's going to be distracted from the traditional focus of investment? And when I'm speaking here of investment, I'm speaking both of research investment and productive investment. So that's first question. Second question, the impact of the transition on labor and capital market. Rough calculations, and again, they will be presented at this conference in the paper by Robert Lawrence, suggest that those numbers are small. They're too small for a real concern. And there are good reasons to consider that in principle they should be small. Now, the record of reallocating factors, labor and capital, especially labor, in a situation where there was a gain, I mean, globalization was bringing a gain to the economy at large. And the record of reallocating labor has been so poor that I think we should look twice at the ability to reallocate labor and capital. So that's something also we may wish to discuss. Third item, the fiscal impact. The fiscal impact, it's interesting because, I mean, we all come from the view that carbon pricing would deliver the double dividend. So on the one hand, it would deliver more resources, fiscal resources, and on the other hand, it would deliver the possibility of using these resources to limit the pollution. So the question is that the more we go into the concrete development, the less likely it seems that this transformation is going to deliver the type of results I was just alluding to. It seems increasingly likely that there will be a fiscal cost, and the question is how large the fiscal cost will be. And that's something we want to discuss, obviously. Let me speed up a bit because I could go on for a very long time. But inflation in principle, it's not a first-order question. We're speaking of changes in relative prices. We have this tradition of distinguishing relative prices from the general price level. But we also have this prevailing view that the transition to a carbon-free economy is going to be very positive in the long run in terms of the availability of resources at a low price, but it's going to be a very bumpy road towards this long run because the lack of investment, the lack of adequate investment, all that is going to, both for internal reason and international reason, to add to inflationary pressures. And this we are going to return to with the presentation by Pierre, the governor of the National Bank of Belgium. And finally, last but not least, there is a question of competitiveness in international trade. So for a long time, the assumption was the day the US joins the Paris Agreement, problem solved. The US joined the Paris Agreement. It's a very positive development, but it has created also a host of new problems. And those problems are at the core of the current discussion. And we're going to have papers and presentations on that. Now, those are the issues we're going to discuss over the next 2 days. In part, this discussion will have a very sort of advanced economy flavor, but not exclusively. The papers by the fund, papers by the bank, they include economies that are developing or at different stages of development. And we also have a last panel with the participation, especially of Suman Berry, the vice chairman of NITI Aayog, and Mauricio Cardenas, the former minister of Colombia, I think, and now with Columbia University. And this panel, chaired by Adam, will be discussing the wider implication for the world. So combination, again, of very focused, but also broader issues that we want to discuss. Thank you.
So in best Peterson Institute fashion, we're going to get right into substance. If I could ask the aforementioned Suman Berry to come up to chair the first panel, and the presenters and discussants to have seats, we will begin.
Thank you, Jean. Thank you, Adam. I'm being given double duty or double privilege, both to moderate this first panel, but also to be, as Adam just mentioned, Jean just mentioned, to be a speaker at the final session. I think I'll leave my extended remarks of why I'm here and what a pleasure it is to be here for that second session in the interest of time. And let me therefore just welcome the participants in this first panel and give an indication of what my role is going to be. So we have 2 papers and 2 discussants, and I'm told that the Peterson tradition is for all introductions to be done up front so that we can then move on. So the first paper will be presented by Antonio Spilimbergo of the International Monetary Fund. He studied economics at Bocconi in Milan, received his PhD from MIT, worked at the Inter-American Development Bank. Since '97, he has worked in the European Fiscal Research and Western Hemisphere departments of the fund. His areas of interest are trade, development, labor economics, political economy, and macroeconomics. He is widely published in the leading academic journal, has edited 2 books on Europe and Brazil, and is the author of the book SciVax, and has also on the operational side been mission chief for Slovenia, Italy, Russia, Turkey, and Brazil. He's a research fellow at the CEPR. His presentation of 20 minutes would be followed by John Hassler, Professor of Economics at the Institute for International Economic Studies at Stockholm University. John's research has covered areas of dynamic public finance, social mobility, growth, and climate change. His work has been published in the AER, Econometrica, JPE, and other international journals, and is a member of the prize committee for the Prize in Economics Sciences in memory of Alfred Nobel, where he has served since December 2009, other than 1 year. He was chairman of the Swedish Fiscal Policy Council and is a member of the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences and the Royal Swedish Academy of Engineering Sciences. He has worked as advisor to the Swedish Ministry of Finance during the financial crisis and is a member of the Finance Minister's Economic Council. He serves as a scientific advisor to several government agencies and has been a member of the Bellagio Group and got his PhD from MIT in '94. And the two discussants are Alain Desserres, head of Structural Policies Surveillance Division at the OECD. He's a Canadian national, and in his capacity as head of the Structural Policy Surveillance Division, he supervised the publication of the indispensable annual Going for Growth report, which provides the main policy priorities and recommendations for boosting growth in all OECD countries. He has recently worked on the policy determinants of investment in knowledge-based capital, and prior to that, he has contributed to the development of a framework for the analysis of green growth policies. Part of this work has been published in journals such as Economic Policy, European Economic Review, and the Journal of Economic Geography. And last and very much not least, James Stock, Vice Provost for Climate and Sustainability and the Harold Hitchings Burbank Professor of Political Economy at Harvard. He is also a member of the faculty at the Harvard Kennedy School, and his current research includes energy and environmental economics with a focus on fuels and US climate change policy, and is well known to many students as the co-author with Mark Watson, with whom he's published extensively, of a leading undergraduate econometrics textbook. And in 2013-14, he served as a member of President Obama's Council of Economic Advisors, where his portfolio included macroeconomics and energy and environmental policy. He was chair of the Harvard Economics Department from 2007-9 and holds both an MS in statistics and a PhD in economics from Berkeley. So I do feel extremely honored to have been selected to moderate this first panel. Let me just make one of the points about myself in this role, which is to say that after a long period in the think tank world, I was selected by Prime Minister Modi to head Niti Aayog. And in that sense, I'm here as a government official, but I'm here largely because of the importance of this discussion for issues facing Niti Aayog, which is, if you like, the structural, is the indicative planning, the France stratégie, if you like, of India. And so while I will make the views of my government known, particularly in the last session, I'm really here and honored to be considered a scholar. Now, my role as chair is iron fist, velvet glove, as I was told by Adam, 20 minutes for each presenter, then 12 minutes for each discussant, and I'll try and be rigid on that so there's time for discussion amongst the panel to questions that I might have for them, and then questions from the floor. And only, I understand, for those in the room, there won't be questions from the live stream, even though the event is being live streamed. So at 9:25 by my watch, Antonio, you're on.
Thank you. Should I?
As you like.
I send a presentation?
Yes.
Thank you. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here. Thank you very much for this invitation. This is a paper written by Pierre-Olivier Gourinchas, who is sitting there, and Gregor Verhoff, who couldn't come, and myself. This is a survey piece. It's a selective survey piece. And among the huge literature about macroeconomics and climate, we selected 3 topics. And we selected 3 topics because, the scenario has changed, and I want to justify why we chose these three topics. Let me step back. Where we were in... No. How do I turn... Yeah. Okay. Which one? Sweet. Apologies.
No, no, it's not. Can we get the slides back, please? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, let's step back to 2015. 2015, at the time of Paris Agreement, are the framework under which all climate policies were conducted. As you know, every country volunteered some commitments to reduce emissions compared to the business as usual. And there were several challenges with this approach, and every country was left to deal internally how they could reach that objective. Okay. Okay, yes. And the challenges were basically, first, the climate action to which country committed were insufficient, were considered insufficient. And there was the idea that a global effort was required. There was a debate about relative contribution by advanced countries and emerging markets about how much each set of countries should contribute. And emerging markets were particularly concerned about the political and economic cost of implementing carbon pricing in particular, but carbon policy in general. This was the debate until 6 years ago. The landscape has changed dramatically since then. And we feel that the profession has not caught up with the new challenges. What has changed? First, well, under this scenario, many simulated some cost of transition. I think there was a variety of estimation, but we, for instance, the fund estimated that about 0.5, 0.4% of GDP were sufficient to reach those objectives. This was predicated under the idea that each country went to the first best and applied well-designed policies, and there was international cooperation. Unfortunately, we don't live in a world of first best, and well-designed policies is not feasible sometimes. So what are the new challenges that were not foreseen at the time, including this one? Well, after 2015, there was a wave of populism. President Trump was elected in 2016. In emerging markets, you have Bolsonaro. In France, you have Gilets jaunes. So this was unexpected somehow in 2015. So the domestic challenges turned out to be much more important than expected ex ante. Second, COVID-19, it was completely unexpected. And this raised all sorts of other concerns for international cooperation. One legacy of the COVID-19 shock was that international cooperation was broke in the vaccine distribution. As you may remember, some countries were advocating for distribution of vaccines licensing, and this didn't happen. So all the talk about technology transfer also in green technology somewhat was tainted by this. Third, the growth forecasts were revised quite dramatically down. Fourth, there was a commercial increase in protectionism, and this is very important because all the achievements done before in green transition were done by specializing. China became the big factory for the war of solar panels, but of course, if you have protectionism, this is not possible. And finally, least but not last, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, which completely destroyed the international cooperation in many fields. So.
We're being live streamed. Maybe you need.
Okay, so these were big challenges big challenges which are completely unforeseen in 2015 at the time of the Paris Agreement, with which we have to deal with, otherwise we are not able to make progress. Against this background, I will focus on three issues. One is issue of energy security, which was raised dramatically after February of last year, and the different approach of macroeconomic approach to climate policies that US and Europe have pursued. And this is a consequence of the rise of populism, in the sense that you can think about the rise of populism like putting constraint on the available set of policies that country can have. And given that they are obliged to follow some path, these paths can be conflicting, raise other issues of international cooperation. Finally, I will touch about international political, technological progress, that there is also a nice surprise there. So I will focus on these three issues, as I mentioned. There is another issue that I'm not touching, but I think is as important, and it's about political policy uncertainty. As we came to the realization that the fiscal effort is not enough to cover the needs for transition, and we need the private sector, we need to have stability in investment framework. However, at the same time, there is the uncertainty about the framework has increased over time, and this poses a big challenge for the transition. So the fiscal policy is restricted for the reason I listed before. At the same time, there is more uncertainty to attract private capital. Energy security. Energy security was always there, but came immediately in all of a sudden to the fore in February 2022. This graph speaks to itself. No. Yes, this is for United States and for Europe on the right, on the center left. In blue line is how many times is a normalized 200. Energy security is mentioned in major title of newspaper, and the red line mentions green transition. As you can see, especially for Europe, as Russia invaded Ukraine, there was a huge jump of mention of energy security. Of course, this is a nice real-time indication, but this is very important because politicians respond to this. So all of a sudden, within 24 hours, the entire debate on energy transition was trumped, was overlapping, was clashing with the issue of energy security. As I mentioned before, the big issue that we had to deal before is about certainty of policies, and now in 24 hours, the priorities start changing. And we were hoping to have a framework for years, and in 24 hours, you have a dramatic change. You see that, sure enough, over time, the blue line is going down, but still, for a year, was dramatically higher than the other line. What is the problem with energy security and that the choice is made to deal with emergency in the short term have a long-term implication. So governments have, here I'm just talking in general, but in the paper we discuss more at length, the issue is how you deal with short-term shocks have big-term implication. And the reason is that energy requires long-term investment. And so if you incentivize, if politicians get very afraid about short-term concerns immediately and they change the political policy framework, the consequences are there forever. And a good example is France in the 70s, that already France was on the path of nuclear, but with the nuclear shock, with the energy shock, there was a political decision to become independent. Possibly it was a good choice, but it was done under the duress of the shock. So now, somewhat, we have a similar turning point. The similar turning point is more complicated because it involves also emerging market. There is big investment in Siberia, right? Building the new pipeline going to China, power of Siberia. And we have to ask whether for the Chinese authorities it's more convenient to rely on cheap energy, brown energy from Russia, or to continue this path that we're taking. So these are very important topics that we were not well equipped to deal with, and as a fund, we have several work stream on this. Okay, I'm not following. Yes. So the energy transition and the energy security interacting in a very interesting way, and is still out the jury to understand what is the net effect. Let me go to, yes. One issue, however, that I think it's very important is the green transition also, on one side, it means more domestic production of energy, but at the same time, the green technology require some minerals which are heavily concentrated in some countries. So the geography will change, the geopolitics will change away from some oil and energy producers towards some other actors, Chile, Brazil, Australia, Argentina, Indonesia have some key materials. And this is very important. So it's not that producing domestically energy will solve the issue of energy security, will change the reliance to another set of countries. And this involves all sorts of questions of geopolitics. So in the long run, and here we elaborate more in the paper, what is crucial is how domestic policymakers react to the shock and the indication they give. And at the same time, it's very important to remind that green energy doesn't mean necessarily a safer energy. So even overall, yes, but with some important caveats. The other caveat, which is very important in Europe, for instance, is the issue of intermittency. We know that a lot of green energy is, I say, challenge of intermittence, and for that you need international links and grid, and that increases the dependency from outside. We know that Germany, for instance, imports a lot of energy from Norway during some periods. Different approaches to second topic, different approaches to green transition. Here, as I said, the first best would be a green, a carbon taxation. However, given the emerging domestic political constraints, countries had to choose different approaches. So they solve an issue domestically, but another issue arises, which is international coordination. Here we have done quite an amount of work, because the issue is to try to simulate with models what it means for not only for domestic macro outcome, but especially for the interactions. And the other problem is a Trojan horse, is that in order to pass the green policies, you need to have an unholy alliance with protectionism somehow. You need to give some carrots. Now we are in the world of second best. So many people observe, including Danny Rorick, I was at a conference yesterday, said, well, this is a price worth paying. At the same time, it's a Pandora box. It's not a Trojan horse. It's more a Pandora box, and once you open the Pandora box, the interaction, and many Pandora boxes actually, because it's in Europe and here, so it's much more complicated. And I think we have to dedicate more energy to understand the interaction among this. As a fund, we are doing a lot of work on this. And I'm doing, here I go quick, because I think that in this audience, everybody knows I was discussing. No. technologies. Okay, here we did some simulation looking at the macro effect of various policy adopted, and the GDP costs were not as large as. However, I think that we have to consider the possible interactions which become much more complicated over time. The political interaction between these. Okay, just a second. Technology. I want to talk a little bit about the technology because I think it's a very nice surprise that we did not anticipate in 2015. As I said, there are many bad things we did not anticipate, but there is one good thing that also we did anticipate. And we can think about the future of green policies like a race between the bad political backlash and the good technological progress. And the race between these two will determine the final cost and the outcome of this. What do I mean? Apparently, given that I'm short of time, I show these two graphs, which I think are very important. One is about the cost of solar energy that has gone down dramatically. Not only has gone down dramatically over time, but what is important in this picture is that the torch of the technological progress has gone from country to country. So first it was mostly the US. Second, it went to Japan, again to the US. And after there was a rooftop program for Germany. And after it went to China. This shows that the developing adoption of the technology require a lot of international cooperation to fully exploit comparative advantage and economy to scale. What I'm afraid now is that if there is a breakdown of international competition, these dances of technology will be interrupted. And this is a nice picture that I like. We always seriously underestimated the capacity in solar, systematically in solar capacity, which means because we underestimated the cost and we underestimated the ability of adopting this solar panel. And this is a nice surprise. And as you know, last week there was I think the Financial Times announced that for the first time in 2022, the investment in solar energy is higher than the investment in brown energy. So, well, in the paper, we have a section on the patent. Also there is a little bit of problem that on the patenting, that there was for a while, there was a big boom in patent green, but recently there was a slowdown. And there is a concern that the low carbon prices, there is a kind of maturity in technology maturity, and so the technology is not going to progress as rapidly as we hoped before. And conclusions. It's a survey piece. We have to be very selective because the surveys, the literature is big. We chose 2-3 topics. One is energy security. We need, as a policy institution, to give advice how to deal with the shock. And second, we have also to be very aware of the political economy, domestic political economy, which really constrained the ability to collaborate. We focus on the US and Europe, but the political economy in China and India is as complicated, if not more. And this is a big issue. The green light is that the hope is that the technological progress will solve a part of these issues. And I don't have. Yes.
Well, thank you very much, Antonio. Being a European, I was ready to give you being a European, I was ready to grant 1 minute extra time, but you didn't need it. Could I now ask John to come up to the podium?
Thank you very much. It's a great honor and to be here, and it's also going to be fun to talk to you and to listen to all the other talks. Climate and macroeconomics. So the starting point, it is a little problematic, this clicker, but I seem to have problems, well, not only Antonio, me too. So the starting point for the whole discussion of climate and macroeconomics is, of course, the natural science fact that greenhouse gases works like a blanket around Earth, and that's good, because otherwise we couldn't survive here. But with more greenhouse gases, the blanket gets thicker, and that leads to warming. And since a large share of the emitted CO2 stays for a very long time in the atmosphere, hundreds and perhaps thousands of years, we know that it is cumulative emissions of CO2 that drive the climate change. And the conclusion is obviously that eventually we have to stop this and become climate neutral. Economists, I think, have a strong comparative advantage in describing how this can be achieved, which policies are effective in making the world transit to climate neutrality and which are not. And I think we have so far not used this comparative advantage sufficiently enough. And if you look at what comes out of the massive reports from IPCC, it basically has nothing of this sort. Which policies work, which policies do not, and how can we achieve climate neutrality? So we really need, I think, to step up and use our competency here. Jean said that we don't really have the tools. I do think we have, actually. I think that the models that we have, our quantitative macroeconomic models, are extremely useful for analyzing the challenges in climate change and what policies work and which don't. Of course, we cannot expect exact answers, but we cannot do that with other things that we are involved in either. And of course, also, the models need reasonable inputs, otherwise they're not going to be useful for policy advice. So I'm going to here give you a few observations that come from natural science and from other areas that I think serve as important inputs to both modeling, but also to the policy discussion. And I'm going to use those observations in a fairly standard macroeconomic neoclassical growth model to draw some conclusions on policy. I'm going to call these tentative results, but of course, I understand that many of the details that we're going to discuss here today and tomorrow are not in the models, and they might change at least somewhat the results. But I think it's important to not only focus on the details, but also have the big picture with you in the analysis. So I'm starting with the third observation. So the other two are in the paper, so you'll have to read the first two observations there. But the first observation that comes from natural science is that, to the best of our knowledge from science, the global temperature increase is proportional to cumulative CO2 emissions without any tipping points or other non-linearities. And this is the basis for the possibility of calculating carbon budgets, i.e. budgets that tell us how much we can emit in the future without breaching some whatever temperature limits that we want to stay below. So this is there is something that doesn't work as it should. So this is a graph from the latest IPCC report that demonstrates this point, the observation that I just gave you, that the change in the global mean temperature, which is on the y-axis here, is proportional to over time cumulative CO2 emissions. So this graph shows this linearity, and we have so far emitted around 2,500 gigatons of CO2 since we started like 150 years ago. So to the left of that point in the graph is data, and to the right is forecasts of or different emission scenarios using different models, and you see this clear linearity between cumulative CO2 emissions and the global mean temperature. Another point that is important is to think about, I think we need to do something about this because, okay. I have my own clicker with me. Maybe I should use that one. We'll see what's happening, but this is not working as it should, I think. So another point is that the amount of fossil fuel in the ground is very large. So we can't really continue until we run out of fossil fuel in ground. And we can compare it to, for example, the carbon budgets for 1.5 and 2 degrees. So this is for fossil fuel in general. If we talk about more conventional sources of fossil fuel, like oil in Saudi Arabia, gas that is cheap to take up and so on, then the amount of those reserves are in the same order of magnitude as the carbon budgets that we think are reasonable, 1.5 and 2 degrees. The frequency, the fifth observation here is that the frequency and the intensity of weather extremes are also proportional to temperature and emissions. I don't know how we're going to do this because, so here, this is a graph from the IPCC that shows heavy precipitation events. So extreme events, extreme weather events are what we are worried about, not just the average temperature. Here we see in this graph that the global, if we plot the global surface temperature, where all, again, we are now at around 1 degree, and then you have potential higher temperatures in the future. And this shows then the relative frequency compared to pre-industrial times on the left y-axis and the intensity on the right y-axis. And you see this linearity between both the frequency and the intensity of extreme events. And this goes also for droughts. You see a similar linearity. And you can see it for heat extremes, where, for example, you can see that, so in this, you have the 10-year, the hottest day in a 10-year period, calculated pre-industrially, and the hottest day in a 50-year period, and you see how often these are going to happen in the future under different assumptions about the global mean temperature, and you see this linearity here too. Okay. The sixth thing, which is perhaps the most important when it comes to policy, is the very large uncertainty around these things that I've talked about so far. So for example, IPCC in the sixth report says that the current human influence on temperature is likely between 0.8 and 1.3 degrees, and that's a pretty large range. They also say that the cooling effect of aerosols is likely between 0 and 0.8 degrees. We are emitting particles into the air, aerosols, and this produces a cooling effect that might not be strong at all, but might also be as strong as 0.8 degrees. The proportionality coefficient that I talked about before, that is also very uncertain, and you can realize that, for example, if we emit twice as much as we have done so far, in the future, that's going to add likely between 0.65 and 1.5 degrees. And likely here is, according to IPCC, should be interpreted as a 2/3 probability interval. Now we're going to come to the other set of observations regarding damages. So how is the economy going to be affected, our welfare going to be affected by climate change? And there I would say that the one type of studies, namely so-called bottom-up studies, that try to identify different mechanisms whereby climate is affecting our welfare, and then quantifying those and aggregating up. Those kinds of studies point to relatively modest effects on the economy. This is an example of a very good study for the EU that discusses what's going to happen to our economy in a number of different areas, namely river flooding, coastal flooding, agriculture, droughts, windstorms, and energy, and mortality during heat waves. Now you see, the idea here is to try to quantify the effects if the world global mean temperature increases by 1.5, 2, and 3 degrees immediately, so instantaneously, without any possibilities for adaptation. And you see that there are relatively modest effects also for the highest degree of warming here, a couple of % of GDP, where the largest share is the effect due to mortality, where kind of standard values of lost year lives are used. The effect is somewhat larger in Southern Europe, which I just blinked for. But up in the northern parts of Europe, we have basically very little. There is another set of papers trying to estimate damages from data, trying to infer by statistical methods the effect of, for example, growth of changes in the temperature. They tend to produce highly uncertain or even nonsensical results. So there is a famous study by Burke et al. That's used as input to many climate models. That does exactly this, see how natural variation in temperature affects growth. I took their estimates and projected what's going to happen in the European countries if we get a global mean temperature of 2.5 degrees towards the end of this century. And I think these results speak for themselves, that Sweden, for example, would be 5 times richer with climate change than without, and Finland 6 times richer. And in my mind, that makes absolutely no sense. So the conclusions here is that we have a high degree of uncertainty around the consequences of emissions of CO2. And I don't think that it's possible to quantify these things objectively. And this means, I think, that the calculations of the social cost of carbon and optimal carbon taxes based on cost-benefit analysis and best guesses is not really convincing. We can discuss what the assumptions should be about these things that we are highly uncertain about, and we're never going to agree on that. And I think that also the uncertainty here is unlikely to vanish. My thesis many years ago was about investments under uncertainty. And often, when you are uncertain about what decision to take, there is a high value of waiting. But that really relies on that you learn, you see why by waiting. And I don't think that we are. Actually, these uncertainties that I'm talking about are not vanishing. And that means that there is a low value of waiting, and at the same time, a pretty high cost of waiting. So instead, what we should look for is robust policies. And with robust policies, I mean policies that have little room for regrets afterwards. And here I think that models are highly useful. So So I clicked over my statement that Pindyck and Stiglitz are wrong, but because they often argue that models, because there are many things that we are uncertain about, cannot be used for policy advice. I think that's wrong. I think that here models can be used for showing which policies are robust, i.e. leaving little room for regret. So this is going to take half my time, this clicking business. I don't know how to do actually this. So now
you have 5 official minutes and at least 2 minutes of extra time.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult here. So what in the paper, we present a fairly simple, almost analytical global neoclassical growth models with 8 regions. And we augment that with a simple 5-equation model of the carbon circulation, carbon cycle, and the climate. And we know from recent work that this very simple climate carbon model very well replicates the most advanced supercomputer Earth system models. We have energy coming from oil, coal, fracking, and green. And I think that this model is useful for deriving quantitative implications of different assumptions and scenarios. So let me give you some of these tentative results. The first one is that a global or regional carbon tax is a potent policy tool. So it has to be, and this graph shows this, if I get it to be shown. So this is when we in the world introduce a fairly modest price on emissions. It's around 5 cents per liter of gasoline, but of course it applies to all fossil fuels, and you see that makes a lot of difference if it's introduced. To 5 cents per liter, that's what is it? It's 20 cents per gallon of gasoline. It's a fairly modest tax, and also that little tax has a large bite. The second tentative result is that the smooth transition to climate neutrality at 2050 can be accomplished at a fairly small cost and with acceptable carbon tax expenditures. So here in the graph, if I get it, we run through the model an experiment where we force down fossil fuel CO2 emissions to 10% of what they are today in 2050, and then we let them stay at that level with, in principle, implementing something like a global emission trading system. So forcing down emissions to 10% of what they are today until 2050, and we compare the effect of that on emissions, and in particular here GDP. And you see that GDP falls a little bit during this transition, but after that, it's just a positive effect. And the cost, thus, of doing this is very small. The second graph here, the lower graph, is instead showing how much revenues is generated. And it maximizes at around 1.5% of GDP. Not trivial, but neither very large. So the third tentative model result speaks on the robustness of such a policy. We argue that it offers a cheap insurance against high sensitivities of climate change to emissions and damages to climate change. So this graph that here shows this. What we did is that we took the model and said, what is the reasonable policy if we assume that climate sensitivity is high and that it's difficult to adapt to climate change? So put that policy in place and then compare what happens if this turns out to be wrong, so that climate sensitivity is low and it's easy to adapt. That's one type of policy mistake where the tax is too high. So that's the red graph here, where we realize over time that we were too ambitious in climate policy. The other thing is the opposite, hoping for the best, that we think that suppose that climate sensitivity is low and it's easy to adapt, introduce the policy that is right then, and then look at the consequences of the opposite thing being correct, namely that climate sensitivity is high and it's difficult to adapt. And you see that that hope for the best policy, too low taxes, is much more dangerous than the other one. And this implies then that the ambitious climate policy is robust. A fourth result is that all regions of the world must participate. Compensating in some parts of the world for some large regions not being part is extremely costly or even outright impossible. So in this graph, we show the consequences of assuming that India and Africa are not participating, and the rest of the world, including China, makes up by being tougher. And then they have to have 5 times as high CO2 tax in order to compensate for that. If China is not part, it's actually not even possible for the rest of the world to compensate for that. So if they do a little, at least a tenth of what the others do, then under a unanimous policy, then it's possible to to compensate for that, but the rest of the world must have 20 times higher taxes, and that's probably not possible. The final result that I want to speak to is that we argue with the basis of the results from our model that subsidies to green energy are not likely to outcompete fossil fuel. Yes. And this graph shows that. So what we did in the model was that we assumed a faster growth in green energy technology, implying that green energy falls in price over time, but there's no other policy curbing the use of fossil fuel. And here we show the consequences of that for temperature, and it turns out that it doesn't work at all. So at least according to our model, green subsidies are not going to lead to fossil fuels being outcompeted. So I think I don't have much more time here, but let me anyway say that I, of course, realize that in our model, we basically just have one market failure, the climate externality. And in reality, there has to be many frictions that we model. And that, of course, requires lots of policy interventions. I think it's useful to think of policy as being active in 3 different areas with different aims, where the first, and all these policy groups are necessary. So the first is policies aiming directly to curb emissions. That can be done with cap and trade, taxes, and bans. And the second area is to overcome other types of frictions, implying that the transition becomes smooth. It's necessary that the transition is economically, socially, and politically acceptable. Otherwise, the policy area 1 measures are not going to be accepted, and then it's not going to work. And here, so these policies in policy area 2 are useful also for other transitions, like the digital transition and so on. But here they are necessary because otherwise the area 1 policies are not going to be there. And the main difference between this transition and other transitions is not that this transition, the climate transition, is much larger. It is that it requires area 1 policies. The analog society is going to phase out itself. That's not the case with the fossil society. The third area is, of course, making sure that the rest of the world participates.
I'm going to have to.
Yeah, so I know that I'm out of time here. And I just want to, so this, I'm not going to have time to speak about this, but I think it's important to realize here that EU now is doing what's required under policy area 1. So we are introducing carbon cap and trade systems where we are going to phase out CO2 emissions. These cap and trade systems are covering approximately 99% of CO2 emissions, and we know exactly how much emissions they are going to generate. And those emissions that are going to be the maximum that is allowed under the cap and trade is in line with the Paris Agreement. If the rest of the world does the same thing, we are going to stay somewhere between 1.5 and 2 degrees. So this is very important, and this takes me to the final conclusion slide. And here, I'm going to end with the 2 last points here, that I think that EU is now doing what's required under Policy Area 1. We are actually going to phase out CO2 emissions until the middle of the 2040s. We need to do a lot of other things, in particular under Area 2 and 3, but that's, we do the necessary thing under Policy Area 1. I think that the American IRA package lacks the required tools under Policy Area 1. It's a lot of things that makes the transition smooth and facilitates a new green economy. But I think it's also required that you put limits on emissions, and that's not done so far under the IRA package. However, this order of doing things might be the right thing in the US. It might pave the way for the policies under Policy Area 1 that are required. So I'll stop there.
Okay,
Thank you.
well, much. Let me immediately then, in the interest of time, now ask Alain to make his presentation. I should mention that it was pointed out to me that the time promised the discussants was 15 minutes, so that's what I'll allow.
Thank you very much. And I have a brand new clicker, so we'll see if we can. I may be able to use the full 15 minutes. So thanks, I want to thank Adam and Jean for the invitation to participate and discuss the 2 papers. Thanks also, of course, to John and Antonio for great presentations. I really enjoyed reading both papers, and I think they did a great job in setting the scenes for this conference. And I pretty much agree with their focus and broad conclusions. Now, need to switch it on first. To help framing the discussion, I thought it might be useful to cast the challenges to climate policies in terms of capacity constraints and potential headwinds. See the constraints on the left column and the headwinds on the right. You can think of the capacity constraints being related to the availability of different inputs that could limit the speed of the transition. And of course, here they become particularly relevant in a context where the low carbon transition needs to be vastly accelerated and compressed over a short time horizon, going back to the point Jean was making in his introductory remarks. Now, I might say that in typical CGE model, climate model, certainly in the case of our model, in terms of capacity constraints, I guess the first 3 items on top are reasonably well covered, but the bottom 3 much less. And in particular, when it comes to land here is not so much in terms of availability, but more in terms of access to land. And this can cover anything from permitting, issues of pushback by local population whenever there's new development project and so on. But also, I think the being mindful that in trying to address the climate problem, we're not making the problem of biodiversity even worse. So there's all these issues to take into account, which probably limits some of puts extra constraints that we're not necessarily taking into account. I also I list also a number of factors that could potentially derail the transition if they are not sufficiently anticipated and well managed, and a lot of these have already been mentioned. But I think in doing so, in anticipating them, it then constrains policy choices, gets us away from first best, and so on and so forth. Now, both papers discuss a number of these constraints and headwinds. In fact, Antonio's paper casts the success of the green transition in terms of a race between rapid technological progress versus negative political backlash. And also in the paper by Antonio, the section on energy security provides a good reminder that for many countries, reducing dependency on imports of fossil fuels comes at the cost of new form of dependency this time on imports of critical material, as you know, the production of which is even more concentrated, and in countries we're trying to get away for other reason, therefore creating new security risk. Now, if I may, in the paper, I think that the conclusions, they have the three conclusions, I think they're the right one, but there should be a fourth one on the need to accelerate the development of recycling, of the circular economy. I think this is a bit downplayed in the paper at the moment. It's mentioned, but I think it should be given far more prominence and another source of potential useful investment. In the case of John's paper, the issue of uncertainty, as he mentioned, is central and used as the main argument to support the view that when it comes to climate policy objectives, we're long past the point of cost-benefit analysis. I think that the results you just provided on the link between temperature and GDP across countries extrapolated from reduced form highlights well the difficulties of modeling these complex mechanisms. Now that, to me, that of course doesn't mean that we should do away with trying to connect emissions to temperatures, to economic outcomes, like you do in the first part of the paper with a simple model. Quantifying these insights from science remains, of course, absolutely fundamental, if only to assess the need for adaptation and where to adapt, where not to adapt. Also, the insights from science are important to assess the potential implications of tipping points for the desirable path to net zero. Now, on this, I was a bit surprised to see how dismissive you seem to be about tipping points on the basis of the report of the IPCC. But I gather the tipping points in your paper are put in terms of relationship from emissions to temperature, to climate change. I understood the risk of at least some tipping points running the other way around, from rising temperature to emissions, to uncontrolled emissions, creating further risk of accelerated rising temperature. And that in things there might be some non-linearities there that might be worth mentioning. And of course, has an impact on how quickly we would want to reduce emission if we want to avoid. So the path to non-zero matters, not only getting there by 2050. So your paper now then moves on to the how question, how best to achieve the needed transition linked to our carbon budget. And you quite rightly motivate the how question also by referring to the risk of political backlash if we don't seek maximum efficiency because of cost reasons. Now on this, I must say that it is the transition cost, so those over a relatively short horizon, that I would think would matter most for the risk of backlash. But your paper focuses mainly on the long-run impact of mitigation, ignoring issues related to path dependence, potential risk of technological lock-in, and other source of friction. But of course, there's a limitation that is well acknowledged in the paper, and you do recognize this from the beginning. But even as a long-run benchmark, what I could see as the implicit elasticity of emissions to carbon pricing in your model seems to be quite high. If I understood correctly, you get quite some mileage out of a carbon price of about 20 euros per ton. Just to give a comparison, very recently we provided estimates of elasticities using a comprehensive database on effective carbon rates. This is a database we've developed at the OECD, which covers all forms of carbon pricing, including carbon taxes and permit systems, but also indirect pricing from fuel excise tax, which in many cases account for the bulk of effective carbon rates. And we do this for over 70 countries. And using these data to get estimates of elasticities across countries, sectors, and even types of fuels, we find that on average, an increase of 10 euros in carbon price reduce emissions by somewhat less than 4%. So to give an idea, if we move to a uniform tax of 60 euros per ton, this would reduce emissions by around 15% globally. So well short of what is needed for net zero by 2050. So a far higher tax rate would be needed to achieve this, to achieve net zero, or we need a combination of policies that at the same time raise the responsiveness of emissions to carbon prices. And this is illustrated on this chart, which shows that with the estimated elasticity, the carbon price that we would need to increase, that we would need to achieve net zero would have to increase by 50 euros per ton per year to reach something like close to 1,000 euros, which is well beyond what I think is reasonable. And this is the pink line that you see, the one most on the left. On the other hand, if we have complementary policies, measures to raise the elasticities over time, to become, say, just 5 times larger, then an increase of 10 euros per year to around 220 euros would be sufficient. Now, 220 euros starts being the range of carbon prices that we see in many studies in terms of what could be bringing. I mean, I guess the point I'm trying to, and this is the red lines that you see, the smooth path to net zero. I guess the point I'm trying to make is that it's one thing to impose to put in place the carbon taxes, but I think we have also to have policies that improve the choices, increases the substitutability to make sure that the carbon tax does lead to the changes we're trying to get in a relatively short time. Another point I wanted to raise, to highlight, is that both papers look at the issue of international cooperation from different angles. I really find interesting this section in John's paper that you just put very briefly on the implication of the departure from global carbon coverage, from the global coverage of carbon tax. This and the good discussions of the IRA and the EU Fit for 55 policy packages in both papers provide a good reminder of what the IEA has highlighted in its latest report on the world energy investment. That is that investment in renewable energy is still massively concentrated in the US, EU, and China. These are the 3 top countries on the chart on the left, with very little increases in the rest of the world so far. And if you look at sustainable finance, sustainable debt issuance, you see this concentration. This is on the right side of you see this concentration is even more, even sharper, in part because a lot of the funding for investment in China comes from government. It's the public, it's the state that funds this. So these are 3 big blocks, but still, given population trends and economic catching up, the rest of the world will still account for a large chunk of emissions moving forward, and reductions from there, at least relative to current baseline. Now, of course, EMEs can do a lot more to attract investors, starting with more stringent climate policies. But one question is to what extent this subsidy race between the 3 big blocks may complicate matters for EMEs in the rest of the world with respect to attracting financial flows. Certainly, it's clearly that most of these countries cannot afford the types of subsidization that we see in rich countries. Now, given that there are generally still far more opportunities for low-cost abatement in EMEs compared to advanced economies, perhaps the development of carbon markets generating carbon offsets could be a way of engineering transfer of finance to EMEs and at the same time lower the cost of achieving ambitious targets in rich countries. But we know the history of these carbon markets, and to what extent they can develop and function smoothly, of course, is still an open question, but certainly one that is discussed and very heavily in negotiations, in international negotiations. And the related question that was raised in Antonio's paper is whether and to what extent technology diffusion could be a substitute for financial transfers and a better way for advanced economies to support less advanced income countries. The paper seems to be fairly optimistic on that, but I think that this is also an open question. To my final point on the macroeconomic cost, because this was also covered in both papers, one final remark on this is that in various, the cost of climate policy package in various countries that was reported in Antonio's paper and which focused on 2 sectors. One thing that surprised, this was not mentioned by Antonio's, but in reading the paper, one thing that surprised me is that when the papers moved from the CGE model to the global macro model, I was surprised to see that the discussion on investment only refers to the disincentive to invest in carbon-intensive sectors. The paper mentions the decline in investment as causing a drop in real interest rates, but there is no mention of the increase in investment in low carbon technologies. And of course, it is surprising in a context where often the economic impact of the transition is cast in terms of a combined negative supply shock to productivity with a positive demand shock from incremental boosts in investment. So it might be worth illustrating the results how the results would change. And as a reference on this, using our own CGE, climate CGE model, which provided inspiration for the ENV-EMF model you use in your papers, so the models are fairly similar. We just made a complete assessment of the EU package Fit for 55. And indeed, we find that the package leads to a decline in GDP of around 0.8% for the EU as a whole. This is the orange bar you see all the way to the right. So about 2 times the size of the impact you report in your paper, but for the 2 sectors you focus on. This covers all sectors covered in the EU package. But we also find that the package would lead to a net increase in investment, a small one, but a net increase. There would be variation across countries, and what the chart shows as well is that the cost from the package would differ across countries, but that is, again, pretty similar to what you report in your paper, at least in terms of the difference, say, between France and Germany. We have a higher cost in Germany and France because there are more lower cost opportunities to reduce emissions there. But above all, and this is my last point, the chart shows how much the cost would differ if the package was implemented with a view, in addition, to achieving a uniform carbon price across all sectors, but also cover gases that are emitted at the moment, especially methane. As illustrated with the blue bar, this would result in significantly lower GDP reductions. Now, you may think this has a flavor of going back to the elusive first best that way, but if there's one place where maybe a uniform carbon price could be envisaged, it's probably in the EU. And of course, this is model-based. There's probably some frictions that are not totally captured, but it shows that there is scope for reducing the cost by extending the coverage of the carbon prices, and also trying to do it in a way that encourages a uniform carbon price. Let me stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As Tim Stock comes up, let me just ask Jean or Adam, we started at 9:25 this session. Do we get extra time, or is there a hard stop at 11? Because that will... okay, thanks.
Okay, great, thanks. So let's see, do we get some slides here? So this is great. So as the slides are coming up, thanks very much. I'm really happy to be able to be here. It is wonderful to be talking about this topic. There's some great papers. This conference is really exciting, and it is wonderful to be in person again. I'm sure everybody said that, but it's worth repeating. Let me my presentation begins by reading something on my slides that I have not committed to memory. I will say, I can tell you the bottom line from that, which is that these are both great papers. They seem like they're pretty darn different, but actually the narrative is very similar across the two. And what I'm basically going to do is elaborate on a few points on the narrative. I subscribe to the narrative between the two of these at a high level. And the particulars, there's lots of opportunities for disagreeing. So here's the summary. So I'm going to talk about both of these papers interchangeably because I think they're actually giving the same narrative. We know that climate change is bad, so additional policies are needed, especially in the US. Those policies must be effective and robust. They must be efficient, like Fit for 55, not like the IRA. They also need to deal with multiple externalities, so macroeconomists need to focus on policy solutions, not more work on damages, the social cost of carbon, and so forth. With efficient policies, decarbonization probably won't be very costly. By the way, energy security still matters during the transition. Okay, so that's my summary of the two papers, and I'm going to discuss the words in red. Okay, so first one is, what does the word bad mean? And now, I'm serious about this. This sounds kind of glib, but I'm actually quite serious about that, because often what the word bad means is what we were talking about today, GDP. GDP might be 4% lower, maybe it's even 10% lower in 2100, but that opens us to a rebuttal, a really sensible rebuttal, that, well, gosh, GDP itself is going to be 4 times higher in 2100, so 10% off of 4 times higher, maybe we can live with that. Maybe 3%, 3 degrees is okay if it's only going to cost us 10% of GDP in 2100. I think that misses some really important points. So I'm going to argue briefly against using GDP as a measure of the word bad, or GDP debits. One of it is, think about GDP. Just think about what GDP is. We all know what GDP is. Think about a hurricane. Hurricanes, it's kind of ambiguous, especially small hurricanes. Their GDP effect's kind of ambiguous. Goes and destroys a lot of stuff. But you get to rebuild it, and that rebuilding goes into GDP. There's some allocation across sectors. Some people are killed. But in the long run, it sort of evens out. So hurricanes, maybe they're not so bad for GDP. Maybe they are, but you get these costs. So actually you go through it, and there's a lot of stuff in GDP that isn't really getting at damages. So damages are different than GDP. Damages, we can think of, we actually lost those things. If some old folks died in Seattle, that's not such a big deal for GDP because they're not super productive and their assets pass along and somebody else gets to consume out of that. But we might not think it's great from a welfare or damages perspective. You can monetize those. That actually goes into the modern calculations of the social cost of carbon. I will push back strongly against John in terms of the quality of the work and the social cost of carbon. Go read the current literature, and there's a lot of great thought in it. Is it clear? Is there ambiguity? Is there uncertainty? Of course, there's a lot of uncertainty, but it is pretty, it's very careful science. Even that doesn't take into account a lot of things. Conflict, migration, natural capital costs, species loss. You can go down this list, how we think about rights of nature. I actually subscribe to a lot of these concepts. Species loss is not something that's easily monetized, but these are actually responsibilities that we have to the earth and responsibilities that we have as co-animals with other animals on this planet, and responsibilities that we have to future generations in terms of passing down a legacy that we've thrived on for hundreds of thousands of years. So I think that GDP, when you start talking that way, GDP seems like kind of limited. So I think that we just need to bear that in mind. Okay, comment number 2. I agree completely that the IRA isn't enough. I'm just illustrating that with a picture from a recent EIA, Energy Information Administration report a few months ago. And you can see that they estimate the IRA to have decreased emissions in 2030 by perhaps 10 percentage points. There's a bunch of other papers out there. There's a really nice one by Bisline et al. That might come up in other discussions. These estimates of 7% to 12 percentage points decrease in emissions reductions as a result of the IRA. That's great. Of course, what jumps out at you is that ghastly straight line going on beyond 2030. And however you approach this, if you approach this through a social cost of carbon perspective, if you approach it through a net zero target perspective, it doesn't really matter. You don't have to argue over whether you like one methodology or another methodology. That blue line or that line out there to 2050 is not, the path that we want. So that raises the question of what the next policies are going to be. Oh, I think I might, in the interest of time, skip over some of this slide about the IRA. I think the basic point on the IRA here on this slide is that it is cost beneficial from a cost benefit analysis using the social cost of carbon. It is not efficient. This is actually worth pausing on. So in the traditional use of cost-benefit analysis for government regulations, we apply a cost-benefit test. That's great from a marginal perspective. The benefits exceed the costs. I think that one needs to rethink that, not because of problems with the benefits calculation, the SCC, but because that's only a step towards a global solution. We're actually facing a non-marginal problem, and a sequence of marginal decisions that are cost beneficial might end up being far more expensive than what we really can afford given an overall budget constraint. So if we think about the folks who've really been worrying about think about Summer's speech here, Larry Summer's speech here, or whatever, a week or so ago, worrying about worrying about overall fiscal discipline and fiscal budget constraints. We can't keep passing trillion-dollar IRAs again and again and again. We're going to have to figure out more cost-effective, efficient policies rather than choosing policies that pass a cost-benefit test, as does the IRA. Okay, so I'm going to skip over all of those slides, the numbers, because the numbers say what I just said in words. This also says that, this just says we've got a long ways to go, and a small carbon tax would really make a big difference. Actually, I'm going to pause on this point for a minute. I actually think this is a really interesting point that we're in right now in the United States in terms of climate policy, because we've just passed the IRA. There's a huge amount of cheerleading on the progressive side. There's a huge amount of moaning on the Republican side, on the conservative side, on the more extreme right side. I'll put it that way. Not in the centrist, but the more extreme right side. But we're nowhere close to enough. We're actually right now, for the next several years, a carbon price would not actually make much difference in the power sector because we have all of these subsidies in place. For the next several years, a carbon price wouldn't make any difference in terms of light-duty vehicles. Whether your gasoline is a little bit more expensive, we're going to be going into light-duty vehicles anywhere. Where a carbon price is really going to start to matter is in the 2030s and 2040s, when we need to have something that really is going to drive home and solidify the use of alternative technologies for the hard-to-abate sectors. Once we have alternative policies and alternative technologies in place, a carbon price in 2040 is going to be really important to make sure, or a clean aviation standard or something like that. But I prefer a carbon price for the obvious economist reasons. This is a great time to put in place a 15-cent carbon price that grows at 2.5% per year. Okay, so that's the message there. Energy security. Usually economists start to squirm at the word energy security because it suddenly takes all of the stuff we understand, and somehow the international relations people grab onto it and says these are quantity problems and oil gets locked in, and then you hear these other words about demand destruction and we don't know quite what to think about it. But really it's all just about, when people complain about energy security, it's really just prices have to be low and stable, So what are the threats to low and stable prices in the clean energy transition? Some of those threats are really quite dramatic, as this picture is, and I think we need to be really attuned to that going forward. Okay, I do not subscribe to I'm going to take a little bit of issue with, I'm going to actually subscribe to part, but then disagree in part with the GSS, with the IMF paper. Okay, so one of the things I'll agree with is that we should continue to expect on transition, geopolitical, and other things that are going to be, depends who you say. Economists would say high and volatile prices. The IR people would say energy security. We sort of mean the same thing. Okay, so you can just see what, and here's, I'm going to make this pitch that this is actually really widespread. The pitch is, it's not just oil prices, it's oil prices, it's actually all fossil fuels. So I'm going to make a little brief digression here that all these fossil fuel prices are linked, including in the United States, where oil and natural gas prices, I believe, or I will argue, are linked. Okay, so the slide on the left, just to remind you, if you don't really know, is that oil prices and natural gas prices in the EU are highly linked historically. Actually, that's true globally in terms of the global LNG market. In global, LNG is actually often indexed to oil prices, and that's because they're substitutes in production for a variety of different places, especially for electricity generation in Asia. I've excluded the Ukraine crisis from the picture on the left because, you know, things went berserk for special reasons during Ukraine. But now we're getting back to this co-linkage, this historical linkage. What people don't realize is that they have become linked in the United States. And so I'm just asserting that there's like some econometrics and things like that on behind the picture in the right. The reason is that we are now exporting 10% of our LNG, of our gas is LNG. That's probably going to be 20% as soon as 2 years from now because of really interesting new technologies like floating storage and regasification units on the bottom and fast LNG terminals on the top. So that means what we see empirically at the picture on the right is that we have relinked US natural gas prices to global prices with a decrement because we're exporters and so somebody else is paying for the LNG, the gasification, regasification costs. This is the most amazing picture. This is just amazing because you think of coal, how could coal have anything to do with anything? The top is coal prices, U.S. coal prices, and the bottom is Henry Hub prices. And you can see that even U.S. coal prices in Indiana are co-move, and I'm not doing the econometrics here with Henry Hub prices and with natural gas prices, and that's because these are substitutes in production for electricity. So is that going to change? So then this is the major one point. So this is agreeing with the energy security risks going forward. We're going to have lots more as we have international transitions and as we have oil states becoming less powerful. I think we have more unfortunate events in our future. I don't think this is going to disappear. Let's just pause and think about these holy grails of hydrogen, green ammonia, and so forth. What are those for? Green hydrogen? Well, it has so many great uses. Oh, that has so many great uses. Well, that means it can be used as a storage replacement, like instead of a long-term battery storage for electricity, but it means it can power steel mills, which means it can power, and maybe it can even be used for airplanes, or you can go from power to fuels via hydrogen. So you can either take that hydrogen and then you can turn it into a jet fuel. And the green ammonia can also be used as a storage facility. I've just said that it's a substitute in production for oil and natural gas with CCS in 2050. That means all these prices are going to be linked. Okay, so I don't think that we're getting rid, and they're all being transmitted to the power sector, and because we have marginal cost pricing. So I don't think we're getting rid of energy price volatility like in any of our lifetimes or in our kids' lifetimes. I think this is just going to be here. So I think there's a false narrative or fallacy. Final comment, and I'm out of time in 30 seconds. Final comment, what should macroeconomists be doing about all of this? I completely subscribe to the Swedish paper of that I think it's time to move on. We've done really great work on things like the social cost of carbon. It's fine to keep doing some of that, but I actually think that it's time to refocus our attention. We know climate change is bad. It's worse, much worse than our calculations of GDP would suggest. There's many more responsibilities that we have to deal with climate change. We need to have robust policies. Okay, we get that. We need to start thinking about how to think about what those policies are at a high level of granularity and a high level of specificity. So that's sort of agreeing, but sort of going one step beyond the Swedish paper. I also think we need to be starting to think much more about a lot of these short-term transition risks from a macro perspective, from a macro policy perspective. So yeah, that's in this picture right here, in this lower one, that is like all these human system risks. I think we need to be taking those really seriously. Those are potentially major impediments in the energy policy transition. I think we can expect to have more of them. I do disagree with Jean. Let me double down on the disagreement with Jean about whether or not we have tools. I mean, we've been doing that, looking at, using time series econometrics tools, because that's kind of what I know, looking at policy uncertainty, looking at these natural gas pricing changes and that sort of thing. We have other tools, more sort of theoretical tools. I think it's just a matter of people taking the tools we have and focusing on these really hard problems. It's much harder to think through these short-term human system transition risks than maybe it is sea level rise in 2100. So I think that's a really important frontier for us to be working on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My thanks to both the discussants. May I ask the panel to come back on stage? I think the guidance I was given was discussion among the panel and then go to the audience. But in the interest of time, let me reverse that. Let me take 2 or 3 questions from the audience first, and then refer them to the panelists. So if you could indicate which panelist you wish to answer, and then towards the end, I'll cut that off and maybe add a few of my own reflections based on this. So who would like to lead from the live audience here? Jean, you? Okay. I think Jean needs no introduction, but others, I'd request them to introduce themselves.
So thank you, and thank you for the presentation and the start of the discussion. Let me make just 2 points. One on this issue of whether we have the right toolbox or not. I was not saying we don't have the right toolbox in general. I was saying we don't have the right toolbox to think about the linkages between macroeconomic policy and climate policy. And that's a different issue than the issue that was just discussed. I mean, for most people doing macroeconomic policy, climate is beyond the horizon. And the question is how to bring climate within the horizon. My second point is a question to John. I didn't really understand how he can say at the same time that a small tax would do the job and that the cost of not having the tax at the right level would be massive. It seems to me that the implicit assumption is that the cost of adaptation is much higher than the cost of mitigation. Is it correct?
So I see embedded in that a question really to Jim Stock and to John. May I get 1 or 2 more questions from the audience? Anybody at the back, please? And if you'd kindly identify yourself. Yeah.
So a couple of questions to John. Luis Garicano, Chicago. A couple of questions to John on 2 non-linearities that seem missing or commenting on that. One is what you're basically saying that nonlinear. Thank you. Okay, so I go to the mic and then I don't use it. You're basically saying that the nonlinear change in climate, that it's basically going to be proportional and everything's going to be kind of more or less predictably linked to CO2. I would imagine that, I mean, the kind of feedback loops that you're kind of ruling out kind of the ice cap melting, etc., are a big part of the uncertainty that you were mentioning. Why this kind of assumption, apart from obviously being convenient, why does this assumption kind of play such a big role in the analysis? And can we maintain the kind of analysis we're trying to undertake on this GE model without it? A similar kind of, but on the other direction, is a similar nonlinearity or potentially big shift on the green versus brown economies, versus brown technologies. We are seeing gigantic and unexpected, as the IMF team said, changes in solar. We might see similar things in batteries. If we see really that development in batteries, which is obviously very uncertain, would we not suddenly see a much larger transition than you're predicting? And are there reasons to rule that out on the basis of what we are observing? Basically, we observe it in photovoltaic, we observe it in wind, we observe it in batteries. We're basically observing these very large surprises on learning curves on essentially all of the clean technologies.
Sorry, is this a question about uncertainty or about technology, Luis?
Yes, this is a question about the speed of substitution of green by brown and the kind of the essential pessimism that the paper was manifesting on that.
Yeah. I have here questions for John and I think for Jim. Is there a question for Antonio anywhere in the room? Huh? Okay, fine. Yeah. Okay, so who would like to begin? John?
John's question. So there. No, so what I illustrated in the with what in the paper is that the marginal effect of taxes on emissions is fairly high in the beginning, and the cost is low. So that 20 euro tax that I had in the paper had a substantial effect, but it's not enough. So I think a reasonable strategy is what we are doing in Europe now, and that's a pretty strong policy. You know, it actually covers something like 99% of CO2 emissions, 90% of greenhouse gases, but it's CO2 emissions that have this cumulative effect. So that's where it makes sense to have a cap and trade system. When that was introduced, when the increase in the speed at which we are phasing out emission rights in the EU ETS was increased, that was a pretty dramatic thing. Now, in the steel industry, the cement industry, flying within Europe and so on, it's not going to be allowed to use fossil fuel after 2040. So when that dramatically or pretty abruptly was introduced, the carbon prices, the emission prices increased by a factor 4. But I would say that's not very high, even that. But certainly we're going to need more than 20 euros. When it comes to that asymmetry, I think what the potential costs of not doing this, that comes from assumptions that are kind of the upper range of climate sensitivities and possibilities of adaptation. And what we argue is that we cannot really prove that it's necessary to do this phase out of fossil fuel, but it can turn out that we in the end regret not doing it. But we argue that the transition to climate neutrality over 3 decades can be done with relatively small cost because the economy is flexible if it gets to steer in the right direction by a credible policy commitment to climate neutrality. So that's kind of the point. When it comes to, I have to answer the non-linearity. I think that was important. I tried to be short. The non-linearity and tipping points is actually in the IPCC report ruled out in the global climate system. And that takes into account also feedback mechanisms like the ones that you were talking about. It's certainly not possible for me to go into that discussion. I think as social scientists, we have to trust that IPCC provides a consensus view with lots of variations on these issues. So it's certainly not my assumptions. In the paper, we provide references to exactly where this is stated. There are substantial, important potentials for regional tipping point. So, for example, it's been mentioned the Amazon. These are possible and perhaps even likely, and they operate, some of them, including, for example, the Amazon, on a relatively short time scale. We're talking about decades, not centuries, like when we are talking about ice caps, where it even can be millennia.
I think, may I Just
20 seconds on the green brown.
okay. I think you exceeded your budget
I
earlier.
think that history has not really shown that there is a clear tipping point just around the corner. That's what we are saying. I hope that it might come, but I don't think we should put too much faith in it.
Okay. Could I ask Eugene to talk about the
I'm just going to
models?
I'm just going to talk one little thing about the models here. I didn't want to make I shouldn't have made too big a deal about this. I think that like the allergic reaction might have been tools. I think we have some really strong tools for short-term macroeconomic analysis. One of, a family of well-developed time series econometric tools, families of well-developed stochastic general equilibrium models, DSGEs, et cetera, Those models have typically not been used to focus on things that we might think of as climate macro connections. I think that's just a matter of having the horsepower. So I don't think it's like we somehow need to invent a new family of tools. We just need to refine those tools and get to work on doing all of this. We saw an example of that today in John's paper and the Swedish paper. We've seen there's a great example of a build out like that in the Bisline, Merhotra, and Wolfram Brookings paper from March. There's a lot of other interesting work that's fairly nascent. I have there's some really interesting work in this dimension by a junior colleague of mine. So we have anyway. So I think this is not. This might be a terminology thing. So but I think there's a ton. The main point is there's a ton of work that can be done and needs to be done in this area.
Okay, Antonio.
Yes, I will take up two issues. One is about the right toolbox, and the other is about energy security. About the right toolbox, I would distinguish before the recent shocks and afterwards. Before, we had a kind of naive view. We thought that engineers would tell us what is the damage. They would give economists a number and say you have to reduce CO2 by X% by that date. And we, as economists, had to rely on our model, econometrics, to design the optimal policies. This was a clear division of work. I think that doesn't work. Doesn't work because we learned that the political economic constraints become much more binding at a certain point, or other consideration, both internal opposition and the energy security that introduce other objectives. So we have to a little bit enlarge our toolbox to include also that. It's a little bit like we did in monetary policy. It's not enough to study the transmission mechanism of monetary policy. It's important to design institutions that guarantee that you solve issues like timing consistency. So we just focused on that, and we forgot about the timing consistency and the political economy. Of course, the timing consistency in terms of climate policy is much bigger problem, but we are here for that. Second issues, energy security. Maybe I was unclear in the paper. We are not saying that energy or price of energy will go down, will be less volatile. What we should stress is the source of volatility will be different. As in the past, the source of volatility will be that some scarcity, some shocks, and since the source of energy are co-integrated, they will be transmitted like this. But there is another source of volatility, which is even more interesting, is policy volatility. Unlike previous transition from coal to oil, oil to gas, this transition is not driven by relative scarcity of source of energy. This transition is policy mandated. And so this introduces another source of volatility, because if policymakers, for some reason, like we had recently, change their view, you had in the short run different shocks which are not driven by the sheer economic of relative scarcity. So this complicates a little bit. So it's a new source of volatility, and we have to design, and this goes back to the previous issue, we have to design institutions such that the source of volatility is minimized.
Okay, good. Alain, would you like to talk to the technology and battery issue?
Well, just maybe one quick, my 2 cents on the tools. And I think where we need to improve is to find better ways to connect what we learned from very detailed sector model almost engineering model in terms of the path we need to follow to achieve certain amount of reduction in the specific sectors, and link that to model, maybe CGE model that gives us more general equilibrium, takes into account the feedback effect and the rebound, but also that gives us better insights in terms of what types of policies then will induce the change in behavior and the change to arrive at these, to make these paths possible, other than through regulations. Now, there's quite a lot of improvement that has been made in going beyond simply carbon tax or certain types of subsidies in terms of capturing the impact of policies and models, but I think there's still work to do to better understand how we can connect that, what we need to achieve, where we need to go, and then how does that translate in the right types of policy to make them as efficient as possible.
Can I just jump in and add one more comment on the energy security? And this is something to underscore something in the IMF paper. They make a really important point, and I think as economists we would get this like instantly, but it is absolutely worth repeating in this world. There's this fallacy or this phrase of worrying about, for example, China becoming the OPEC of critical minerals, or Chile becoming the OPEC of lithium. That's just not the right way to think about this problem. There's a fundamental stock flow difference between, for example, lithium and oil. Once I've got that solar panel on my roof, Chile can do whatever it wants with the lithium price, and I've still got the solar panel on my roof. It's not like the car where I'm paying every day. So okay, everybody in this room gets it. It's just worth repeating because you hear this phrase a fair amount.
Could I just, use my prerogative as chair to ask, and maybe Antonio would have a view. So what about the green paradox and the notion that, basically the world is not going to run out of stones, the world is not going to run out of oil. So what's the policy framework for, as it were, preventing that from becoming a source of uncertainty for the transition? I think John also had a point, but Jim, could I start with you and then maybe Antonio?
Well, the green paradox. Jim.
Okay, so yeah, so I think the question here is as the amount of as the demand for oil gets low, then the price of oil is going to drop, and people are going to be using a lot more of that. That's what you're referring to? Okay, so I think that there's only two possibilities, it seems, and one is either you encompass all of the oil into some sort of comprehensive policy, either a carbon tax that's increasing, or sectoral policies such as a clean aviation standard, so that you ensure that the package has to be oil plus, say, direct carbon removal or something along those lines. I mean, we're looking a pretty far period out. The other policy option is to move the supply curve in. We have tried that. There's been valiant efforts over the last 10 years to move the supply curve in the United States in terms of fossil fuel leasing reform. That effectively has been a political complete failure. So this administration came in with very ambitious goals for a fossil fuel reform of our fossil fuel leasing program. Those basically have been completely abandoned and replaced by demand-side policies. I take that as a view of just the difficulty of the political economy of this issue.
Yes, but
so the green paradox applies to fuels where the price is mostly rent, right? So that and it's clear that it's going to be very difficult to price out those kinds of fuels. So the Saudi oil is going to be used up. Fortunately, it isn't enough of that to pose a big climate problem. I talked about it, but I got missed maybe in my messing with the clicker. But no, so and it's very easy. You see it immediately in the models that those fuels that are low cost extraction, it's very difficult to not having them all used up. But fortunately, it isn't enough. Fracking, coal, and non-conventional sources, there the price is largely cost, not rent. And then the green paradox doesn't apply at all.
Okay, yes, did you have a Antonio?
This green paradox, there was also another source of transition. And usually we moved from one source of transition to the other, because the technological progress in the new source drove down the cost so much. So the world moved from sail not to boat with coal, not because wind became too expensive. Of course, it moved because technology advanced so much that at a certain point. And so I'm hopefully confident that technological progress will naturally price out the oil.
Okay, I don't think we have time to go back to the audience. So I would now just like to offer some reactions of my own and then go perhaps in reverse order through the panelists and discussants. But as I do so, let me say I'm not going to attempt summing up, but I do want, at the end of this round of discussions, that you join me in thanking the panelists and the discussants. I think this session was meant to be a scene setter, and I think it has done that, which is on the macroeconomics of climate change. But on that basis, I'm going to raise my question to the panel and give each of them in their own way an opportunity to respond if they so wish. And, there's no secret about the fact that I'm listening to this as somebody not from the US or the EU, but from a large emerging market. And I guess I have two broad points. One is the conference is the macroeconomic implications of climate action. But what we've largely heard about is mitigation. And so my question is, where in the overall discussion of these two countries does adaptation lurk? I think we got a little bit of that in both of the discussions, comments, but both as a political issue and as a public finance issue, is it as important? And I guess we had one slide which indicated that the adaptation costs, if I could call them that, are rather different from Northern Europe and Southern Europe. And I would just say that this is something I'm going to talk about in my session at the end, which is that regional and spatial dimensions are very important for domestic political economy, but we've really been talking about, as it were, at least nation states as entities. So that's question number one. Should the macroeconomist toolbook also comprehend adaptation? And the second point, and perhaps this is more directed directly at John, you do point out early on in your presentation that what we've got is a stock problem and not a flow problem in terms of carbon accumulation, and yet you were rather, I would say, quick to characterize certain countries as climate laggards from the point of view of, as it were, their contribution to mitigation. And so I can just say that, a lot of the perspective of emerging markets is on the stock rather than contribution to the flow. And I just wanted to make that point because that gets into the issue of burden sharing, climate justice, which actually may be ethical, maybe not macro, but it's certainly important if you want to enlist the support of the emerging markets. So having got that off my chest, the final round, let me do it from extreme right to, and you respond, John, when it's your turn. So, Jim?
I'll be really quick. Oh, your turn.
The politics.
Antonio?
Right.
Oh, okay. Depends left or right, depends on where you're sitting. Okay, so I'll just be really quick on the adaptation. I think that's actually a fascinating question. So understanding adaptation costs in the context of, whatever your macroeconomy actually is, like if we're thinking about developed economies or the United States or Europe or something like that, then sort of thinking about those adaptation costs is actually something that we haven't fully done. Surely there's going to be a productivity hit because you're redirecting capital and resources into basically something that you wouldn't otherwise optimally allocate them to. But I think that's a great area for research and trying to figure that out. So I guess that's just all I would comment on that.
Yeah, I would say that, in fact, I would go further than the importance, of course, of thinking about adaptation and going beyond and other environmental issues related to biodiversity, as I mentioned, but also water desertification, because I think this may all be connected in some ways, and I think it's important to think when we think about solutions for climate mitigation that we take into account as well these dimensions, starting with adaptation. I mean, we shouldn't attach necessarily too much importance to issues related to things like nature-based solution, but at least there's probably scope there to see what can be done, especially in areas where the degree of emissions at the moment is very low, but bound to rise rapidly. But where there's still possibility to put in place relatively low-cost solution to avoid a big ramping up in emissions. I'm thinking about Africa, for example, where they can leapfrog some technologies, much harder in other parts of the world like Asia. And there it relates, I guess, to your question about they're not responsible for the stock of emissions, but they will be responsible for the bulk of future emissions. And therefore, it's absolutely fundamental to find ways to, and of course, this is the object of difficult discussions at the international level, but to make sure that they get the flow of finance that is needed for them to also implement solutions.
On adaptation, I certainly agree with what you said, that it's very important to bring that in. And both because it tells you something about the actual damage that climate change has. I mean, if you think of the concrete example, sea flooding, if you think that sea flooding is very costly, then the marginal cost of climate change from that mechanism is really about the cost of building seawalls. So that's one thing. The other thing is that, of course, there are impediments to these kinds of adaptation. There can be moral hazard, there can be financial issues, and so on. And we need to think about how to overcome them. That's I think, extremely important, because adaptation is going to be very important. When it comes to climate justice, I think it's clear that we in the rich world have a larger responsibility than the poor countries for making sure that we become climate neutral in good time. Should that come through us going much faster in reducing emissions? I don't think that's the right way. We argue, and we would like to see more research on that a transition to climate neutrality over 30 years is not very costly. If everyone does what EU does in terms of the budget per capita, then we are fine. Should we then, because of justice reasons, go much faster, do it in 15 years or so? No, that would be extremely costly, practically impossible, and it would buy China or India a year maybe or so, but they would need to do the same thing anyway. So it's a very bad way of showing climate justice to go much faster than something like an equal per capita carbon budget.
That's insightful and illuminating, and obviously a field for research. Antonio.
Yes, I will give an institutional answer. At the IMF, since last year, we have a facility called the RSF, Resilience Sustainability Facility, which is aimed exactly at giving financial resources to country to facilitate the adaptation. Recognizing that adaptation means a lot of upfront cost, which these countries don't have. The challenge we have that the resources are limited, and so we are looking at the way of leveraging on these resources to bring in some private capital exactly to the obstacle are both financial, both time horizon of politicians, which is, we know that they are reluctant to act ex ante. On the justice, I think that we should explore some form of technology transfers. This could help in the sense to avoid also the green paradox you were mentioning before. After all, naturally, countries, low-income countries, adopted technology from the north when the technology became cheaper enough. And the issue is how to speed up this natural process, which was happened in the past. Now the policy challenge is to make it even faster.
Good. Well, please join me in thanking the excellent panel. Let me hand you back to the organizers for the time check. So thank you, John.
You were benevolent.
Trabel. This is actually in this capacity that I first met you. So he knows what he's talking about as far as technicalities are concerned. Both the technicalities of economic modeling, but also the technicalities of physical modeling. And so he's not, it's not the first opportunity for him to speak about climate change and the implication for policy. He gave a speech that was, I'm just checking, it was in 2021 about the ECB and climate change, the title of which is extremely cautious, but very well balanced. So climate change and the ECB, we need both enthusiasm and realism, which is a perfect introduction to what I think you're going to speak about now. So without further ado, let me give you the floor. So you're going to speak for, we're a bit late, so if you could keep your remarks, your initial remarks within the allocated time frame, and then we'll have a discussion, and then I'll open the floor to questions from the audience.
Thanks a lot, Jean. You've been too kind with me, as always. It's a great pleasure to be here for this keynote speech and an honor. It's, as Adam said, it's of course a very topical issue, but I'm not going to talk about the why we need to do that or what we need to do, because it has been decided in Europe we want to go to net zero in 2050. But why is it maybe even more topical to talk about it today? It was mentioned in the previous panel. In Europe, and I will give a perspective which is a bit more European, I think 3 developments were important last year or over the last 15 months. The first one is, of course, the Fit for 55 package, which is a game changer. I tend to agree with John. It should bring us to at least close to net zero by 2050. The other one is, of course, a carbon price. We've reached a carbon price in Europe last year of €100 per ton. For a long time, the carbon price was moving around €20, and it was essentially having an impact on coal versus gas in the electricity sector. So it was a very, focused impact on just one sector. But it also very topical, I think, because, and many discussed that already in the first panel, because I have the impression that we've already reached peak enthusiasm in terms of climate policies. If you look at recent events in the Netherlands on nitrogen, in the election in Bremen with significant fall in the votes for the Green Party in Germany, the discussion on gas boilers in Germany, it's becoming real, but you already see some form of political backlash. So in terms of message, I guess I will be in line with the speakers of the first panel. The comparative statistics of climate change looks good, and the cost of going to net zero should be relatively limited. But the transition indeed is going probably to be bumpy, and part of it for political reasons and because of the first backlash that we are seeing and that I just mentioned. I will go through a number of policy issues and then communication issues, and then conclude with the impact for central banks, but also maybe the role of central banks. So I will start with, to set the scene, a graph which a set of 3 graphs that may look a bit complicated, but it's basically the cost of energy in euro per megawatt hour, which is quite easy, but you don't see often, coal, oil, gas, and electricity prices. And you, of course, see the huge progress we've made in terms of renewables. So my first message here would be basically that the future is green, and it's a future of relatively abundant and cheap energy. It might not be as cheap as energy we've known in the 90s, when energy was extremely cheap, but it's probably going to be broadly in line with the cost of energy in the 2000s. So much, I would say, for décroissance. The future of energy is, I think, at least in comparative statics, relatively positive. Now, of course, and we know that, and I know that, the transition is mostly about electrification, but renewables are not perfect substitutes for all forms of energy. They're intermittent, batteries are bulky, electricity is not easy to store, but it does also have some advantages. I mean, there are two sectors for which electrification will bring huge efficiency gains: electric cars compared to combustion engine, and heat pumps compared to gas boilers. So I think there are actually, when you look at the cost of the transition, four cases in point. One is going from brown electricity to green electricity. And especially in Europe, probably it means lower prices, because electricity prices right now are quite high. So that's about 20–25% of energy use, probably cheaper. Then you have electrification with substantial efficiency gains, and I just mentioned it, heat pumps and electric cars, which should, at least on an energy basis, means that we should be close to the very low levels of energy costs that we had in the 90s, but for different reasons, just because of the efficiency gains of 300 to 400% in those sectors. Then you have electrification without efficiency gains, when you have to use electricity for heat, for instance, in industry, but without heat pumps or for some other processes. And there, it's probably going to be more expensive. So green electricity in 2050 should still be more expensive than gas at 20 euro per megawatt hour in the 90s. And then what is really going to be more expensive, it's what you cannot electrify and where you will have to rely on decarbonized fuels. And that's really comparing a gas price of 20 euro as we used to know it in Europe with the cost of carbon capture, which is probably going to add 20 to 30 euro to the gas price if you can do carbon capture. The cost of green hydrogen, which is probably going to be 4 to 5 times higher than the gas price of 20 euro, sustainable aviation fuel, and the likes. And I've great backup slides on those, so hopefully someone will ask questions after I've run out of time, and I can say a little bit more on that. So the impact of climate change on the economy, is it macro critical? And I think the best way to start the discussion is to read one of Jean's many papers, because it's crystal clear. I think it really points at all the very important questions we need to ask ourselves. And in terms of criticality, what Jean does is basically says, okay, let's take a carbon tax of 75 to 100 euro per ton, and let's look at, how big is it worldwide? And it's about 3 to 4% of GDP, and Jean tells us, yeah, but that's more or less to be compared to the oil shock of the 70s. Of course, you can discuss whether it was permanent or not, but I think it gives a first order of magnitude, which is very, very useful. And of course, then you want to add, but that's spread over 30 years, so we have much more time to adapt to that. Other, maybe more qualitative impacts, we're going to need some major resource reallocations, workers, investments, higher investments, probably net in the order of 2% of GDP, which probably should have an impact on R star. R star should go up. What about inflation? Well, it's a relative price story, so whether inflation is going to be higher, we're going to have bottlenecks. Not clear, but it might have an impact on inflation. Lower consumption, and of course, many distributional impacts. And, he just mentioned this morning his opinion on the double dividend, that we should not be too optimistic on that front. Now, what Jean does, I think, again, is a very good first proxy for the cost of the transition. But at the end of the day, it's a supply shock. And I think what we need to know is the integral below the tax curve, and it's really about the average abatement cost per ton of going to net zero. So, of course, we already have a carbon price of 100 in Europe. And the carbon price actually should go up to the last technology that's going to be part of the transition, most likely, if we need negative emissions, which is the case, the direct air capture. Now, direct air capture, the cost of which is between 300 and 700, depending on what you read and what you believe. It's not a proven technology. So we are very far from the 75 to 100. But that's, the highest cost of technology that's going to be relevant, unless we can do negative emissions with basically, burning whatever trees or trunks or that would be associated with carbon capture, biomass, basically. But anyway, so I guess the right way to go about the impact is really to try to compute the negative supply shock, and that's where you need an idea about the average cost of abatement. And my take on that one, it's worth what it's worth, but we're probably going to talking about an average cost of abatement of about 150 euro per ton. So, how big is that? If I compare that to the GDP, the Belgian GDP, that's 3.5% of GDP today, 2.5% of GDP in 2050, and Belgium is a high emission country. We emit 10 tons per inhabitant compared to, for instance, 6 in France. So the comparable numbers for France would clearly be lower. And again, spread over a period of about 30 years, well, now closer to 25, that's probably a negative supply shock in the order of 0.1% per year. So it's significant, but it's not huge. Now, of course, for countries that have a lower GDP than Belgium, 150 euro per ton is more, but typically growth rates are higher, so we are still around like 2 years of growth spread over, as an impact spread over a period of 25 to 30 years. Yeah, one big question here is, of course, the level of crowding out we are going to have in investment. If you need to do a lot more green investments, are you going to have a negative impact on other investments? But I would add to that, what is going to be the crowding out on technological progress? I mean, if all our engineers work on greening the economy, do we have people left to work on the frontier innovations in other sectors? I think this is going to be one of the critical unknowns in terms of the impacts on GDP growth, maybe more so than the cost of abatement as such. So where is the 150 coming from? It's, of course, it's illustrative, and there is a lot of uncertainty. I mean, a lot of those technologies are not proven at scale. What we know is that there are a number of technologies that are already today cheaper or competitive with brown technologies. Renewable, of course, heat pumps, some energy efficiency investment, insulation of houses, at least to some extent. Then we have a number of technologies that are today more expensive, but that might be going in the right directions. For instance, electric cars, probably today the abatement cost is actually closer to 200 euro per ton because the vehicles are more expensive, but one expects that they will be within 5 to 10 years on par with the combustion engine vehicles. And then you should actually see the abatement cost for electric vehicles going to closer to zero. And then you have the more expensive technologies. Carbon capture is going to be very important in the industry. I put here a number between 200 and 300, but there are more recent indications that at least carbon capture for natural gas use, because the fumes are quite clean, could be closer to 100 per ton, maybe 150, which would be again closer to my average cost of abatement. And then, of course, you have sustainable aviation fuels, which is probably going to be more expensive. Green hydrogen is going to be quite expensive, and actually probably more expensive than blue hydrogen from natural gas with carbon capture. And then you have, the most expensive one, which is direct air capture. Now, what are the main policy issues? I think one of the main policy issues is actually we are running out of time. If we just look at, Public Economics 101, it's quite easy and simple. You should set a Pigouvian price because you have a negative externality. You should, of course, pay attention to redistributive issues. Not that we really know how to do that, but it's important. And then, that's it. I mean, enjoy your holidays, because as a public economist, you've said more or less what you had to say. What is the issue here is that to get to net zero, we probably need a carbon price of 300 and more, which is the cost of direct air capture. That is politically not feasible to move in one job to 300 euro. So you need to increase the carbon price progressively to that level. And of course, then you green your economy. And at the margin, when the price goes up, it only concerns now a smaller and ever smaller volume of emissions. So it should be doable. The problem is that in doing so, you don't work on all fronts at the same time, unless you really assume perfect foresight and perfect markets, which we probably don't have. So with a carbon price of 100, you might do a little bit of carbon capture, but not so much. You don't do sustainable aviation fuels. You don't do the green hydrogen, and probably not even the blue hydrogen investments. And this is why I believe that while a carbon price, probably the wave that will ultimately lift all the boats, that we need more than just a carbon price. And I wouldn't be against complementing the carbon price as we have in Europe with some subsidies, with some regulations, so that we move on all fronts. And it could be R&D, it could be a carbon price of 100 complemented with a subsidy of 50, so that you move faster in some directions. Main issue number 2 is keeping the voting public on board. And I've already mentioned it, we should not take that for granted. We already see with some policies that have been introduced, and typically that are mandating electric cars or moving away from gas boilers, you already see very strong political reactions. And it's really beyond the Gilets jaunes in France. You see it coming in the Netherlands, in Germany with the debate on the gas boilers, in Belgium with the declaration of the Prime Minister recently on the need for a pause in the nature legislation in Europe. So it's coming, and I think it means that we really need to understand better what are the implications of very specific policies being put in place for everybody or for most people. If people have the impression that they are forced to do something for which they don't have a solution, they need to buy an electric car, but there are no charging stations, or to go for green heating in their homes when there are no technicians to come and install the heat pumps, or when it's just not possible because you don't find an agreement with your neighbors, then of course they get angry and you get a backlash. So I'm afraid that the debate on climate is going to become more polarized in Europe than it has been so far, just because it's becoming real. I hope we don't go the US way, but I'm a bit concerned that it's moving in the wrong direction. The third big issue I'm not going to discuss is the international dimension, because I just don't have the time, and I'm also not sure I would have much to add to what others will discuss in the panel on that, I guess, tomorrow. Demand versus supply destruction. I don't think we should even be discussing that, but you see a lot of attention to supply destruction in the media, and actually a lot of pressure on the financial system. The problem with supply destruction is probably doesn't work. To the extent it would be working, it's self-defeating, because it increases the price to producers, and then at the end of the day, you get the investments. But beyond getting the investments, you see weird things like politicians visiting countries they are not really friends to, because they really need more energy right now, because there is a crisis and we have not investing enough. And I think the way the message from the International Energy Agency has been interpreted by militants on the Green Front is doing a lot of damage on that front, and leading to discussions that we should basically not need having. Carbon price versus subsidies. I'm lucky because I love this quote from John, and John didn't put it in his presentation, so I can use it. If the problem is overfishing, subsidizing chicken will not make it or solve it. And I think you've made the case during the previous panel. I think using subsidies for R&D and for complementing a carbon price is probably good policy. but as a standalone policy, is going to lead to cheap brown and green energy and an overuse of energy while we need to go into the other direction. And of course, we need to be aware of rebound effects. For instance, in Germany, there are indications that after a lot of investments in insulation of houses, actually, emissions and gas consumption has not gone down just because people see their bill is very low and they just increase the temperature, open the windows and whatever. Stranded assets, I'm going to pass that quite quickly because there is a panel tomorrow, I guess, on stranded assets, and I think there is a growing consensus that the issue is not that important. And part of it's just that, a compound interest rates over a period of 30 years leads to a quite high number. So the value of something in 2050 doesn't really matter for financial markets. There are a little bit more concerns about what the implication of 2030 objective in Europe might be, for instance, for the value of some houses that are not well insulated and for which the cost of insulation installing heat pumps could be close to the value of the house. And that's where also the fact that we seem to mandate very high level of insulation, taxonomy talks about label A, might not be efficient. And I think we need to pay attention to what is really the efficient level of insulation that we have, because in most estimates of the level of investments that are required, a lot of it is insulation and maybe a bit too much of it. Okay, why do we need the taxonomy? John was quite clear, we don't need it. I'm not sure. I mean, it might be useful in terms of providing customers that want to invest with transparent information about what they invest in. But we should be aware of dark green solutions. I had the discussion with people at the National Bank. We were discussing the taxonomy, and I was asking questions like, why is it not green to have a house without a label A in insulation, but a heat pump and electricity not coming from solar panels, but from, windmills? And then one of our specialists of the taxonomy, and we have 4, and only one person working on the macroeconomics impact of the transition, because that's it. And he told me, Mr. Governor, if you think that the taxonomy is about going to 2050 in an efficient way, you are mistaken. It's about being dark green. So what is the risk of that? I don't know, because I don't know what we are going to do with the taxonomy. But if I talk to bankers, I hear them saying, are we still going to serve the lower segment of mortgages for people that have houses that are not well insulated? It's not very profitable, and we are going to get criticism and pressure from the militants because we have mortgages to houses that are not well isolated. So the taxonomy is not helping in terms of getting to efficient solutions. And then you have the behavior versus technology, which one is the most important in the transition. And to some extent, it's a discussion about a moral argument. We are killing the planet, so we are bad people, so we need to do something about it. And efficiency. My take on it, and I see your report is not that different, it's probably going to be 80% technology and 20% behavior. If you talk to people and read the media, and if you talk to your kids, I talk to mine, it's 80% behavior, and they don't know about technology. Actually, they are convinced that we are not doing enough, and they have no clue what the ETS is. If you tell them we have an ETS in Europe and the carbon price is 100, they don't have a clue. But they really believe very strongly that discussing whether you have plastic, silverware, or cups at your cafeteria is very important. Does it matter? Yeah, I don't know. Again, it might lead us to solutions that are not efficient, or at least a lack of focus on the solutions that are efficient. Beyond that, I think you have the problems that the ones that care the most about climate are also probably the ones that are against some of the solutions or the instruments that might be or probably will be required. Carbon capture, blue hydrogen, and nukes. And so sometimes it's the most militant that are today, putting the most constraints in reaching net zero. Okay, I'm maybe moving to the last one, which is last part of my presentation. So is it macro critical? Yes, but it's okay. The comparative statics looks good. I've gone through very quickly on a number of policy issues. But then what is the impact for monetary policy, and what is actually the role of monetary policy? And we're back to R star and inflation. If we need to invest more, R star is going to go up. And of course, this is going to have an impact on monetary policy. Whether inflation is going to go up, I don't know. We are going to have bottlenecks, but we had them before. So net, I'm not sure. What is interesting, though, is that if you take a model, you put a carbon price in the model, and the model has been calibrated on the oil shocks, you've got lower investment. So whether you have a top-down or bottom-up approach leads to very, very different results. And we are updating our forecast up to 25 now at the EU level. I cannot give details on projection, but for Belgium, we are seeing less investment because of higher interest rates. We're not seeing more investment. So we should have a boom today in investments because of the transition, what is required, and what we see in the projection is just the opposite. One other issue is in terms of inflation measurement. It's also in Jean's report. When electric cars enter the basket, they are being considered as a different good, so they don't impact the inflation number. When you are then mandated to go from combustion engine to electric cars, but the cost of electric cars go down, actually the impact on inflation is negative, not positive. But the perception of people is of course that they have to buy an electric car, which is more expensive, so their purchasing power is going down. It might look like a, just an interesting feature and not more than that, but it can have a negative impact on the perception of the quality of the inflation measure. So what is then the role of monetary policy? The Atlantic divide on this front is quite big. Jay Powell said it very clearly, we are not going to become a climate policy maker. If you talk with people at the ECB, it's a bit less clear. So let me go through it quickly because it's essentially a symbolic discussion. It's not going to make a big difference, but sometimes symbolic discussions are important, especially when you have a mandate and you're independent. The no-brainer part of it is we need to better understand the impact of climate change on the macroeconomy. I think this is very clear. Where we have more discussion is whether it's just macro models or whether we also need to have a better understanding of technology, sector per sector, what are the implications. I'm with Jean and I'm with you in saying, we are going to discuss that for 30 years, so we might as well have some understanding of the technologies behind it. So what is clear also conceptually, but maybe overblown, is we need to look at the risk for where supervisors and sometimes regulators, the risk of defaults for firms and households. Why maybe overblown? Because basically, we are torturing the banks, telling us that they need to better understand the green risks. And what they tell us is, most of our portfolios, except for mortgages, have a duration of 3 years. And honestly, we don't see anything. And then we torture them a little bit more. And then they come back and say, well, we still don't see much. So the question here is whether the usual metrics, the rating agencies and so on, whether we should assume they just don't get it, they will never get it, or whether it's just a risk like any other. And then, of course, you have the last one, which is the most controversial, whether monetary policy central bankers should work on relative prices, tilting portfolios, buying green, doing green QE or the likes. And then, of course, I have to go back at the treaty. And the treaty tells us that we have a primary objective, which is price stability, but that we should also, without prejudice to that objective, support the general economic policies of the EU. And in Article 3, you have a long list of those economic policies of the EU, among which a high level of protection and improvement of the quality of the environment, but also many, many other things. So what is the risk there? The risk is what I would call an animals farm reading of the treaty, that we would focus on one of those elements without focusing on the other ones. And also the without prejudice is actually a quite easy condition to meet, I can easily spend 10 billion on anything, on giving support to the Peterson Institute, on giving support to Ukraine, culture, whatever, spending 10 billion. It will not prevent me from reaching the 2% objective. So this condition of without prejudice being interpreted as, I can spend 10 billion on anything is not setting the bar very high. And this leads to a broader issue of mission creep and potential mission creep of central banks. There, I think it's interesting to look at the discussions you're having in the US, but also in Israel, on constitutional courts and whether they have gone too far in interpreting the Constitution. We are not there yet in terms of monetary policy, but there is a risk that by here and there making a number of choices, we will be perceived as going outside the remit of our mandate. And I really do believe that being independent is an exorbitant privilege and that it should be handled with care. So my take on tilting portfolios, doing green QE, and basically working on relative prices. If central banks would have an instrument that policymakers do not have, and that's really part of the first best or second best solution, then I think we should try to support. But if you read most textbooks on monetary policy, they will tell you that allocative efficiency is typically not part of the remit of monetary policy. And maybe to go a little bit more into the issue, why would we ask firms why would we look at whether firms are Paris aligned, which we are doing, when all firms in Europe will have to be Paris aligned? And there is an implicit assumption of linearity there, that all firms should be Paris aligned in the same way, in a sort of linear way. But that's just opposite the objective of a carbon price, which is precisely to do it efficiently and not linearly. So I think just in terms of the implicit assumption behind asking whether firms are Paris aligned or not, there is a big conceptual mistake that goes against efficiency and the carbon price. So I'm afraid, and I believe that discriminating between firms that fall under the remit of the ETS is flirting with autonomous policy making, which is forbidden by the treaty. I would be more open to discussions on whether, should do QE for firms that invest in coal power plants outside of Europe. And there we don't have good instruments. I mean, we have CBAM, but it's not a good instrument. So I would be, I think it's easier to defend that we would be supporting EU policies instead of doing maybe or risking doing autonomous policy making. And I'm moving then to communication because it's really about dealing with symbols. And there is a tension between, Tim Bergen's rule, which is one political, one issue, one instrument, and this idea that when it's about climate, it's about saving the planet, so everybody should be part of the solution. And I think that's basically the core of the discussion we are having, not so much what we can do, because at the end of the day, it's going to be relatively marginal. Now, there is a communication issue here, because when I say I'm working for a central bank, people say, oh, you work for a bank. No, I work for a central bank. Yeah, but that's a bank. No, because we don't finance the economy, actually. We stabilize inflation. But now if you are starting to say that you are helping transition by tilting portfolios or buying green assets, it will make it ever more difficult to, explain that you are not a bank, but a central bank. We also need to decide whether we go the great opportunity way, which the Commission has mostly been doing over the last few years. I mean, they have a forecast with the positive impact of the green transition on the economy, or whether we go a bit more the ECB way, which is risks are huge and banks don't get it, which is a bit what we've been saying recently, that banks don't see risk that we see. And there is a mismatch between those two communications from, I think, the Commission and the ECB. we need to be better aligned. So my conclusions, and again, I've got great material in the backup slides, but the comparative statics looks good. So the road to 2050 is going to be bumpy and politically difficult. But thanks to huge progress in terms of renewables, but not only renewables, we should be able to get there at a reasonable price. So in a way, getting there is a no-brainer. But because the political road is going to be bumpy, this puts a lot of premium on being pragmatic and flexible. But there is a tension between being pragmatic and flexible and giving the right signals, because economic agents want predictable and stable price signals. And there you have a tension between giving those strong signals and being able to react to political constraints. Also, I believe that unless you think that radical change is possible in terms of behavior, that we are going to need carbon capture, blue hydrogen, and probably nukes. And that probably means that we are still far away from stopping investing in fossil fuels, because carbon capture means that you still use probably natural gas and maybe even some coal in China. So we should at some point go through the discussion and arrive at whatever conclusion, but we cannot say that we want to get to 2050, that we need a discussion on carbon capture, and that we should stop financing fossil fuel today. And I will stop with that. I was more or less on time.
Thank you, Pierre, for a great speech. You can perhaps sit here. Why don't you sit here?
Yeah.
Or if you want to use slides. Anyway, it was a great speech because it perfectly illustrated what I said at the start. That you know what you're talking about, both in terms of monetary policy and central bank and macro, but also in terms of the technical stuff. So my first question, I sort of focus my question on the interaction between the two and your current responsibilities. My first question would be, so what you described is that a sort of long term in which the situation is much better, there's much more stability. We're going to rely on energy sources that are going to be relatively cheap. Prices will be stable. There's no reason why they should be unstable. So that's the long term. But the road to the long term is likely to be very bumpy because lack of investment in renewables, lack of investment in fossil fuels, sort of instability, and the risk also that critical raw materials will be scarce, and so that may mean that the next decade may spell the end of the sort of great moderation, and that we might be in a world of great volatility. And then my question would be: is it what your is it your fear? I mean, is it a perspective that you regard as likely? And if so, what should be the response of the central bank? I mean, because that's typically relative price shocks coming from the supply side. The doctrine is that you should be looking through them, but the question is, to what degree will you be able to do so?
Well, I might anticipate to something Beatrice was going to say tomorrow, but the implicit carbon price related to the increase in the gas and oil price in Europe in 2022 was about 700, I think, for gas and 1,000 for electricity, whatever. I mean, it was a huge number. So I'm not so sure that the bottlenecks that are going to come with the transition, if we are flexible enough, and we have means to be flexible, like we can play a little bit with the number of ETS permits that would issue our bank or not bank and so on. I think if we are flexible enough, it might be the case that the volatility we've seen, especially in 22, on fossil fuels, which also was a natural experiment in terms of stressing the price of carbon. We had it in 22. That was a big stress test. That what we are going for in the future is probably going to be another kind of mobility, volatility, a bit less on the fossil fuel front and a bit more on rare earths, on whatever, some other commodities. Whether it's going to be more difficult to manage than what we've just been going through, I don't think so. And again, in theory, its relative prices should not have an impact on inflation. Reality might be a bit different, but so I do not expect that it would be much more difficult to deal with than what we've just seen in 22.
That's a relatively low bar.
Yeah.
Because we've gone through, and we're still struggling with this inflationary push. So the question is, looking ahead. I mean, certainly part of it will finally go away, but how much will remain, and what are the implications?
Well, I think if you go to 2030, the big issue is housing. And whether it's even feasible, and that's in your report, but to scale up the level of insulation to 1 or 2% of GDP in addition to what we have today. Is it required? Is it feasible? If you force that, and if you force investments to go up very quickly, if you mandate a number of policies for which you don't have the people, then you are going to have huge spikes, because you are going to create bottlenecks with your policies. I guess my take is bottlenecks that are self-inflicted don't survive the test of reality. So if it's not coming from Russia, but it's coming from your own policies, the political backlash is going to be such that you are going to have to find a way to backtrack and give more time. So I don't really believe in a big shock that would be endogenous to the political system, because I think just the political reality will make it such that you will have to find some leeways.
In terms of and that will be my last question, in terms of the role of central banks, I mean, I see in what you said some sympathy for the US stance, that fundamentally climate change is an issue for elected officials. It's not an issue for central banks. Now, if I listen to what has been said by your colleagues from the ECB all the time, I mean, I see some danger in the combination of being very strict on the interpretation of the treaty, never saying that climate change justifies changing the mandate, or departing from the mandate, but at the same time making all the noises that may lead public opinion to believe that central banks just have the magic to make it happen.
I think it's most of it is a symbolic discussion, because what we're doing in terms of tilting and so on is very modest. So you have a communication issue, which I think is a difficult one. Do you want to play it, we are a central bank, we don't lead with that, which might give the impression that you don't care? Or do you want to convey the fact that you care, running the risk that you are going to increase expectations, that you are not going to be able to manage expectations? Because let's face it, in the US and in Europe, you have people that just want us to finance the transition. And that we cannot do. And we all agree on that. So it's a fine line in terms of communication. I think it's important that at least we have the discussion on the mandate, on what are the limits. And I'm playing a little bit the devil's advocate in this discussion in Europe. But at the end of the day, I don't think what we do is endangering our main objective, and that's what's important. But the communication challenge, I think, is important, just because some people expect so much from us.
Okay, let me open the floor. I see Suman, and I see, who is it there? Robert. Yeah, and Jim.
That was a most refreshing discussion. So I was particularly struck by the point that supply destruction is not a solution, and also some of your comments on CBAM. So, I mean, you indicated sort of some kind of peaking, but I'd still like either your view or that of Jean on, as it were, how much existing in a magical or sort of how much of the symbolism is directly related to the presence of Greens in various important governments, and therefore whether the kind of realism that you're talking about is likely to enter the public debate. So that was really one issue, that you have a realistic view of the future role of fossils, which is very different from, as it were, the public stance of a lot of NGOs and this, that, and the other. And so what is likely to change that? But my second question really goes back to my reading of what Jean had to say, I think even in his first France Strategy paper, about the role of, I think you called it frugality or sobriety on, you know,
Sufficiency. Sufficiency.
Yeah, on the consumption side. Okay, and this I'm partly saying because it is a very important part of India's kind of G20 plank, which is to say changing, as it were, attitudes towards consumption, which in a sense Europe has seen in response to the gas issue, which Japan saw in response to Fukushima. So are there instruments and handles which are not price, I mean, what is the role of politicians in causing that kind of change rather than price instruments?
Thank you. Let's go to Robert and then back to you.
So I found myself thinking that maybe our conference is only looking at half of the causal link. We've been asking the question, how does climate policy affect macroeconomics? But suppose we were to reverse that and ask, how does macroeconomics affect climate policy? And I would suggest that climate policy is going to be incredibly easier to implement when there is stable macro economy. That if the economy is at full employment, people's willingness to adjust is going to be dramatically different. If we have an unstable macroeconomy, both the politics and the economics of climate change is going to be vastly more difficult. And so if you start from that perspective, you get a slightly different take on what central banks should be doing. Because actually, maybe if they just stuck to their knitting and achieved macro stability, they would do far more for climate change than if they tried to get beyond their ambit, the traditional ambit, and introduce all of these other issues in their central bank communication and in their central bank policies. So I just thought I'd provoke you.
That's just music to your ears.
Okay. Behavior, green finance, supply versus demand destruction. The ones that are most motivated in terms of the climate agenda are also the ones that believe that behavior is a big part of it. They want to change the way you live. And they're quite transparent about that. I mean, it's not so much that they don't like combustion engine cars. They don't like cars in some cases. So, and I think that's where you've got a problem, is that, you know, we need to go to net zero, but the strongest, the one that fight the more about that issue are also the one that want people to change their behaviors, probably in ways that people would not accept. So there you have a tension, and I think we're not going to resolve that tension if you if the lead on climate policies is not being taken by probably political parties or majorities that will decide to focus on efficiency. And in Europe, you see that we cannot really decide because we have this carbon price, which is about efficiency, but then we have the taxonomy, we have greening the financial system, so we can't really decide whether it's mostly about efficiency or whether we also need to have a stronger impact on the way people behave. But I think the backlashes that you see now on the agriculture front in the Netherlands, on the gas boiler dimension in Germany, are probably going to change the political landscape. But then the risk is, of course, that you go from one extreme to the other and that we lose 10 years. And there is a real risk that we lose 10 years. So I hope that we can keep the Fit for 55 package, at least the ETS part of it, the broadening of the ETS, and some regulations that I think make sense. But if we go too fast, too far, then we are going to lose 10 years on the political front. And I think all the pressures that the banks are facing in terms of green investments and the debate on greenwashing and so on, you are not going to have a green financial system on top of a brown economy. They have to move in parallel. And that's not the nature of the debate. I mean, people have the impression that we are going to clean the financial system and make it green, and that on the ground, in reality, things don't have to change. That is not going to work.
Hello.
Yes, there is the question on the macroeconomy. Yes, of course. I mean, a stable macroeconomy is going to help and should help. And I would add to that that we need to recreate some fiscal room. And it's really about priorities. If it's really the priority that we get to net zero, we should find 0.5 to 1% of GDP in terms of public finances. This is doable. If we cannot do that, then it's not a priority.
I'm terribly sorry to interrupt the flow of discussion. There's good people wanting to make comments and ask questions, but we are behind, and lunch is our one opportunity to catch up for our thousands of viewers online. So, John, you don't get to ask another question. I can tell from your face.
I just wanted to give the floor to Jim.
That's another question.
That's another question.
Jim Stock is a god, but we're out of time. So with that, deep thanks to Governor Wunsch. You showed why we invited you. Thank you so much for your keynote. Thanks to John. We will work in Professor Stock and other distinguished people who wanted to have questions into the next session. And now I must invite everyone to lunch. Sorry. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. We're going to get started on the next panel, which is about whether climate action is good or bad for productivity and growth. So if people could settle down. All right, so we have two speakers in this session. Philippe Agnon from Collège de France, INSEAD, and LSE will be speaking on green innovation and the energy transition, and he's going to be followed by Stephen Fries, our very own Peterson Fellow, who will be talking about macroeconomic implications of decarbonization. And then our discussants today are going to be Jason Furman, who's at Harvard Kennedy School, and Neil Mayortra, who's at the Minneapolis Fed. And so I will just leave it at that. I'm going to be doing timings, so for speakers, you can watch out for that. I'm going to give you 5 and 1 minute warnings. Philippe, are you in the room? It's your turn. He was here a second ago. Okay. We could switch the order, but his slides are up, so. You're up. Sorry. Yeah, you started when you were on camera. Yeah. But your slides are loaded.
Oh, it's okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thanks very much. So it was very intimidating to be in front of such a distinguished audience. So this is based on joint work with Daron Acemoglu, Lynn Barrage, David Emus, and we got help also from Eli Gershel. Okay, and now, so, you know, in France, I don't know how in other countries, but in France, whenever you want to talk about green innovation, you face la décroissance, the people who believe in degrowth, that the solution to the climate problem is to just, you know, stop growing and go back to pre-1820. Because, as you know, temperature started to increase when growth took off. And that's true, historically. So you become very easily Malthusian, and anything that has to do with growth should be totally prohibited, okay? And of course, those are Malthusian because, of course, in their world, there is no innovation. And they believe in a finite world where resources are finite, where, you know, there are no new sources of energy. And when you say, well, no, the world is not finite. You can innovate to find new sources of energy, to find new ways to save energy when you produce, to innovate in our way of producing and transporting. And that's, when you introduce innovation, you stop being Malthusian, okay? Now, in fact, it's true that if you look at the climate models, starting with Nordhaus, the main climate models assume exogenous technology. And there, the debate revolves mainly around the discount rate, you know, and should we act now if we believe that we have a lower discount rate, or we should act more progressively if, like Nordhaus, we believe that the discount rate is higher than what Nick Stern believes. And of course, in a world where you have only one type of externality, which is the environmental externality, you don't need more than one instrument to achieve the first best. The carbon tax would do the job. But we know that, you know, the growth process is driven a lot by innovations. We are in a world with firms, and firms decide not only whether to produce clean or dirty, but they're also there to decide whether to innovate clean or dirty. So now I'll talk about climate in a world where you have firms that make both production and innovation decisions, and they can decide on whether to innovate clean or innovate dirty. Now, when you get into that world, and that's already the work that we do with Daron, Leo Burstein, and David, the AER 2012, you get various things that prop up right away. First, you have the phenomenon of path dependence in green and dirty innovation. What does that mean? It means that if I'm a firm that in the past I innovated mainly in dirty technologies, I continue innovating in dirty technologies because I tend to continue doing what I'm already good at doing. And you know, in subsequent work, so that's we spoke about that in the AER paper with Darren, Leo, and David. But we provided evidence of the path dependence in joint work with Antoine de Chez-Lepré, David Emus, Ralph Martin, and John Van Reenen in the journal Political Economy 2016. And we had this kind of table. Here you look at the clean patents in automotive industry versus dirty patenting in automotive industry. And the important thing is that if in the past the firm or the individual innovated a lot in clean, then you have a high propensity to innovate clean. And if you do clean minus dirty, which would be the propensity to innovate clean rather than dirty, it depends positively on the stock of clean innovation that you had, and it depends negatively on the stock of dirty. If you have done a lot of dirty innovation in the past, it will make you tend to innovate more dirty than you would innovate clean. So if you put this column minus this column, you see that the stock of past clean innovation have a positive effect on the propensity to innovate clean, and the stock of dirty innovation increase your propensity to innovate dirty. So if we leave the world as it is, firms that took bad habits, who used to innovate mainly in dirty technologies, they will continue innovating in dirty technologies. The technological gap between dirty and clean will widen up. And as a result, you may get into environmental disaster. Alors, of course, one thing to get out of it is to have the carbon price. And of course, the carbon tax helps you. And we heard a lot about the carbon price. Of course, I am in favor of any policy should have at the heart of it the carbon tax. So if you increase the price that firms, the fuel price that firms are facing, a higher price that firms are facing will obviously direct their innovation away from dirty into clean. So dirty in automotive industry is combustion engines innovation. Clean is more having to do with electric car innovation or hydrogen innovation. Okay, so that's the bad news is that the path dependence, if you used to innovate dirty, you continue to innovate dirty. The good news is that, for example, the carbon tax can help redirect innovation, firms' innovation from dirty into clean. And that's the good news, okay? Usually people have they say, you know, there is the big suspense with me is whether or not I will fall from stage. But here what's good is that I'm already at floor level. So the risk is down there. So thanks so much to Jean and Adam to limit that. We have the climate risk, but not the risk that I will fall. Okay. So, another implication of the innovation. So the government can avoid disaster by redirecting innovation towards green. There is one implication is the act now. You had this debate between Nordhaus and Nick Stern because they didn't have in mind the same discount rate. Nordhaus would assume a higher discount rate of 1.5% than the 1% that Nick Stern would assume. And so in a world of Nordhaus, he would say, well, let's go progressively because otherwise too much burden will be borne by current generations. Whereas Nick Stern would say, no, we have to think about the future generations more. And therefore, we should, you don't need a microphone with me. I mean, you need a microphone because it's recorded. Oh my God. Ah, yes, that's right. That's an externality. Yeah, but maybe negative. So, and so there was that debate. But you see, what made Nick Stern very happy with our research is that even when you are in a world with endogenous directed innovation, the problem is that if you don't intervene right away, firms that innovated dirty will continue to innovate dirty. The gap between dirty and clean will widen up, and it will increase the cost of subsequently intervening to redirect innovation towards clean. And so even with a Nordhaus discount rate, in a world with endogenous directed innovation, you want to act right away, even though you have the Nordhaus discount rate, you see? Because the gap between clean and dirty would widen up if you don't intervene now. Therefore, the cost of intervention, which is reduced growth. Why is it reduced growth? Because, of course, when you force firms that innovated dirty in the past to stop innovating dirty and start innovating clean, you force them to move away from something they knew very well how to do to something they don't know so well how to do. So, of course, there is always a cost of intervention. Jean said that this morning. Of course, we know that there is always reduced productivity during a certain transition time when you implement the policy. When you force firms that innovated clean, dirty to innovate clean, you have reduced. So for example, you look here, you can see the trajectory here is when you delay policy. Here you have the optimal policy. And when you delay policy, output is higher, grows faster. But then eventually, of course, because of the damages, in the long run, it's worse. So delaying action is good in the short run because you don't force firms to move away from things they know how well to do, which is dirty innovation. But in the longer term, it's bad to delay. You see what I mean? And that's the trade-off. And we talk in this conference mainly about the short and medium-term cost to achieve something which in the long run will be better. Okay? But for example, Michael Porter is wrong when he believes that you never have a growth loss when you have environmental policy. No, you have a growth loss, and the growth loss is there. If I act now, you see I am below, the green line is below the red line. Okay, so another implication of having endogenous directed innovation is that you need several instruments, not only the carbon tax. Why? Because you have several externalities. You have the environmental externality that you already have in the neoclassical growth model that John spoke about this morning, and we still this glass of water. But on top of that, you have a knowledge externality, which is the path dependence. I already told you that when I innovated a lot dirty in the past, I continue to innovate dirty because I build on my previous knowledge. So because you have these two externalities, the environmental and the knowledge, we know that you need at least two instruments to implement the social optimum, okay? You need the two legs. I need the Blanchard-Tirole report, and Jean and I, we were part of the Blanchard-Tirole, and Adam, you were involved. We remember the big discussions we had with Christian Gaulier and Marc Regant, because they were very much pro-carbon tax only, and we told them, with Nick and Peter Diamond, no, you need more than one instrument. You need the carbon tax and something else, call it subsidy, call it industrial policy, and so. And the basic reason is because you are in a world where you have more than one externality, okay? So that's just to lay out the ground. And now I will focus on this research, which I'm also doing with Semoglu, Barrage, and Emus. And we hope to finish up the paper within a month. We've been 5 years working on this paper. And what we do there is we introduce an intermediate source of energy. Think of shale gas. And the question is, should we subsidize production and research in that intermediate source, okay? And so first thing you can do is to analyze the effects of an exogenous improvement in the extraction technology for gas, we call that the shale gas boom, on aggregate pollution in the short and long run, okay? So, so here you have, think of discrete time economy, and the final good is produced with a production input, which is the YP, there is no pointer. Yeah, there is a pointer. Wow, beautiful. And you produce it with an energy aggregate. And this here is the damage from carbon concentration. Okay, so you have a damage term which we borrow from the work of John and his co-authors. Okay, and the damage and the carbon concentration, the carbon stock, evolves dynamically as a function of pollution in past periods. And that's exactly taken from Golosov et al. Okay? And so you have this production technology, okay? And so now I zoom on the energy part of it, which is here. And the energy part is that you have an energy, you can produce energy, you can produce electricity with coal, or with natural gas, which is that coal is here, the natural gas is here, or with green energy, which is here. And you produce each type of energy using an energy input, think of a plant, and extraction, okay, which is here. And the extraction, of course, whether you extract coal or natural gas or green, the amount that you extract and use lead to pollution. And of course, we assume that you have higher pollution on the extracted coal than you have on the extracted gas, and which and no pollution on the extracted green, okay? And that's how you get the PIIEs, okay? So you produce the electricity using extracted resource that you process in a plant, okay? Which is the Q part, okay? So now the Q part, there you have inputs in the plant, and you can and the inputs you use labor to be produced, and we assume that there is innovation, quality improving innovation that makes it easier to produce those inputs. And so the source of growth in this model is innovations that improve the inputs or make cheaper inputs to operate the plants. Okay, so that's what the innovations are. Innovations, they turn A into gamma A, where gamma is greater than 1, okay? And that's the source of, and so what we want to look at the end is to say, suddenly there is a shock that makes it easier to extract shale gas. What will be the effect of that shock on the innovations of the machines in the power plant with coal, on the machines in the power plant with shale gas, and on the machine with the power plant with green, okay? And that's what we are after, okay? So we call B the extraction productivity. We take it to be exogenous. BC is the productivity for extracting coal. BS is the productivity in extracting gas. And we assume that for green, in fact, you don't have to extract. You have we abstract from it. We also say there is a BG, and the shale gas boom is an exogenous increase here in BS. Okay, and what we try to look is that when you increase BS, what will be the effect on endogenous innovation in each type of power plants? Okay, that's the. So given that you have, of course, one thing that you have a Leontief technology, given that you have a Leontief technology, the effective productivity of energy of type I will be the harmonic mean of the power plant technology productivity and the extraction productivity. Yes, 5 minutes. I need a bit more. I'm sorry. Yeah. This was just the introduction. I was just, yeah, I will need a bit more than 5, okay? So now in this model, you have short-run and long-term effect of a shale gas boom. In the short run, the shale gas booms, in the short run means I abstract from innovation. I just look at the immediate effect of the shale gas boom. You have two effects. One effect is that you substitute gas for coal. Because gas is less polluting, pollution will go down. That's a substitution effect. But on the other hand, you make energy at large cheaper because you have a bigger supply of energy. That will create more demand for energy, more consumption. That induces a scale effect. The scale effect is bad for pollution. So the short-run result of the boom is the result of these two counteracting effects, substitution and scale effect. It turns out that if gas is sufficiently cleaner than coal, substitution effect dominates. And in fact, we calibrate our model, and we show that indeed what happens when you have the shale gas boom, the emission intensity, how much emission per unit of electricity, that goes down a lot. Of course, energy consumption goes up indeed because the price of energy goes down. But you see the intensity effect, the substitution effect, more than counteracts the scale effect. And overall, the good news is that indeed the short-run effect of the shale gas boom was to reduce pollution. And it's exactly what you see. You can see that the CO2 emission that increased up to the before the 2010, it went down thanks to the shale gas boom. You see what I mean? Even though you had the scale effect, the substitution effect was so big that it really made the emission go down after 2010. Okay, so that's what so really the data match the prediction of the model. So now what are the long-run effects? The long-run effects is that we looked at innovation. So we have endogenous innovation. You have scientists. They can decide whether they want to innovate on machines that produce, that are used in fossil fuel plants, which is coal or shale gas plants, or if they want to work on machines, to improve machines in the green technology, okay? And so each scientist has a probability of success on technology I, which is this. The minus psi there reflects the fact that you have congestion, where you have too many researchers already there. The marginal productivity of each scientist working in that sector goes down, okay? And when you innovate, you generate a patent, and you get a monopoly right, and you get profit for this patent, and it's the prospect of this profit that make you decide or not to innovate, okay? And so what happens then is that you compare. If I am a scientist, I decide to innovate green. That's the profits, that's my probability of innovating. And if I innovate, I get the jackpot, and the jackpot is this. And that's the profit you get from innovating, and that's the energy clean. But if I innovate in fossil fuel, I get this expected profit, okay? The C over A are the share of revenue of energy of type I that accrues to the power plant because the remaining accrues to extraction. So so in equilibrium, you should be indifferent between innovating in green or innovating in fossil fuel. So in equilibrium, you should have these two terms equal, and that defines the ratio in equilibrium of the number of scientists going to green innovation versus fossil fuel innovation. And one thing you can see right away with this expression is a better green technology tends to make you go more greener. That's the path dependence that you have here. Better gas technology makes you want to innovate more fossil innovation. That's path dependence going the other way. But what's very interesting is the effect of B. When you have the shale gas boom, it encourages innovation in shale gas. You see, and that's this term there, because there are Leontief. You see, if you innovate in shale, if there is a shale gas boom, it makes it more profitable to innovate shale gas. Okay, and the problem with the shale gas boom is that it has this undesirable effect, is that it diverts, it makes that people who would have innovated green suddenly they find it profitable to innovate shale gas. So it diverts research resources away from shale gas. Away from green to shale gas. And that's the downside. So we saw in the short run, the substitution effect more than counteracted the scale effect, was okay. But the long run is that you divert research resources away from green into shale gas. And in fact, with the calibration of our model, you derail the transition. Even if in the long run, you are going towards green, you are moving towards shale gas, towards fuel, because you divert research resources, okay? It may move the economy from a path with declining CO2 emission with a path with increasing CO2 emission. And in fact, if you look at patents, renewable, the ratio of renewable to total patents or green to total patents since 2010, it has gone down. It went up 2010 and then went down, okay? So, I'm sorry, I need a few more. We can look at the welfare effects of the shale gas boom. So we have this welfare function, okay? Rho U is the discount rate of the social planner. We take it to be 1.5%, okay? ST is the damage, exactly calculated like in the carbon cycle of John and co-authors, okay? And V of S represent the welfare cost of, from climate damage abroad, okay? And exactly modeled as they do. Okay, so we have this welfare function. We calibrate the model, so I don't want to say blah, 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 calibration, okay? And what do we find? The effect of the shale gas boom. So here, what we find is the following. If you look at the first thing you find is that if the boom is unmanaged, you see you compare without the boom and the boom. You know, the share of scientists will go down if you have no policy because they will go away from green into shale gas. You can see the drop of scientists into green when you have the shale gas boom here. That's a boom where you do nothing else than the boom. Okay, so that's the left. The middle is that you have a small decline in emission initially. You see, that's the dark blue. But then you will have an increase in emission bigger than without. Why? Because, in fact, the reallocation of researchers away from green into shale gas will make emission very quickly grow faster. So you have a small short-term effect, which is okay, but it's more than counteracted in the long run. And at the right-hand side, what happens is that you look at net output net of damages. Okay, what happens is that you have a small positive effect initially, you can see here, but then right away you have a negative effect on damage on the net output of the shale gas boom. Okay, unmanaged. Now, what you do is that you can look at the welfare impact of the shale gas boom, and you see that it's there, but small when you have a discount rate of 1.5. But of course, the smaller the discount rate, the closer you get to an extern discount rate or even lower, the bigger the welfare impact of the shale gas boom, okay? So now what you want to do is that I want to introduce the optimal policy. We consider a social planner who maximizes welfare in the US, but takes emission from the rest of the world as given. Remember, we have two externalities, so a priori, we can entertain two instruments, the carbon tax to correct the environmental externality and the clean research subsidy to take into account the private value of innovation is too short-sighted, okay? And so here, what do you get? You compare in the left the laissez-faire and optimal policy, and you can see right away that under the optimal policy, when you have you see the boom, you see the optimum policy with the boom compared to laissez-faire, you want to increase a lot the scientists. You see what I mean? To counter the fact that with the shale gas boom, you would divert research resources away from green into fuel. You want to compensate that by putting a gift subsidy to green innovation, and that's what you have there. You really push more than ever green innovation, okay? So that's the left-hand side. The second one is that you look at the optimal policy with and without the boom. The boom requires higher green research subsidy, you see, that's than you would have without the boom. And the carbon tax remains essentially the same. So you see, you have a big role there for tax, of course, but also green subsidies to prevent this, to limit the extent of the diversion of researchers away from green into the shale. Okay, now we can do a last exercise, and then I'm done. We take down the shale gas boom as given, and we look at the effect of delaying or not the optimal policy, and of using one versus two instruments. And you can see again that if you delay the optimal policy, the optimal is there, and the delayed is there. Of course, you are doing better in the short run, but worse in the long run. You see, that's exactly what we had before. So what I said about the acting now was this. And you can compare, you can look at the welfare effects, and they are quite substantial. The effect of delaying is a big effect of delaying. We looked also at the effect of using only carbon tax. In this calibration, we didn't find big an effect of subsidy only. But there, remember, we take the subsidy as given, we take the shale gas boom as given, whereas when you have the shale gas boom, to accommodate it, you need. Now I'm conclusion. Innovation-based climate models suggest that action may be taken urgently, even with a Nordhaus discount rate, and that multiple instruments should be used. Our calibration confirmed the delay cost, but so far we find no big loss from using carbon tax only when we take the shale gas boom as given. But when we introduce the shale gas boom, we restore the role for a green subsidy. And the last one, that's the last one. I can give you I give it there. We are now currently there is a big debate about green industrial policy, okay, beyond subsidy. And there's been very much fashion, the model à la Pisani-Ferry model with production networks, where you have input, gives input, gives input. And what we've done, and there's been no attempt so far, to look at green policy in a model where you have several layers of input. So that's what we are doing in current research with David Emus and Ernest Liu is at Princeton. We consider the green energy transition along the value chain. So you have a value chain with several layers up to the downstream, okay? And we looked at what would happen with the Pigovian taxation. So you have complementarity across sectors, and of course this complementarity can lead to multiple equilibria where either you have all technology clean adopted, everybody electrifies, or you might have an equilibrium where nobody electrifies because the other one have not electrified. In a world like this, you could do a carbon tax to make sure everybody electrified, but it would be a huge carbon tax, which would be deadly. Nordhaus would go on riot completely. You see what I mean? It would be a huge carbon tax to make sure that all the sectors electrify. So the optimal policy is to have a combination of a carbon tax and targeted subsidies, because of course from one layer to the other, you may not need the same amount of subsidy to induce electrification. And you can see very easily that when you enrich the model by introducing production network, you really get the two legs, more beyond the green subsidies. You get the carbon tax and then smart industrial policy. And I think when we have the debate this morning, Europe is good at carbon tax and we are good at regulating. We are what I call a regulatory giant and a budgetary dwarf in Europe. In the US, you do more. You do the policy and not the regulation. And I think you really need the two. And I think it's important to move away from just the neoclassical growth model, which I love, Bob Solow, you know, I owe everything to him. But I think you need to enrich the model, introduce firm heterogeneity, firm dynamics, endogenous innovation, production networks. And I think we need, I agree with John, you need models, John, but you need models that are rich enough to embody those things. And there I think you will see the two legs coming very robustly. And now the whole thing is to say, how do we design a smart green industrial policy, which is competition compatible, which is pro-competition? And I think now we have to go more into how to smartly design green industrial policy and combine it with a smart carbon tax policy. And I think we need both. I'm sorry I've been long. Thank you so much. Thank you. It's clean energy.
I hope you'll be more compliant. Yeah.
Sorry.
No worries. Again, thanks very much for the opportunity today to speak on the topic of the macroeconomic implications of decarbonization. Now, I'm going to try to do something much simpler than what Philippe just did. And so my paper develops a very simple macroeconomic model and tries not to set out a normative ideal policy for getting us to net zero, but rather to use a simple macroeconomic framework to look back and to try to understand the decarbonization policy sequences that we've observed over the last 2 decades. So my paper is very positive in approach rather than normative. Now, the starting point for my model is to think about what are the important characteristics of an energy system for assessing their macroeconomic implications. And I think there are 3 aspects of energy systems in general and low carbon energy systems in particular that are relevant for assessing the implications of decarbonization. Now, first and most importantly, we now know that it's technologically feasible to decarbonize an energy system, as this very well-known schematic from an article in Science a few years ago sets out. Now, a low-carbon energy system will consist of lots of low-carbon electricity that is produced from a range of renewable resources and nuclear power. It'll also consist of a range of low-carbon fuels from ammonia to biofuels to synthetic hydrocarbon fuels. And of course, there'll be the need for management of carbon dioxide emissions from industrial processes and for those uses of fossil fuel that we can't substitute away from. So it's feasible. And of course, energy end-use technologies must also either electrify or adapt to low-carbon fuels or carbon management technologies. So that's the energy transition. The second characteristic of energy systems that is, I think, important from a macroeconomic perspective is that the capital stock that produces the range of energy carriers that we use and transform it into useful goods and services and materials is very heterogeneous. And you can see that just visually from this diagram. So it's a very diverse capital stock that reflects the range of energy carriers and end-use energy services and materials that are produced from it. And the third point that I'll develop as we go along is that this heterogeneity to the capital stock also extends to the substitutability of low-carbon technologies to the fossil incumbents. And so the heterogeneity aspects, I think, are quite important. So that's what it is we're trying to create and some of its characteristics. Now, the next framing point that I want to make is around what are the sequencing of decarbonization policies that we've observed so far in the transformation of energy systems. And I think this figure from a recent IMF working paper summarizes at least some aspects of the sequencing very well. this figure shows the chronology with which decarbonization policies were deployed in their chronological sequence, reading from left to right, the earliest to the latest. And these policies are aggregated across energy sectors, so electricity, buildings, and so forth, and across countries. And these figures also aggregate across sectors within individual countries. And the easiest way of interpreting this figure is to look for carbon pricing. And of course, carbon pricing, which is shown in orange, and it invariably comes last, no matter how you look at it. And so carbon pricing in this assessment of the sequencing of decarbonization policies, it's preceded, and particularly in the early stages of decarbonization, by a very unorthodox mix of direct energy regulation, low carbon investment subsidies, not the subsidies for research and development, but the subsidies for investment in low carbon technology, and cross-cutting policies that set decarbonization goals. And the other aspect of policy sequencing that's not brought out in the IMF paper, I think is, but also important to emphasize, is that this sequence of decarbonization policies was applied earlier and with greater intensity in those sectors in which low carbon technologies were stronger substitutes for the incumbent fossil technologies. And so the sequencing that the IMF report draws out has been long observed for example, in Germany as a pioneer in decarbonization policy, or indeed in the UK, which was, if you want, a fast follower in these decarbonization efforts. And there are several explanations for the sequencing of decarbonization policies, which are largely rooted in applied macroeconomics. And one explanation is an argument around that there are essentially multiple market failures, which there undoubtedly are in transforming energy systems, and that this unorthodox early mix of policies counters not the environmental externalities, but some of the positive spillovers that arise from early investments in low carbon technologies, and that it's a complement to carbon pricing rather than a substitute. The second is that this unorthodox mix of early policies manages the regressive impacts of decarbonization and avoids some risks of inconsistent carbon pricing if it's used too early in the sequence. And the third is essentially a political economy argument around increasing scale, lowering costs, and building interest in the low carbon transition. Now, I'm interested in thinking about whether there's a macroeconomic rationale for this observed sequence of policies. And so to do this, perhaps at the risk of some simplicity, I use a very old-fashioned solo growth model of a decarbonizing economy. And to start out, I start with a single good in this, single final good in this economy, and I'll come to the heterogeneity point a bit later. And it's produced from an energy-related intermediate input that can be either low carbon or fossil, and that these intermediate inputs can be combined in a range of ways to produce the intermediate output. And I use, in particular, a variable elasticity of production function that can capture a range of potential interactions between low carbon and fossil inputs in producing the final good. So this interaction term, to help kind of locate this, if the interaction term in this production function is B, if it's 0, then this simplifies to a Cobb-Douglas, so that should be familiar to everyone. So the technical elasticity of input substitution in this model is a linear function of the ratio of low carbon to fossil capital. If B is 0, the elasticity of substitution is 1, as you would expect. If B is greater than 0, inputs are substitutes, and increasingly so with decarbonization. If B is less than 0, the low carbon and fossil inputs are complements, and you can only achieve decarbonization by shrinking your economy. But given that we know that there are sufficient technological substitutes for the incumbent technologies, low carbon substitutes for the incumbent technologies, I'm going to assume B is greater than 0. But then why might the elasticity of substitution increase with decarbonization? Hicks, a long time ago, argued there are essentially 3 reasons why in this type of aggregate model, the elasticity of substitution might change, and that's a substitution amongst existing technologies into sectoral substitutions, and of course, innovation. And of course, it's also important to recognize that infrastructure and institutions can also influence technology choices. So if they change, the elasticity of substitution can also change. And so this production function is a simple device for capturing network effects and complementarities amongst low carbon technologies, particularly in the early stages of transforming energy. I complete the model with simple AK production functions. So the intermediate inputs are produced only with capital, but I assume for the fossil capital stock that the fossil input is fixed in relation to the capital stock. Now, if the economy is implemented with competitive markets for the final good and the intermediate inputs, least cost production for the final good, and pricing the inputs at their marginal products, it's possible to express the ratio of fossil to low carbon capital in terms of the fixed production parameters alone. And this then allows a simplification of the nested production function for the final output, so it can be expressed in terms of low carbon capital, a weighted average of the rated average productivity of the capital stock, and a term that depends on the elasticity of substitution. And of course, the savings and depreciation rates are exogenous. And that gets you to very familiar terrain. And so this figure shows the capital accumulation curve for this solar growth model. And it's very straightforward to show that it has a unique steady state, and there's a simple analytical solution for the steady state low carbon capital stock. Now, if you introduce, now I'd like to introduce 2 decarbonization policies into this model, a low carbon investment subsidy and a carbon tax that's proportionate to the fossil capital stock, and assume that these the subsidy and tax are offset by other transfers in the economy, so the saving investment balance doesn't change. Of course, either the subsidy or the tax drives a wedge between the price that final goods producers face and the marginal product of the intermediate inputs, and that necessarily induces a substitution away from fossil input and fossil capital into the low carbon capital. And also, it's possible to show that there are equivalent policies in this model in terms of the strength, equivalent in terms of the transformation of the capital stock that they induce. And for equivalent subsidy and tax rates, it's essentially the subsidy rate applied to the flow of investment has to be an order of magnitude higher than the carbon tax rate. And then it's also, the other consequence in this model of decarbonization is that it creates a negative productivity shock, as we've seen in a number of the models and simulations so far, and it lowers the equilibrium, the steady state low carbon capital stock and output. And so it shifts down the capital accumulation curve. And it's also the model, it's straightforward to show that the extent to which the output decline is dependent on the strength of the substitutability of low carbon for fossil capital. And so if you have stronger substitutes, which are essentially the parameters B and the ratio of the productivity of low carbon to fossil capital. If there are stronger substitutes, essentially the output decline is smaller. Now, there are two macro issues to manage in this simple model. One is the choice of policy instruments between the low carbon investment subsidy and the tax rate. Each creates the same investment and can create the same investment incentive, but policy costs will differ. It's straightforward to show that the scale of equivalent policies really depends on the base to which the policy instrument is applied. So the low carbon subsidy is applied to the low carbon capital stock. The carbon taxes obviously apply to the fossil capital stock. And so the scale of the intervention in absolute terms depends essentially on the base to which it's applied in the steady state. And so I take the view in the paper that the smaller the intervention, the better. And I frame that in terms of some simple public finance considerations, though I'm sure others will differ on the public finance aspects of this. But if you're in a situation, if the pre-existing tax system is optimal in the sense of that Jacobs defined it as, in terms of where the distributional benefits from progressive income taxation are essentially at the margin balancing the deadweight losses from incremental taxation, the cost of public funds is one in that setup. And so if the low carbon capital stock is relatively small and you're attaching your subsidy to a relatively small flow, it's going to be the smaller intervention, whereas we know carbon tax is highly regressive, and if you want to restore the initial distributional outcome in this system, you'll have to have a very large redistribution program to get there. The second macroeconomic issue that is managed in that needs to be addressed is how to minimize the short-run output loss. And I would argue that what we've seen so far in the transformation of energy is that policymakers have largely done this by targeting their decarbonization efforts on those sectors and those activities for which low carbon technologies are better substitutes for the fossil incumbents. And we know that largely from the empirical literature on induced innovation in energy, that the easier margins of substitution that have been revealed by past energy shocks are essentially renewable power, alternative drivetrains for vehicles, some biofuels, in particular ethanol, and energy efficiency. And this is, in fact, the three main areas which decarbonization policies in almost every country focused on in the early stages. And so to express this sectoral heterogeneity, think of an economy of simply consisting of two goods, one that's relatively easy to decarbonize. Think of that as EVs, heat pumps in well-insulated buildings, and low-carbon power, and think that there's a hard-to-decarbonize good, which is heavy industry, heavy transport, low-carbon fuels, and carbon management. And for simplicity, just assume that these are very separate capital stocks, which is a bit of a simplification, but if that is the case, then you end up with a very simple production possibilities frontier for these two goods in the economy, and as well as the social indifference curves for choosing between these two goods. If you were to impose an economy-wide uniform decarbonization policy, call it a carbon tax, I should clarify, the horizontal axis shows the easier to decarbonize good. The vertical axis shows the more difficult to decarbonize good. And the application of a uniform economy-wide policy would obviously shift down the production possibilities frontier more for the harder to decarbonize good. And So you would end up moving from, in the simple diagram, moving from not doing anything, point A to point C. But we've seen uniformly that almost every country has chosen to go from A to B and to target its decarbonization policies only on the easier to decarbonize sectors, at least in the first instance. We're now at the point where that's starting to change. But of course, by focusing decarbonization policies in this way, the cost of this policy is that you're having too much production of the harder to decarbonize good and too many emissions from that sector. And so the challenge is to induce innovation without lowering output in the short run. And I would argue that what many governments have tried to do is to essentially induce innovation by promising to implement decarbonization policies in the future through their long-run decarbonization goals. There's some evidence to suggest that this works. The evidence on induced innovation in energy shows that, for example, that the innovation responses to the energy shocks increased after the introduction of the Kyoto Protocol. And in the paper, I set out some more anecdotal evidence that following the Paris Agreement, and particularly after the 2019 1.5 degree report from the IPCC, we've seen a noticeable step up in private investment in low carbon R&D. And the recent IEA World Energy Investment Report also anecdotally shows or makes the argument that this is increasingly flowing into harder to decarbonize sectors. And of course, the other way you could do this is the policy instrument that Philippe was emphasizing, which is you can essentially target sectorally your investment, R&D investment subsidies. And the last point that I'd make about induced innovation is that we've seen also in the empirical evidence that it appears that low carbon investment subsidies have induced a stronger innovation response than carbon pricing, at least looking back. That doesn't mean it's true necessarily going forward. But the implication of that is that the stronger the innovation response from the policy instrument, possibly because the investment subsidy is more credible than a carbon pricing commitment, is that you minimize the short-run output loss. And indeed, we know, at least in some of these sectors, you're going to be better off in the long run. So I think, yeah, so just to wrap up, so I think using this very simple kind of old-fashioned solo growth model, I think you can provide two macroeconomic rationales for the two policy sequences that are strongly evidenced in the transformation of energy so far. The low carbon investment subsidy is the more targeted intervention in the early stages of transforming energy, and arguably has been better at inducing low carbon innovation. And policies have been focused on the easier to decarbonize sectors to manage the short run output losses. And other tactics have been used to induce low carbon innovation. But we know that that strategy, that policy strategy, isn't going fast enough. But hopefully there are one or two insights in this look back as to how to capture some of these elements in a forward-looking normative analysis about how best to go fast. So thanks very much.
So thank you very much for including a non-climate person in this discussion. For some reason, I've been discussing a lot of climate papers lately. I've been a hobbyist reader of Philippe Darron and the rest of this research program for about a decade. Have had all sorts of musings and thoughts in my head. I want to share some of them with you now, and I'm grateful that Philippe took so much time, because he won't be any time after this for him to explain what I got wrong. I should say I've generally been of the view that the quality of slides is inversely proportional to the quality of thought. But there's this new feature that I discovered in PowerPoint that does things like this automatically, so you can infer what you want from that. The title of this particular panel is climate action good or bad for productivity and potential growth? Neither of the papers actually even attempted to answer that question. I think possibly because economists all think the answer to it is so obvious. So I'm going to start my discussion by answering that. Then I want to engage with Philippe's discussion of whether the shale gas revolution was good or bad for carbon emissions and welfare. And then finally, just broadly raise a set of questions and provocations about the role for green industrial policy. So starting with that first question, the question we were supposed to be answering, is climate action good or bad for productivity and potential growth? My answer is that I hope it is not good for productivity. The reason I hope it is not good for productivity is precisely what Jim was talking about before. Much of the damage associated with climate change goes well beyond things that we measure in GDP. I can speak quite comfortably about my love of human life. I'm not quite as fluent in the tree-hugging rights of nature as Jim is, but I'll get there eventually. But none of that is measured in GDP. You think of the classic RFK quote about what you're counting, what you're not counting in GDP. And I think it's a perfect example of where if you only do enough for productivity growth, you've probably done too little. You want to do enough to do all these other things. Put another way, I don't think we would have invented this problem as a growth strategy. I don't think that mitigating this problem is a growth strategy. It's a saving lives strategy, a saving nature strategy. It'll maybe offset some of the economic damage, but that's not the main reason for it. So that's the so far unchallenged answer to the question that this session posed. The second question in Philippe's provocative paper is you look at what happened as the shale gas revolution, and in a period of a decade, roughly 25% of the emissions increases over the 70-year period prior to the shale gas revolution were undone. For the first time since the Industrial Revolution, you were making large-scale progress in reducing emissions. You'll occasionally hear a conservative or whatever insulting name Jim had for them, say like, oh, look, we finally made progress on climate change, and why do we do it? It's with all the frackers, not because of anything that came out of any conference of a bunch of green-loving, right of nature sorts of people. But is that really true? Did this end up diverting us and was a sort of dead-end trap that we got locked into the fracking, got less of everything else? I have to say, before this paper, I thought it was possible. Having read the paper, and it's, by the way, 92 pages, and I think it's 10-point font, single-spaced, so you got a very short version of it. Having read the paper, I think it's possible. I frankly haven't changed the odds that I ascribe to the proposition being true, and let me explain why. There's this striking figure of the decline in patentings of renewable over fossil fuels. Do I think that this decline was caused by fracking? The paper has some regressions. It's very careful to say correlation. It says it over and over and over again, not causation, and I think it probably was correlation. First of all, there are attempts to estimate the originality and radicalness of patents and their importance and quality. That doesn't increase as much. And in fact, if you look at the output, the progress we were making in reducing the cost of producing energy through wind and solar, that was increasing throughout this period of up and down patents. Some of this big increase may have been a bubble. There was a huge wave of clean tech. A lot of it didn't pay off. A lot of VCs lost a lot of money on it, and it went away. Some of it is an exogenous policy shock that happened at the same time. When Barack Obama was elected, everyone thought the entire world was going to be saved, and it turned out he was only able to save part of the world, but not pass his climate bill, and that reduced some of the incentives as well. And then finally, look, you see this up and down pattern in other countries. Even though fracking innovation barely went up, in those other countries, fracking patenting barely went up, but you see basically the same up and down patenting. And by the way, you see it in a lot of other technologies, some of which are not substitutes for fracking. So I'm not convinced that this dramatic up and down goes beyond the correlation that the paper asserts. Moreover, shale has been running into diminishing returns. There was an initial wave of innovation, initial wave of patenting. Patenting has come way down in the shale sector. This is total R&D at Halliburton and SLB. The share of green innovation and research they've been doing has gone up steadily over that period, so the total devoted to fossil is going down even more. And so when I look just at the last decade, it makes me frankly a little bit skeptical of the results. These are the results, by the way. The welfare equivalent of the boom with the global social cost of carbon is minus 0.1. If you just do domestic, it's plus 0.1. If you do it with the optimal policy, sort of plus 1.3 or 1.5. That's from their paper. And there's the figure Philippe showed. Look at that left panel. Look at the years on the bottom. Do I really think that 400 years from now, there are going to be a larger fraction of scientists engaged in fossil fuel research as a result of this boom and fewer in green? Moreover, do I think there's a fixed number of scientists, which is an assumption that is in this paper? And so when you have that fixed number of scientists, they get drawn from one sector to the other. In fact, within the decade, you've already seen the shift going back the other way. Moreover, to the degree that, for example, electricity prices haven't fallen in the United States and have actually risen in Europe, you have all the incentives to do research into wind, solar, and the like. If that's going to lower electricity prices, you'll bring new scientists in. I think on a 4-year horizon, to say a fixed number of scientists might be right. On a 400-year horizon, maybe less so. Moreover, it looks to me, and I didn't run through the numbers, especially if you look at something like output, that the two strategies are roughly about the same for the next 200 years, and then they turn dramatically different thereafter as the stock of innovation changes so much over those 400 years. To me, this looks like you're trying to estimate a butterfly effect, and I just have a hard time taking away from this a great degree of confidence that the more obvious point of we've reduced emissions by a huge amount in a decade isn't the right one to take away from it. So this segues into what role for green industrial policy. This is a paper from a paper by Bisseline, Malhotra, and Wolfram that's already been mentioned a couple times today. And this shows the generation share estimated in the United States from their modeling from a carbon tax and from the Inflation Reduction Act. If you compare those two, the big differences I'd call your attention to is under the Inflation Reduction Act, you're going to see a much bigger reduction in natural gas than you otherwise would have seen, 21 percentage points instead of 5. And you'll see a much bigger increase in renewables than you otherwise would have seen, 28 percentage points instead of 19. I look at that and I'm a little bit agnostic. Part of me says the gold standard for the efficient way to reduce carbon is a carbon tax. Both of these get to the same emissions, but a carbon tax does it at $15 a ton, and the Inflation Reduction Act does it at $83 a ton. And the burden of proof for spending an extra $68 a ton is really, really high that it's putting you on a better path. But I do think it's possible if you go past 2035 that all the extra effort you're going to get on wind and solar under the IRA relative to what you would have gotten in a carbon tax is going to potentially pay off over time. Jim Stock's lines didn't bear that out. I don't think that's most of what I think. Someone could persuade me of it, but for the most part, I'm more persuaded by the old-fashioned, why would you want to pay 5 times more for something than you need to, which is to say, under the Inflation Reduction Act, we're actually going to be using too much wind and solar, and by the way, too much coal, and not using enough natural gas. When it comes to industrial policy, there's some theoretical considerations. Of course, if you get the externality pricing right, you're going to still have knowledge spillovers. You have knowledge spillovers everywhere in the economy. We want basically more research funding for just about everything that we do. We probably want more R&D subsidies for just about everything that we do. I think there's some things that make green somewhat special in terms of the capital intensity of some of it, the long time horizon, but you have some of those considerations in healthcare as well. So I agree that we need two instruments, but we sort of had that two-instrument view for the economy in general. I don't know anyone that would think, even in industries without externalities, that there isn't some knowledge spillover externality. The second, and I thought Stephen was a little too sort of casual here in talking about some of the earlier instruments before a carbon tax. I can't remember what he said, something like they could manage some of the distributional consequences. I think most of the industrial policy approaches aren't ways to manage the distributional consequences. They're ways to obfuscate the distributional consequences. No one would look at a carbon tax without looking at a distribution table for that carbon tax. A carbon tax, moreover, generates a set of revenue you can use to get whatever distribution you want at the end of the policy. I have very rarely seen anyone do a distribution table for regulations where you're raising, for example, the cost of the durable goods that households are buying or businesses are buying. I pretty rarely see distributional tables for industrial subsidies or even subsidies for different types of fuels. Moreover, when you take into account the welfare effects of revenue loss that needs to be made up in some distortionary way, and it's changing the distribution of income, and it's doing it in a non-transparent and obfuscated way, that can often dwarf a lot of the climate impacts that we focus on. So I think we need to have more of the distributional conversation in the industrial policy conversation. And finally, most of the industrial policies we've put forward lower the price of electricity, which increases its use and reduces the incentive for energy efficient innovation, which is potentially a large downside. When you translate theory into practice, and PowerPoint like picked those pictures for me, I didn't put any time and effort into it, what's industrial policy? Is it funding for R&D? I think we spend about $5–6 billion now on clean energy R&D in the United States. If we double or triple that, my guess is that's almost certainly welfare improving, and at most you've wasted a few $1 billion a year. And I think it's unlikely you would waste that. Industrial subsidies, here it starts to get trickier. A lot of the incidence is on business and their profits. Which industry are you subsidizing, which are you not? You make a mistake, technology goes in the wrong direction. Regulation, as I said, there's a certain opacity to them. It was not me that picked the check mark for domestic content rules. I would have given it an F if it was up to me. And so how much is research getting past the we should do industrial policy to providing guidance on what the magnitudes of that industrial policy is, what the types of that industrial policy. And then another bigger fear I have is even if research is doing that, how much are policymakers listening to that research? Which brings me to my final point, the politics of industrial policy. There's an argument that goes, carbon taxes are impossible, industrial policy isn't as good, but we can do it, so we might as well do it. I should say I have a lot of sympathy for that. I'm in favor of anything you can do, you should do. But the jury is still out on the question of whether the industrial policy approach is scalable. The Inflation Reduction Act is the equivalent of $15 a ton on carbon, I think just in the electricity sector, right? Not even economy-wide, just in the electricity sector. Could that approach scale to $150 a ton for the economy as a whole? We actually don't know yet whether it can. The European approach has actually scaled over the last 10, 20 years in a way it's hard to imagine this. Can countries with less fiscal space than the United States pursue this path? Will it lead to the race to the top globally, or more barriers and slower innovation? And finally, one of the hopes was that an industrial strategy would be more politically sustainable than a carbon tax. The House of Representatives recently passed something that would have repealed the entire Inflation Reduction Act. My hope is that by the time they come around to trying that again, it'll be more entrenched and it will be politically sustainable. But even that, we're not sure of. So just to summarize, if we are doing enough to address climate change, then it should reduce productivity growth, although it may be a small amount. I think we should be concerned about path dependence, but I don't think it's proven, and I don't think we quite know where we want to be on that yet. And finally, I do think it's easy to get a carbon tax right in theory. It may be harder to get industrial policy right. Absolutely need both of them. But the more we push industrial policy towards innovation, where we think there's a very high return and a very low downside, the better off we'll be. Thank you.
Thanks very much for inviting me to participate in this esteemed panel. I am a relative newcomer to the macroeconomics of climate change, but I learned a lot by reading these papers. And, I want to spend my discussion unpacking a little bit more the argument about subsidies versus the carbon tax, and what is the economic case for subsidies. I think we understand that there may be a political case for subsidies, but what is the economic case for it? So this is my sort of high-level takeaway of both papers. And from Stephen's paper, I think the question is, what is the macroeconomic rationale for sequencing clean energy subsidies before a carbon tax? And the insight here is that clean energy becomes more substitutable for fossil energy as the clean energy capital stock grows. That's the variable elasticity of substitution production function that he assumed. And from that, he argues that macroeconomic factors could favor subsidies over a carbon tax. Philippe's paper asks a very specific question about whether the shale boom was beneficial for the clean energy transition. And the basic insight there is that directed technical change can result in excessive path dependence and excessive innovation in dirty technology. And so you need two instruments. You need both the subsidies and a carbon tax to implement the transition. And what I want to do is I want to really try and unpack the case for a subsidy versus a tax. So I'm taking a simple macroeconomic framework that I think can be adapted to both of these papers to try and understand the case for a tax versus a subsidy. This comes from my work with Catherine and John Beislein in our Brookings paper. The basic macroeconomic framework is, let's think about a representative agent economy where there is a clean energy technology and a fossil fuel technology. So there's investment in clean and fossil fuel technologies, ITC and ITF. They have relative prices, PTC and PTF, which is the underlying technology of how expensive it is to invest in each of these technologies. And those two technologies are used to generate energy. So E is energy that comes from a production function that combines these two types of capital goods. There's a law of motion for each type of capital. And the policymaker has two instruments. They have a subsidy, tau C, and they have a fossil fuel tax, tau F. Energy is used as an input into production along with a fixed stock of labor. And the price of electricity is just the marginal return, the marginal product of energy. And what you can show in this simple framework is that a clean energy subsidy will act like a supply side policy. It will shift out the marginal product. So what I'm showing here is just the steady state level of fossil fuel capital and clean energy capital. A clean energy subsidy will raise the marginal product of capital for clean energy, raising the steady state level of clean energy capital. What does it do on the fossil fuel side? Well, there's no tax here, so the tax is zero, but by reducing the price of electricity and by reducing the price of electricity, the marginal product of fossil fuel energy is reduced. That shifts in the marginal product and reduces demand for fossil fuel energy. A carbon tax does exactly the opposite. It moves these lines in exactly the opposite way. But a clean energy subsidy, it looks like a beneficial supply side policy. It lowers energy prices. It results in higher output, higher productivity, higher wages. So these seem all like good things. And potentially it may be the case that we want to have a subsidy instead of a tax. Now, this setup allows us to think about the optimal policy problem very clearly. So in what I showed you before that we can think of as the market equilibrium, what is the optimal climate policy? Well, there's some damages from climate change. So ST here is the stock of carbon emissions. And so the externality here is that the household is not taking into account its climate damages. So D of ST is the damages, the cumulative damages from climate change, and ST plus 1 is the law of motion for carbon emissions, which depend on the fossil fuel carbon stock. So the planner is now going to make a decision about how much clean energy capital, how much fossil fuel capital to hold, subject only to underlying technology. So what is the price of clean energy capital, and what is the underlying production function, G? And what you get from this, problem is you can compare the planner's allocation, which are the third and fourth line, to the first and second line, which is what would be the allocation under the market equilibrium. So the first two equations here are Euler equations describing the optimal path for clean energy capital and for fossil fuel capital. Both of them depend on the price of electricity, the future price of electricity, and they depend on taxes. They depend on the subsidy in one case and the carbon tax on another. So both of those margins can be distorted by the fiscal instrument. But what does the planner want to do? The planner wants to leave the clean energy margin undistorted. So even though there potentially may be a role for clean energy capital, there's this benefit from clean energy in terms of lower electricity prices and higher output, the planner still doesn't want to rely on clean energy, doesn't want to incentivize clean energy. All they want to do is to levy a carbon tax. That carbon tax shows up as a distortion in the last equation, and so the carbon tax would be set to vary over time with the level of damages. And this comes to sort of the first comment that I have on Stephen's paper, which is he's assuming a production function that has a variable elasticity of substitution. So that's making a specific functional form on this G function. But in these set of equations, I've made no restrictions on that G function. So my conjecture is that if he were to set up the optimal policy problem in his setup, it would still say that the optimal subsidy is 0, that there should be no clean energy subsidy, and there should only be a carbon tax because the carbon tax is operating through its effect on the price of electricity. So let's go to Philippe's paper. Philippe's paper is different in that it's now thinking about innovation. And remember that the planner's resource constraint depends on underlying technology. And if we have a way to change the underlying technology over time, maybe that gives us another reason to rely on a subsidy instead of a tax. So what I'm trying to do here is adapt my basic setup to include what Asimoglu, Aghion, Bursin, and Hemus in their AER paper, the setup they had for technological progress. So now the price of each type of technology, the price of clean energy capital and the price of fossil fuel capital can evolve over time. And they evolve over time depending on the allocation of scientists. So that last line is there's a unit measure of scientists. I can allocate them to fossil fuels or clean energy, and that's going to affect the rate at which the relative price of clean or fossil fuel technology drops. So the question is now, how would the planner choose to allocate innovation effort between these two technologies? And it turns out that the optimal allocation of innovation, so the equations at the top describe the optimal allocation of innovation. New IT here is the multiplier on those two constraints, the laws of motion for the price of clean and fossil fuel technology. And the optimal allocation of innovation is undistorted relative to the private sector allocation. So again, even in this setup, you only want to rely on one instrument. You only want to rely on a carbon tax. Now, Philippe's paper, this paper and the earlier paper, both find that they find otherwise. They find that there's a reason to both have a carbon tax and a research subsidy. So why are they finding a difference relative to sort of the simple setup that I've used here? And the answer, I think, is that because of the assumptions that they make on the market structure and the underlying technologies in those papers, private sector innovation is insufficiently forward-looking. In the shale boom paper, it's static. So basically, they're making decisions about which technology to invest in on a static basis. But in some other papers, they allow for innovation to be forward-looking. But even when innovation is forward-looking, it's insufficiently forward-looking. It's not as forward-looking as the setup that I wrote down here. So this setup, by the way, does allow for the scale effects that Philippe described. It is the case that you do want to innovate in the sector that is bigger, but it is the case that with a carbon tax, you take into account that in the future, the clean energy sector is going to be pretty large. So there are benefits to investing in clean energy, and your the private sector choice is not distorted relative to the optimum. So what do I think is going on in Philippe's paper in this line of research generally? Innovation is generically undersupplied due to investment horizon and market structure. And innovation in clean energy is disproportionately impacted because it starts out at low scale and low initial productivity. So the only way to get around that is you need innovation to be the innovation decision to be sufficiently forward-looking, and that doesn't happen in their setup. Now, I think one thing to emphasize is that the Inflation Reduction Act, the subsidies in the Inflation Reduction Act are not research subsidies. These are subsidies that are relying on a price mechanism. And so the IRA investment and production incentives, they induce upstream innovation only indirectly. There's some money in there for energy research, but most of what is being done is I'm going to invest in figuring out how to sequester carbon only because somebody might downstream be using that technology. And so I think the incentives in IRA are not reliant on this research incentive, but what matters is learning by doing or financial frictions, other reasons why we might think that there needs to be incentives. But that begs Jason's question about why this sector, why green energy relative to anything else. So the last comment I'm going to make is that there is a strong, in Philippe's paper, there's a strong difference between fossil fuel innovation and clean energy innovation. And that's not entirely clear to me with shale. So the model says that there's no applications for clean energy production from shale technology. But fracking and fossil fuel technologies more generally could have important applications for clean energy. In particular, enhanced geothermal requires fracturing rock formations and achieving greater drilling depths. Arguably, those are things that have been benefited by the shale revolution. And existing carbon capture is right now used for enhanced oil recovery, so the techniques that are being developed in the fossil fuel industry might eventually allow us to sequester carbon at a large scale. So I'll end there. Thanks.
Yes, everybody should come up. switched our waters already.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, otherwise you get my germs. Can we respond to the discussion?
Let me start with a moderator's question, if I can, and then we can maybe we have about 15 minutes left, and I'll see if there's pressing ones from the audience, and if there's not, then we'll let you all talk among yourselves. I had a question for Steve first, although I think, or Stephen first, but I think it applies a little bit to Philippe's paper as well, which is, does it matter that we live in an open economy? So if you look, for instance, at the policy sequencing laid out in the grid in Stephen's paper, it sort of implies that, you know, it's easier once these things are more substitutable for macro reasons or the micro reasons that we've seen before to sequence such that carbon pricing comes later. But you might think if enough countries had already sequenced that way, then subsequent countries could start further down the road. So I wonder if you agree with that. And to Philippe as well, you know, I think when we look at your paper, it almost seems very US oriented, but when you realize that scientists can vary both across time and across space, and I think Jason got to the across time point quite nicely, but you know, maybe this is somewhat less discouraging if countries can learn from what's happening in other countries, and then we only have to worry if shale is happening in each and every country of the world. But let's start with Stephen.
Okay, thanks very much. So I think the issue behind your question is, are there more international spillovers with a low carbon investment subsidy, as I described or used in a very stylized way in my paper? Or is it easier to coordinate decarbonization policies with a carbon tax? And I have a sneaking suspicion that your priors are that it's easier to coordinate on the basis of a carbon price. And I think, and we know how to do that. But I would give some simple examples of what has actually been done in practice on low carbon investment subsidies, which was the focus of my paper, and how it played that plays in an open economy context. Now, most low carbon investment subsidies have been allocated essentially through feed-in tariff policies in Europe that take on a range of different designs. But those low carbon subsidies, since the early to mid part of the last decade, were essentially allocated through competitive tenders. And in the electricity sector, which is largely non-tradable, even in a European context where essentially you have a single energy market, as long as you're not restricting who can compete and which technologies can play in those auctions for essentially long-term contracts for subsidies, I think there's no difference. There are no negative implications for low carbon subsidies for international trade. I think we've gotten away from that approach in the most recent IRA legislation, where the subsidies have been essentially guided by local content considerations, and I think that is a step towards making that policy approach much less efficient.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah, that's better. I would like to take this opportunity to respond to you, but to respond to Jason's comments. So thanks so much for the discussions.
Just a minute or two, because I want to give the audience.
Yeah, but I need to respond. I mean, obviously, sorry, but yeah, that's right. But you know, we were criticized on things, and I think I need to respond. That's democracy. Yes. So the climate action. So first you said, you know, we didn't look at the effect of climate action on productivity. It's not true, because we showed that in the short run, when you act right away, you have a decline in productivity compared to, for example, delaying action. So the various papers, be it the 2012 or these current papers, We show that there is a short-run cost in terms of productivity of acting now, but you can minimize this cost by acting sooner or by using certain kind of instruments rather than not using them. So the whole starting point is the fact that you have a decline in productivity growth in the short run, and you try to find the timing and a mix of policies that will minimize this short-term loss. So the fact we don't look at productivity, that you might have been a bit late yesterday evening. The second thing is that you say, well, you know, I'm not convinced by the turning point. So in fact, the relationship between, so if you read the fracking paper, we have a whole section where we have regressions between gas price and clean versus dirty innovations. And the relationship is pretty systematic. It's not just around 2008. I showed some illustrating figures about 2008, but the regressions show that it's a systematic figure. And by the way, when you said about France and Germany, in fact, they will respond to the shale gas boom because the natural gas price has fallen globally, and innovations aim to produce new technologies are potentially used throughout the world. And in fact, there's been work by Peters et al. Or by De Chez-Leprêtre and Glachan, showing, for example, the effects of global incentives on renewable innovation. That links to what you were asking. The effects, even of a shale gas boom in the US, are global effects, and there is big evidence that it's global. Okay, and therefore it would also encompass France and Germany. So the next point is that, of course, there are other effects that could play a role on the collapse of green. But the gas price had a big effect. So there might have been other things, but there is pretty evidence that gas price have had a big effect. Again, I refer to this whole section on regressions. Then we had kind of humorous part on the 400 years. But in fact, the effects indeed takes a while to materialize. But it is because we take very conservative values for innovation response. And in fact, the positive effect on emissions takes only 20 to 30 years, so well beyond the 400 years. Why do we look at 400 years? Well, climate is a long-run problem, and we think it's good to show graphs which go long-run. But the effect is already there after 20, 30 years. You refer to fracking innovation, but in fact, we don't look in the paper at innovation in the extraction technology. We only look at the innovation in the plant technology. So maybe that would be another thing, but it's orthogonal to what we do in the paper. Coming to Neil's comment, it's not so much that innovators live for one period. It's the main thing is the building on giant shoulders externality. That's really what makes the discount rate of the private different from the discount rate of the side. So you can have an infinitely lived. As soon as you have the path dependence externality, you get the effects that we get. You were asking about the global, and I don't. So the global is very interesting. We had extension in other papers on the global. So for example, you could imagine a north and a south. The north innovates and the south builds on the north. The good aspect is that if there is enough green innovation in the north, spontaneously the south will want to go to what is best in the north, and that's a virtuous aspect. The non-virtuous with the global is the pollution heaven effect, is that if you have free trade, some countries, if some subset of countries become virtuous, some countries may specialize in welcoming all dirty producers to re-export the goods. So you have to deal with that with carbon tariff. And so the good aspect is the fact you imitate the best. If the best becomes the green, you will push towards the green, but you have the pollution heaven effects that you are playing against. Sorry for being long. Thank you.
No, yes, absolutely. Yeah. And
Philippe,
others, while Jason's talking, if you have other questions, you might line up by the mic, and then I'll make sure we get to you.
I'd be curious to hear what your response was. The thing I thought was the most at odds with the way I think the world works, which is just the fixed number of scientists over a 400-year period. I also did want to address that 400 years. Obviously, this is a long-range problem. I don't want to say, let's just look at the next decade and who cares what happens after that. But when you have so many different parameters in a model, no sensitivity analysis off those different parameters, and it looks to my eyes, and I didn't run it myself, like the sign of the result switches from positive to negative based on things happening between the year 2300 and 2400, and that is that there's a different number of scientists doing green innovation 300 years from now. I guess I confess that just doesn't move the priors I came into this with. But
response to response, but I want.
But I also have the number of scientists. But I had a specific question.
We'll continue because I think
okay.
Otherwise you
I saw John in the back, and then Pierre, and someone behind John, sorry. Yeah.
So, Philippe, you had basically two key arguments for green subsidies. And the first was path dependence and the other multiplicity. It would be helpful if you can kind of give us an idea which industries you think that path dependence is really a big hurdle. Often transportation is used as an example, but I think what we see now in Europe that it has been relatively easy for the industry to switch to EVs rather than fossil without any real subsidies. But of course, you need credibility in the policies that cause the transition. The other thing is multiplicity, and there I can see surely possibilities for multiplicity, and in particular if you bring in policy also. But I think there are other ways of dealing with that. In your setup, you say that the tax alone is bad because you might need a very high tax to prevent multiplicity. But a cap and trade that really credibly phases out fossil would also work because that wouldn't leave room for the bad equilibrium, right?
Can I? Yeah? Okay. So thanks a lot, John. I think you raise a good, I think it's true in the automotive, we looked at path dependence in the automotive industry. So there it seemed to be a big deal. I showed this first table, on the path dependence aspect. Sorry?
In Europe, they switch now.
Okay. No, I was looking at the path that's right. No. And I was not saying that, okay, no, that might well be that that you don't need high carbon tax to have the switch. In fact, in the automotive, I showed that already carbon tax can make you switch. So we have not quantified there how much you would do. I tried to quantify with the Shell gas paper how much you do with carbon tax alone and with the two policies. And it's true that I believe to really get big effects of what you could call industrial policy on top of carbon tax, the network effect and the coordination problem, I think, have to be brought in. That was my last slide. I think there it becomes very natural. Alors then you come to your second question. Can you deal with it just with a cap and trade? It's about innovation incentives. It's incentives to adopt. And so the question is that would you do as well with cap and trade and targeted cap and trade, because they should not be uniform. You see, they are different from sectors. You have different, imagine a production chain, different inputs have different costs of moving to electrification or through, how would you adapt the cap and trade to, you need something which is targeted. So can you have a targeted cap and trade which absolutely replicate, the targeted subsidies? You're about trying to encourage people to innovate green differently in different layers of the production chain. And the question is, you need something targeted, something which is uniform would be very costly to do. And you're asking me, could you do it with cap and trade instead of subsidies targeted? Is that the question that you are asking? You have a network model? Well, I mean, I haven't worked it out, so we talk about a model and we are still working, okay? Yeah. So is that, and your conjecture is that you could replicate with cap and trade whatever we could do with targeted subsidies. I mean, we need to look at that because I don't want to answer a question before I do the research. My hinge is that for innovation incentives, they will not be equivalent, but I will look at that and because I want an informed response to that question, which I find totally well taken.
Okay, so let's collect the next three questions, two by the mic and Pierre, and then if you can say when you're asking the question who you'd like to answer, and then we'll let a round of answering, and then I think that gets us to the end.
Thank you. I'm Stéphane Algat from the World Bank. First, a quick comment that in all of our conversation today, it seemed that political economy has been equated to distributional impacts. And I think this is missing a lot of the reasons why we see this type of policies, because I mean, first, we have evidence that people opposing some of the policies would be winners of the policies, and they do it for a whole range of reasons, including ideas and political opinions. And I think it's really missing that, and the interest groups are currently missing in the discussion. Like, you can compensate the losers as much as you want. There is this question of interest groups, and so how much of those policies are just trying to cater to different interest groups instead of trying to achieve any form of optimality, I think would be one question. And the second thing that was really surprising is you have discussed quite a lot the whether to do this policy, but my impression is the big question is the how you do it without getting capture from some of those industries that you're supporting. And we have a lot of lessons from Asia versus Latin America, for instance, showing how to do it better or in a terrible way. And so the question is, in your models, can you find a way of taking into account that you can do it in the right way or in the wrong way, and probably it changes completely all of your results depending on how it's implemented? Thank you.
It might be an observation, but I can turn it into a question. I would like to relate the issue of subsidies with one of the slides that Antonio showed, which is we tend to underestimate technological progress in greening the economy. And what we've seen in the past is many times that when you give subsidies, they are sticky, and they end up being way too generous and basically producing windfalls for typically relatively high income individuals, typically, the subsidies on solar panels and so on. So I think at some point one should integrate that into the analysis, because if there is uncertainty on technological progress, the risk that you would over-calibrate the subsidies has been very high, and we've seen that in the past. But the question is, what do you think about that?
German Zettelmeier, Bruegel. So I'm persuaded by the papers of Aguillon and others that there is a strong rationale for green innovation subsidies. I'm also persuaded by the fact that there may be a rationale for renewable energy subsidies, particularly when we do not have a carbon price. But then we have another category of subsidies in the IRA, which are just clean manufacturing subsidies, right? So we have the $12 per square meter of photovoltaic wafer. Can anyone here find an argument of why that is a good idea from a climate perspective, or is this justified by other things, jobs, political economy, whatever you like?
That's a good last question. So maybe what I'll do is just go down the road and let everyone say 1 minute of final thoughts in response to one of those questions or of their own. Yeah, Philippe, you can start.
Well, I've spoken too much. I feel very bad. No, Stephen, no, you want to? No, yeah. No, I mean, just one word. I mean, so all this question, well, I think the political economy is very important. We had the Yellow Vest movement, and I didn't escape you. And the question, could we do some things, get around it? And so, for example, a mechanism that works is the values. If consumers value green and there is competition, also, then firms escape competition by innovating green. It turns out that this kind of mechanism can do like a big increase in carbon price without provoking yellow vest. So it's interesting to play on the political economy, to see whether we can find ways that would be, acceptable. And also it's important that the big thing of the yellow vest is that they didn't have people live in suburbs. They didn't have transportation. They didn't have, they had to use their cars and gas oil. They had no alternative. So you need to provide them with the alternative. Here is a good example, by the way, where carbon tax alone doesn't do the job, because these people, they need the transportation. So you need to invest in the transport, the electric transport and all that too, so that they would accept politically the increase in carbon price. So in the US, that's a good example where the political economy reinforces the need for carbon tax and other instruments to complement it.
Okay, Stephen.
Okay, picking up on a couple of points. So how do you avoid capture? And implicit in that, I think there is a view that it's easier to capture the allocation of subsidies than to politically capture a carbon pricing regime. But I'm not quite sure that that is, in fact, the case. But I would say on ensuring that you're allocating your subsidies for low carbon investments through competitive allocation mechanisms, I think is key to limiting the extent for capture and the allocation of rents under those systems. Equally, you could point out that the EU ETS was not very well designed in its first go-around in the mid-2000s. Its flaws were revealed by the great financial crisis. And it took essentially a decade of protracted negotiations to put the ETS on a much more sound footing. And in that whole process, there were strong political economy considerations that shaped how all of that came out. I think that Pierre's point on the risk of allocating subsidies to high-income groups or not allocating them efficiently, I think is extremely important. And I would say that the US IRA provisions, where you're essentially assigning a fixed subsidy for green hydrogen production, for example, over quite a long period of time, risks repeating the mistakes that were made in Europe when we designed the initial feed-in tariffs for renewable power generation in a way that was overly rigid, and we struggled to adapt them quickly enough to the pace of technological change that unfolded. So I think the story, the political economy considerations and the efficiency considerations around both of these instruments are a bit more complicated.
Jason and Neil, I don't know.
To answer Jeremy's question, of course not. I don't think there's any good argument for this. Look, there's two differences between the United States and Europe. Europe is raising the cost of electricity. The United States is lowering the cost of electricity. The European way of doing it is better, but the United States way of doing it is pretty good. And if you can't do a carbon tax, as Neil showed, you're getting a lot of the way there with that. But then layered on top of that, there's this whole other thing in terms of where you're sourcing the stuff from. And I think the main defense of that is that a bunch of that may end up being less binding than you think. And so it may just be automatically that those subsidies, the bonuses you get for it, sort of go automatically to everyone. So the defense of it would be that it's not really going to work. But the criticism of it would be that it does work as intended. And, you have to do things politically, so I don't necessarily fault people, but I do think it's good to at least keep your own understanding clear.
I mean, to respond to the question about clean energy manufacturing and your point about it, it seems like the rationale for having an incentive for clean energy manufacturing is because you want to build up the domestic supply base, and you think that there are these learning by doing effects, and as you build up scale, you learn how to do this stuff more cheaply and efficiently. And I think that one industry we should think about a little bit in this context is nuclear. So in the U.S. for nuclear, we've had forgetting by not doing. And because we don't build, we haven't built nuclear power plants very much in the last 20 or 30 years, that entire supply chain is it's not that we don't know how to build a nuclear power plant, it's that you don't have the labor and the supply chain needed to build it at an economical in an economical way. And so I think that would be the most, sort of optimistic case for why you need these types of subsidies.
Thank you, everyone.
not possible, right? I was going to say if it was possible to see that I had my slides in there, but I guess
They are so good, they mess nothing up.
Okay.
Guaranteed. Okay, so we are.
Check my slides were there.
You want us to go there?
No, you can stay there. Okay. We are on to session 3, which is, does decarbonization change the fiscal equation? I'm Jason Furman from Harvard and PIIE. I'll be moderating this session. We're going to start with Ruud de Mooy, who's the Division Chief for Tax Policy in the Fiscal Affairs Department at the IMF. And then we're going to have 2 comments. One from Luis Garciano, who's a non-resident fellow at Bruegel and a visiting professor of economics at Chicago Booth School. And the second, Selma Mahfouz, who's a member of the Inspector General des Finances of the French Ministry of Finance. So Ruud, the clicker is yours.
Thank you, Jason. And good afternoon, everyone. So this is joint work with colleagues in the Fiscal Affairs Department, including Vitor Gaspar. And it's about this question about the fiscal equation. And by fiscal equation, we mean both the sort of design of fiscal policies to address the decarbonization issue, but then also the more positive question on, suppose we implement these policies, what does it mean for the revenue side, the spending side, and the fiscal balance? So addressing both these issues, and we've heard this morning a lot of discussion about these considerations in advanced economies. The perspective we take in this paper is more a global one. And I will go to explain why, which seems obvious, but it's good to emphasize some of that. The value added of this paper, I guess, is primarily in terms of the quantification. So we do a lot of applied analysis. And I think a number of interesting insights with respect to the different implications for different countries. So let's get started. And I'm starting with decarbonization in advanced economies in the past and what is already in the pipeline. And I think it's interesting to note that policies that are identified, already in place or announced, go a long way in reducing carbon emissions in a number of countries. So if we compare it, for instance, to a scenario without these policies, we find that the emission reduction is between 20 and 50% for a number of advanced economies. Some advanced economies also overachieve their nationally determined contributions. For instance, Germany, France, Canada. So they reduced their emissions more than they had announced as pledges in Paris, but not all of them. And several countries still fall short of their NDCs, including the US, as we've seen this morning. Most emerging market economies fall short. And if we look at the aggregate, countries achieve less than what they have pledged for with their NDCs. So there is an implementation gap. But there is a larger gap even if we consider the path towards the Paris Agreement with respect to the temperature increase. If we want to achieve a path to well below 2 degrees zero, as agreed, then a much larger ambition is needed. And that's reflected also in this picture on the right, which also was shown by Antonio this morning. So this is one of the favorite pictures in the IMF. But clearly, much more is needed. And in fact, if we want to reach the path towards 2 degrees zero, what we need is a reduction in emissions by around 25% in 2030. Now, an important message is that advanced economies cannot achieve that alone. And that's reflected in this picture. On the left is sort of historical emissions in the different regions in the world, and also some projections till 2030. But when we look at the right, this is the projections from our model for 2030 in terms of the emissions per country or region. So what it shows is that China is responsible in 2030 for almost 30% of global emissions, US for 15%, the EU for about 7%. So EU and US together, the advanced economies, let's say, is a little more than 20%. India, 10%. If we include also other G20 countries, the G20 together is responsible for 80% of global emissions. So this really points to a global problem. And if we do not include the emerging market economies in the decarbonization strategy, we're not getting there. So that's why a global approach is so important. If we don't go for a global approach, the efforts will be, first of all, insufficient, because there will be insufficient policy ambition. Countries are fearing for competitiveness losses or simply do not have the priority for decarbonization. And it's also inefficient, because we do not exploit international spillovers, we do not exploit low cost opportunities for mitigating carbon. So that's why the focus is on the global agreement. And that's what we do in the paper. So we discuss sort of the contours of a global deal scenario that we then going to analyze with some variations possible, but a lot of common aspects. So, of course, there's an infinite number of global deals that you can think of. So we choose one to make it concrete and to be able to analyze and quantify it. And the global deal is characterized by 4 components. It's coordinated, it's equitable, it's flexible and comprehensive. So it's coordinated in a way that it achieves 25% emission reduction in 2030 relative to 2019. So it achieves the path towards net zero and the path towards the 2 degrees scenario. Second, it has a carbon price as the centerpiece of the policy. A carbon price that initially started $75 per ton in advanced economies, $50 in emerging market economies, and $25 in low-income countries. And it's gradually rising over time. But that does not achieve the entire reductions in emissions. So the additional effort has to come from other policies. This also emphasizes the need to combine the different policies, as also has been done in the past. We also think that it should be a global deal, but a global deal might be initiated by a small group of countries. And we think that at least the 4 large economies shown in the previous slide are important and should be part of that deal. And to make it also inclusive of the low-income countries and to link it to the development agenda, which is sort of in the middle, embedded in the Sustainable Development Goals. We think it's also important to have a group representing the developing countries in the deal. And so therefore, in the analysis, we show the impact on the African Union countries, which could be a natural candidate to join the negotiations. It's equitable, so that's reflected in differentiated responsibilities. So the reductions in emission is 50% in advanced economies, 25% in the emerging market economies, and the low-income countries, relative to 2019, still have an increase in their emissions. Relative to baseline, it is a reduction in emission, of course. But they have still some scope for increasing their emissions as part of their development strategy over the next decades. Another part of the equitable is revenue sharing and or financial or technological transfers that we discuss. The third component is flexibility. As we've seen, carbon pricing may not always be the easiest way. And what we see also for certain sectors that other policies might complement carbon pricing. And we analyze that in the paper, that other measures are an important part of the mitigation strategy. Another part of this is also the compensation for low-income households, which we will discuss, and potentially also some relief for trade-exposed sectors. Then the last part is the comprehensive, recognizing that it's not just incentives for mitigation, there's also a need for investment in green public infrastructure and to address market failures elsewhere, for instance, with respect to innovation and technology, as was discussed in the previous session. Now, what we do is we use this model. It's called the CPAT model, the Climate Policy Assessment Tool, that's jointly developed by the IMF and the World Bank. And this is not a structural model. It's not a general equilibrium model or so. It is a reduced form model that focuses on projecting greenhouse gas emissions, fuel use, fiscal revenue from it. And the strength of this model is primarily in its detail. So it has information for 200 countries. It has several sectors, several fuels, several policies that can be analyzed. And that's what we do. What is also interesting is that we can analyze the economic costs of moving towards greener technologies. So that's reflected in these, what we call the marginal abatement cost curves to the right. So these are specified per sector, different per country. And it shows, for instance, that the marginal cost of abatement in a country like France are much higher than they are for in a country like India or South Africa. So a $30 carbon tax reduces emissions in France by around 5% and in India by 28%. What the model also has, and that's also a cool feature, is the environmental co-benefits. So if you reduce emissions, it also reduces your local air pollution, which improves the health of citizens. It reduces mortality. It also has implications for congestion externalities, and these are all quantified in the model and included in the analysis. And finally, we also do distributional analysis, which we will show in a second. So then we simulate the global deal, and this is what comes out. I'm going to focus primarily on the picture here on the right, which is the total cost of mitigation. And the red bars are basically reflecting that. So that's the additional cost of using cleaner technologies. So the cleaner technologies reduce emissions, but they are, in a sense, more expensive. So this is the abatement costs. And if you look at the 5 groups at the top, so China, India, US, African Union, and the EU27, on average, the cost is about 0.5% of GDP. But there's quite some variation across countries. It's much higher in the United States and Europe compared to China, India, and the African Union, because there are lower opportunities for abatement. Interesting is also these green bars, which are the environmental co-benefits. And for China, for instance, we find huge co-benefits of reducing the emissions, especially from local air pollution. So the net balance for China is a large positive impact on their welfare. Now let's focus on the revenue implications. So the first part of the fiscal equation, looking at revenue, if we implement this package. So these graphs show the revenue implications of the $75, $50, $25 carbon tax in 2030, and then a gradual increase towards 2040. And the blue bars show the revenue from the carbon tax itself. And then distinguished by sector. So you can also say, well, if we exclude a certain sector, we don't get the revenue from that particular portion. There's also the red bars. The red bars reflect the revenue forgone from taxes or excises on fuels that currently exist. Because on the path to net zero with more electric vehicles and so on, there's a reduction in the use of fossil fuels for, or fuels for transportation, and that erodes the base of the tax on fuels. I think I need a few more minutes, by the way. We have a precedent, so. On the left, we see that the revenue is positive. In China, it's close to 2% total revenue, and there's a small reduction as a result of the erosion of the base of the fuel taxes. For For other countries here, it is less, and in particular for Europe, the revenue is much lower. It's about 0.5% for the carbon tax, but then 0.25% of GDP is reduced from the erosion of the fuel tax base. In 2040, when we go to the right, we see that revenue for the African Union, for instance, doubles because emissions remain more or less the same and the tax rates double. In Europe, the net revenue, that's the diamonds, is actually around 0 because the additional revenue from the carbon tax is offset by the erosion of the base of the fuel excises. And for other countries, we also see this latter effect to become more and more important over time. I think this is already an important message from the paper. We look a bit more deeply here into current revenue from fuel excises, and also an example here for the UK, where you see sort of a break-even point arising from the balance between the carbon tax and the fuel excise. But I think this is one important lesson on the revenue side. So let's move to the spending side. And on the spending side, I'm shorter because we do not have in our model any value added. So we rely here basically on existing studies on spending on first green public infrastructure and then support for technology. So on green public infrastructure, we have here reflection from a study by the International Energy Agency, who specify the incremental investment, public investment necessary on the path towards net zero. So this is net of the investments currently taking place in carbon. So the carbon is the purple part, which is going to be reduced on this path to net zero. And the other categories like electricity networks, renewables, and so on are going to increase. I think 3 important messages. One is, on average, the cost of public investment is about 0.3% of GDP on net. So it's about 0.4% of GDP minus 0.1% less for the investment in the fossil fuel sectors. So on net, it's an increase of 0.3% of GDP. It's higher in emerging market economies, and that's related to the ownership. There's more state-owned enterprises in the electricity sector. And there is this hump shape. So the investment is very much front-loaded over the next decades. After that, there's actually a decrease in the investment necessary. On technology, I'm going to be brief. We don't have any value added, just to acknowledge that there is this need also for public expenditures with respect to technology, basic public research, R&D subsidies. Then the more contentious one on deployment subsidies. We do not quantify these, either because they are pretty small. On basic research, we have find that a paper that the global expenditure is about 30 billion. So if this even doubles, it does not even show up in our figures compared to other categories. R&D subsidies in the OECD is about 0.2% of GDP for all R&D, not just green. So these are small categories. The potentially big one is the deployment subsidies, which is a more contentious one, as we have just seen. Then the final category of spending is related to basically what do we do with the revenue, so the revenue sharing, or using the revenue for compensation to developing countries. On compensation, there's different approaches. Again, there's probably an infinite number of approaches to this. In the paper, we illustrate 2 approaches to this. One is, what if we compensate the low-income countries for the additional mitigation costs? Now, in this picture, we do that for countries up to a certain level of their GDP per capita. So if we set that level at $5.5 thousand, then the total cost to compensate countries for their additional abatement costs is about $30 billion US. So that's not a huge amount, and I think that's sort of the insight from if you do this approach. The other approach here on the right is a very different one. It says, suppose we have a minimum carbon tax of $25 per ton, and we say that the property rights of the global common are equally distributed among the population in the world. So the revenue of this carbon tax should then be distributed on a per capita basis. Then we can analyze, well, what is the balance of the payments versus the receipts of different countries? And clearly, countries that emit less per capita than the average receive, and vice versa. So based on that, the total sort of redistribution taking place is about 260 billion. African Union would receive 4% almost of their GDP, India 1.4%, and on net this comes from countries that pay more than they receive. For instance, China will pay on average 0.6% of GDP, the US pays 0.3% of GDP. So the other category of sort of using the revenue in case of a carbon tax is to compensate households. So we know that in many countries, the carbon tax is regressive. There's probably a need for compensation, in particular for low-income households, but cannot be done in a targeted way through the tax system, so requires maybe transfers. But it only requires, for instance, to compensate the bottom 3 deciles about 15% of the revenue from a carbon tax. So there's still some space left for other purposes, which can be reducing other taxes, distortionary taxes, to obtain the prospect for this double dividend that was mentioned earlier, or in other countries, in particular emerging market and low-income countries, where there's a huge challenge with respect to revenue mobilization. This could be the source necessary to finance development spending going forward. One slide on compensation for firms, which is probably more important if there is there's no global deal. If there's a global deal, there's more a level playing field, but otherwise there may be a need for some compensation measures, such as border carbon adjustment. And here's a picture of the revenue impact of border carbon adjustments imposed by different groups of countries. In the EU, we find if it's only on imports, as according to the proposal, it would be around 0.1% of GDP, so relatively small effects. If there would also be an export rebate to also level the playing field in other countries, the revenue, of course, would be smaller. So then we add them up to get the idea of the entire picture. And what we add up is we have this revenue effects based on the model. We have some of the compensation. So we say, let's compensate the bottom 3 deciles through transfers. Let's also include some transfers to low-income countries based on these abatement costs. And we include the estimates on the infrastructure spending, public infrastructure. And then we get these pictures for 2030 and 2040. I think the punchline here is that for EU countries, the fiscal balance is likely to be negative already in 2030. Not in the US. If it imposes a carbon tax, here it is $75, right? It would have the opportunity to raise revenue still, but in 2040, the revenue would have disappeared because of this erosion of the fuel tax. For Japan, we find a small positive. The picture for emerging markets is very different. For emerging markets, we typically find the diamonds here to be positive. So the revenue is much more buoyant because of still higher carbon emissions, much less erosion of existing fuel tax bases because many countries do not have fuel taxes. Some have even subsidies. And also they are potentially recipients of transfers from the advanced economies. So on balance, we find a positive picture for them. This also sort of summarizes the conclusions and also adds on the right a picture based on a study done by the Office of Budget Responsibility in the UK, which basically illustrates the various components that I've just shown, but then in the context of the dynamics of public debt. So they find that initially public debt falls because the revenue from a carbon tax exceeds the erosion of the base for fuel taxes and the necessary public expenditures, but then gradually these bases start to erode and the balance becomes negative. And ultimately they find in 2050 an increase in the public debt of around 20% in their baseline scenario. Of course, this can be offset by other taxes, but that's sort of subject to further discussion. Let me stop here and hand over to you, Jason.
Your turn. I was walking back because I just got my pen in my hands. Oh, want a napkin? Yes, actually. Otherwise it will end up everywhere else. Thank you. So,
thanks very much. So it's my pleasure to be here, and thanks for the invitation to the Peterson Institute and to Jean. So I was involved with some of this climate legislation in 3 years I spent in the European Parliament between 2009 and 2022, and I was quite interested, and I thought I learned a lot from this paper. I think that in many ways the message is very positive. It's actually very carefully done, and probably completely unknown to most people. The message that the climate deal with very significant impact on the evolution of the climate for the entire planet can be had with a pretty reasonable reasonable cost. So here's what the paper aims to do. The basic idea is, okay, so can we do a politically and I mean, I add politically, that's not a question that is asked, but if it's fiscally feasible, it will be more likely to be politically feasible. Climate deal. And the climate deal is going to involve holding the advanced economies emissions to 49% below 2019 levels, the emerging markets to 24%, and the less developed countries to let them raise a little bit. And what the paper does is it goes through all the budgeting, very carefully through all the budgeting aspects, revenue costs from the investment cost, the innovation cost, and the distribution cost. And basically at the end, it kind of tells you, I would conclude the analysis by it's not a fiscal free lunch, but almost. It's pretty good cost benefits, and I will talk about that. What I'm going to do is spend a little bit going through the main results, but just basically to tell you, to highlight the point that I find most interesting in each one of those results. What is the welfare cost of more expensive? I will come back to this graph at the end, but basically, what is the welfare cost when it's internalized, when the authors internalize on the right, as you were told, the co-benefit, it actually becomes it actually becomes significantly likely that some countries that you would be scared that wouldn't want to take action, they will want to take action, such as China. So that's good news. Let's start from the revenue. So is there a fiscal dividend? I will not repeat everything that was said, but I will just tell you that it's clear from the simulations that the fall in revenue will take place regardless of that large increase in taxes. The Bezos Earth Fund paper from the mid-2000s, 2014, I think, says, look, what you should do is keep the revenue constant rather than just doubling, but just go ahead and go up all the way to keep it constant. Maybe that's another experiment to take. But the point is that even when you increase significantly the taxes, you're going to lose a lot from the motor fuel. So that's the main finding there. Not really a big revenue boost, or not at all. On the expenditure side, indeed, as the author said, the infrastructure expenditures is very front-loaded. So these are high fixed cost, low marginal cost technologies. So we need to do them now. But again, not very large, because we save the fossil fuel investments. We get the 0.4 for clean technologies, and then we save 0.1. So again, pretty reasonable cost. relative to what we are talking about in terms of potential benefits. In terms of R&D support, very promising low number for R&D globally, support for private R&D and technology deployment, both relatively, again, reasonably low. There is this description of the IRA, which basically gets back to that 0.2%. So that's more or less the kind of expenditure on R&D support. In terms of there are two redistribution costs. One is international. Look at this number. It's basically getting 100% of the total abatement cost to all LDCs is 30 billion. If you add up the EU and the US budgets, GDPs, sorry, you're talking about around 30 trillion. So it's basically kind of 1,000 of that GDP to get everybody to do this transition for free, basically, to pay all the costs. And then the internal redistribution, which basically with the scenario they authors assume, which is a targeted assistance to the 2-3 first deciles. If you see, you can see the redistribution by looking at the little white dot, which adds up everything, and you can see that everybody below the 6th or 7th decile gets a positive transfer, and only the last two really pay in most of the examples. And again, the cost is not very large fiscally. So the authors also talk about the protection for domestic firms and defend the carbon border adjustment mechanism. I was working on the European one, and I'm very much in agreement that's the right way, instead of like subsidizing left and right like we have been discussing all day. Again, a very limited fiscal cost, and overall, and I've raced through it, but it's the second time you saw most of those graphs. Overall, fiscally, it's actually pretty reasonable in terms of how much cost these countries are going to have to incur to do all those four things: our research, finance, the redistribution, etc. So when I was reading this, I was kind of pretty surprised, and I was trying to think what is missing. Okay, so the first thing that is missing is, of course, GE effects. There is no general equilibrium effects, but I mean, as I'm going to argue, maybe that's not such a big bother given the levels that we're talking about. The second is talking about mitigation and the heterogeneity in political economy. So in terms of my first comment has to do with I'm making all dirty with these hands. I'm sorry. all the ink. The general equilibrium effect is, as you can imagine, is missing from this, and there's a very recent paper. So in general, a lot of the work we've seen today and the work in the literature talks about relatively small general equilibrium effects, since that's Kolosov 2014 paper. There is some countries for which it could be larger. There is a very recent paper for a small open economy, which is Chile in this case, which does get much more significant for a 40% increase in green relative to brown, gets 88% output fall in the worst year, which would be much more significant and would put very much in question whether we can achieve that kind of relunch. But I think that most of the findings in literature that actually do take a look at these general equilibrium effects find them much modern. I would be very interested to hear, John, about that. Thank you. I will be on time. Second, in terms of winners and losers, so here, I mean, there's the convenient fiction that all of these countries just care about implementing this fiscal, for whatever reason, and these fiscal changes and about the co-benefits. But the truth of the matter is that there is a huge amount of heterogeneity. I think we've been generally kind of hiding that under the carpet, and I think now it's much more clearly being addressed by the literature. The recent review of economic studies with Posen and Rosie Hansberg, for example, does that. Look at the distribution of welfare relative to no warming, and what you see is that welfare, red is good, okay? So blue is bad. I mean, that's the way. So that's a 15% drop in welfare to a 15% gain. Obviously, Canada and Russia better off. All the extreme northern better off. And here, if you think in terms of the social cost of carbon, by the way, I think it is right that in this paper, even though there are efficiency losses, the carbon cost is different. It's at 15, 50, 75, or 50, 100, 150. because indeed the local social costs of carbon are very different. Apart from our countries, Australia, etc., the cost is much lower. And my main issue here is, I mean, when we are thinking about this assumption that they do want to make these changes, we gotta have to think, and of the political economy, we have to think of this map and really think hard about who is winning and who is losing from the potential warming benefits, their potential warming benefits in let's say Russia, Canada, etc. Particularly Russia, I think seems clear. And in terms of that political economy, I want to point out that the carbon pricing is very different across locations. The OECD has this actual calculations, a carbon pricing score. But you see, for example, Brazil is not even close to starting on carbon pricing. These are equivalent carbon pricing. And when you think clearly when you try Brazil to push this up, then you can imagine the politics are much harder. And indeed, when you see, for example, Latin America, look at Brazil and Chile, etc. They haven't really invested in green relative to Norway or Sweden in green technologies. So let me just conclude by saying this is very useful. It appears entirely doable and surprisingly cheap. And it prompted two reflections for me that I want to share with you. And one, as somebody who's been on the other side, not on the policy, but on the politics side of this debate. One is, if it's small and it's doable, and shouldn't this message be one of the messages that we're doing? I mean, that we're sending. Okay, there is something which is very uncertain, potentially very, very, very large, and potentially very destabilizing for the world, that we could actually deal with relatively low fiscal costs. I don't think this is a message I've ever heard, to be honest. And if this is the message of the paper, then maybe we should start seeing, because it's really something that can change the political equation. The second thing that changed the political equation is, because we are assuming, or because we think, or because the politicians think, in part due to what we tell them, that this is a gigantic taxes and gigantic, complicated, costly changes fiscally, etc. We go to all these policies that are really intrusive and annoying. We were talking during lunch about them. People have to, and some of the papers were discussing it this morning, right? People have to refurbish their house, but there is no supply to refurbish their house. They can't sell their house because, as the governor said, because there's no mortgages. All of these things, I'm at zero, I know. All of these things are a pain in the neck, and they are going to create a coalition against climate change. So we are thinking, oh, we are getting right the political economy by doing all these other things, and in fact, maybe we are getting them wrong, and maybe the actual thing that economists believe in, which is carbon taxes, is the actual one that, from a political economy perspective, might be the easiest. I think that GE effects might be taken into account, although, as I argued, this is not a big deal. Asymmetries maybe take a little bit more into account. And of course, the politics, I realize the IMF is not able to do that, but the heterogeneity is very important in thinking about the feasibility of all this. Overall, a very good effort and a very encouraging one, at least to me. Thank you.
Hi. Can you see it? I can see it here, but not here. It's not on here. Okay, it's coming. Yes, hi everybody, and thank you for this opportunity to discuss this very interesting paper as well. Let me just... So first, what the paper does, I'll be very short because it has been very clearly presented in the first two presentations. It estimates the fiscal impacts of a global deal that aims at reducing emissions quite significantly by 2030 through a mix of carbon prices and other policies. So you have the details here, and I'll just go directly to the two main results of this paper, because there are two different results. One is on the overall economic costs. which are estimated to be very small, 0.5% of GDP in 2030, slightly higher in advanced economies, but less than 1% of GDP in all the countries. And the second result is the fiscal impacts in 2030, which are slightly positive for the US, zero and for Japan, zero for Germany, negative for France and the UK, and very positive for all emerging countries and low-income countries, still positive in 2040, this has been shown. So this is a really nice and comprehensive approach, and I think it's nice for various reasons. First, it's a comprehensive approach, and it's right to have a comprehensive global approach for a global problem that impacts all countries, all sectors, and both revenues and spending. Of course, it comes at a cost. It has some drawbacks to have a very comprehensive approach, which is that you have to rely on reduced form for energy demands. You have to rely on aggregate marginal abatement curves that has been shown in the presentation for economic costs, and it's less transparent than when you're focusing on a couple of countries. And for example, it wasn't very clear to me the extent to which the first result, the economic costs, were related or were feeding into the fiscal equation. I think they are not, but you'll tell us more about that. The second nice thing is that they do not rely exclusively on carbon prices, which make it more realistic. Part of the deal is achieved through other policies, which are modeled through shadow prices still. So we're still going through an implicit price. And even though the carbon tax revenues make quite a large part of the fiscal story in the end. And the third specificity is that it takes into account the need for transfers to low-income households, transfers to negatively affected firms, and to low-income countries, and that's really a nice feature of this paper. Although, of course, the way these transfers are calibrated may be discussed, and I'll come to that. So all this is very nice, but there's a puzzle. This global deal has a very small total cost, and it's increasing fiscal space for most countries. And at the same time, what we're seeing is that the US are putting so much money on IRA. Most countries in the world are very reluctant to do carbon prices. And so are we missing something here? Because if it's such an easy deal and a costless deal, why aren't we there still? So I'll put in the discussion a number of possible explanations. And one is that maybe the estimated costs are somewhat underestimated for a number of reasons. So first, this overall investment cost, 0.5% of GDP, they are quite low compared to other estimates. For example, the EU impact assessment of Fit for 55 comes up with an investment cost, so it's hump-shaped, as in your study. But we are coming up to some 1.5% of GDP. It's not huge, but it's more than 0.5% of GDP. If you take into account that part of the reduction in the emissions are in the baseline, actually, and maybe that's one reason why we have such a low cost, that some investment is already happening in your baseline. It's not very clear in the paper. It's also not very clear how much the reduction in emissions is relative to the baseline. In some countries, it seems low. So it's always very important to be very clear about the baseline. So in the EU, it's higher. In the UK, you've shown some results from the OBR fiscal report 2021. They come up with 1.8% of GDP at the peak and some 1.5%. So always ham-shaped. You have the investment needs in various sectors. It's quite large in the building sector, which is in yellow here. And you only come up with reduction in operating costs later than 2030. So these are the net costs, as in your paper. And so one way to make sure that we're not missing something would be for a couple of countries at least to confront this with more granular approaches, what we call bottom-up approaches sometimes, where you really calculate the cost of doing the required investments. For example, what we've done in France is how much does it cost to replace oil or gas boilers with heat pumps, which are more expensive than boilers, to replace ICE cars with electric vehicles, which are more expensive. And when you do this, you replace 3 million oil boilers and etc. with heat pumps. You calculate how much it costs based on these price differentials, where we're coming up to some 2% of GDP investment needs, additional investment in 2030. So that's not huge, but it's more than 0.5% of GDP. I was always also wondering if the marginal abatement costs that you show in the first few slides, which go up very, very steeply, are consistent with the are they truncated at 150? There's something unclear about that. And yeah, the second reason we might be underestimating the cost is the compensation of households. You compute the compensation needed to offset the effect of regressive carbon taxes. But maybe we should calculate the compensation needed to help households invest in decarbonized solutions. And it's not exactly the same, because a heat pump plus renovation plus electric vehicle is more than 2 years' income for middle-class households in France, for example. So probably, and it's not only for political reasons and second-best reasons, probably there's a need for these investments to happen if households are liquidity constrained, to not only offset the impact of carbon taxes, but to help overcome the liquidity constraints of these investments. And that leads to go further than the first three deciles, the three bottom deciles of household, of income distribution, to help even middle-class households. Same for the compensation of firms. I understand you're excluding technology and deployment subsidies, so I understand it's a difficult question. We've been discussing it, but maybe, and that's most of the RA cost. So maybe it's a downward bias also. And in general, yeah, and I'm finished. But from a broader economic perspective, maybe we're the reason why we're underestimating some of the cost is due to the fact that we're overlooking financing and supply side effects. So Luis Garicano mentioned the general equilibrium effects, but basically for investment, I do not increase potential output and may even reduce potential output if they crowd out some productive investments. Of course, it depends on the profitability of these investments. But if we factor in these effects, the fact that we may have negative productivity effects of the transition and higher spending needs, higher public spending needs, because higher investment costs and higher share of these investment costs that have to be taken into by the public sector, then we might have an impact on the debt ratio on the fiscal that is less benign. That's what we did in France. And for example, in France, so we've offset the impact of the decrease in the erosion of the tax base on fossil fuel taxes, assuming that they're compensated. So even without having this effect, due to the impact of higher spending and impact on lower growth on revenue, you could end up with an impact on the debt ratio that is close to 10 points of GDP, 10% of GDP by 2030, so slightly less benign. I'm finished. Thank you.
Okay, we have a short window for discussion. Ruud, I'd love to just hear you start out with any thoughts you had on what we just heard. In particular, if you had any ideas, the gap between your couple tenths of a percent of GDP for infrastructure and the 1.5. And I was also wondering whether you're taking into account, if you switch to a carbon tax, you can get rid of some of your subsidies. If you're not raising money from a gas tax, can you have a vehicle miles traveled that serves some of the functions that a gas tax is currently serving? Do those show up in your numbers? But that plus any response, and then we'll go straight to questions.
Thanks, Jason, and thanks a lot for all the comments. I think this is really useful, and also really the purpose of the paper to set the stage on sort of these equations for individual countries. Ultimately, I think this can be augmented by much more granular information for individual countries, but we've tried to sort of sketch the overall picture. Actually, my initial presumption was, well, we're going to do this primarily through a carbon tax. So this is going to raise revenue. So this strategy could be a plus for the fiscal. And actually, I thought it's really interesting that it's not so positive as I anticipated, because we have this erosion of the fuel tax base, which is, in effect, I think, which is largely overlooked, and which is dominating the equation. It's also dominating the equation, for instance, in the analysis of the UK, which I think is really an important insight, that it's not so positive, and there's no scope for using the revenue for all kind of purposes that we had anticipated. Although the picture is slightly different for emerging market economies, where I think this is an important issue in the context of the discussion on revenue mobilization. So my perspective was slightly different. I think it's really interesting to look more deeply into the fiscal equation on investment. So what is right? Is it 0.3 or is it 1.5? That's a huge difference. We've seen a lot of studies with very different numbers, and these studies often have a different perspective. What do they exactly measure? What do you measure when it comes to investment in public transportation? Do you include the entire sort of all the public buses, or do you only include the increment of the green public buses relative to the brown ones? So what is public, what is private? I think on average, I think the studies we cite assume that about 20% of total investment is public investment, public infrastructure, 80% is private investment. For emerging markets, it's often very different because of the state-owned enterprises. Is it only mitigation, or do we also include in the investment equation the adaptation costs? So there's many sort of differences that can explain the difference, but I think we need to be clear. Our focus has been entirely on the decarbonization. So we exclude adaptation investment, we exclude the private investment, I basically cite a study by the International Energy Agency, but I think the part of the difference can be reconciled. I also looked at the UK numbers. I actually quite much lower numbers for the UK equation. There's also a very small portion of the final picture, but something to look into. So that's an important one. When it comes to other aspects, it's not just carbon tax and the all other taxes can be influenced. And of course, if you have a full-scale general equilibrium model, you want to include all those interactions with the existing tax system. So we have this reduced form model where we do not automatically have all that. But I think it's good to think through what could be other relatively important interactions. And I think also in that context, other policies like a vehicle per mile charge. We have an appendix in the paper that discusses this. And I think this is a natural sort of substitute for the existing fuel excises as a source of revenue to deal with the congestion externalities, which are still there and need to be addressed. So we discuss also a potential reform that can actually raise the same amount of revenue. You see that's also in the UK OBR study, an alternative scenario for the debt trajectory, which in the baseline is plus 20%. If they offset the loss in revenue for the fuel excise by a vehicle per mile charge, they actually arrive at a plus of 10% in the for the debt trajectory. So this is really this kind of sensitivity analysis really changes the fiscal equation. But I think this is basically why we do this, to have this discussion on the different components and have an idea of what matters more and what matters less.
Great, thank you. Questions? And you should identify yourself for everyone else's sake, if not for mine.
Okay, so I'm Kim Clausing. I'm an affiliate with PIIE, and I'm also at UCLA. And I think this paper that you presented and the global focus is highly welcome and clearly needed. You know, even if you got the US and the EU to be perfect, that's still 19% of world emissions, and there's a lot left to do. I wonder if you can comment a little bit on how we get there. So when we think about models for international global collective action resolution, one that comes to mind is the WTO, where you kind of rely on export interests across countries and reciprocity, not so much the gains of consumers, even though those are large, but you trade off, what Boeing gets from being able to export with what somebody else gets from being able to export. Or if we think about the international tax agreement, where it's not so much the firms that gain, like they're the ones who had to pay, but the countries come together and there's an enforcement mechanism, which is, if you don't adopt, someone else is going to tax you, right? So looking for enforcement mechanisms or reciprocity here is a little bit harder, particularly given the moral problem associated with the fact that the rich countries have created the problem, but the poor countries are the ones who are forecast to do the emissions. So I'm just curious if you all at the IMF have thought creatively about that.
Great. And we're going to take 2 more questions, then go down with everyone answering what they want.
Hi, I'm Carolyn Fisher from the World Bank. One point and a question. So I guess any decarbonization strategy is going to erode the fuel tax base, but the carbon tax still raises more revenues than alternatives that do that. So the other question, I guess I'll second Luis's point about the interest in doing more general equilibrium analysis. There's a long literature on tax interactions. And I think it would be very interesting to think more deeply about how those interact in a variety of different countries with very different institutional settings, very different tax frameworks. In developing economies, you may have more informality and other kinds of market frictions and failures that actually open up the larger possibility of a double dividend and even positive GDP effects. But so better understanding sort of the conditions of the revenues and how you use them and the implications for fiscal policy in a variety of countries. Thanks.
Great, thank you. And Mauricio, you're, and Jean gets to ask whatever he wants. So after you.
Well, thanks. Fascinating paper.
Oh, tell everyone else who you are.
I am Mauricio Cárdenas. So, very good paper. I was just wondering, what are the assumptions regarding the fuel subsidies? Because the IMF's own work has much bigger numbers in terms of the cost of the fuel subsidies for the emerging and developing countries. I come from Colombia. We have a carbon tax, but then we have a fuel subsidy that is about 2% of GDP. So simply getting rid of the fuel subsidy will generate a much bigger net effect, fiscal effect. So I wonder what was the assumption. And once you correct for that, the kind of like, you have two types of transfers, between countries and within countries. The within country transfer becomes a lot more problematic because it has to be much bigger. So I wonder how you dealt with this.
And later you can tell us about what the politics of that might be like in Colombia. Jean.
That's for tomorrow.
Yeah, it's really a sort of follow-up question. I'm struck by the fact that the time dimension may be perhaps underestimated, because the very basis for the decarbonization is that is to substitute capital for fossil fuels. That means you have to pay upfront, and that means that when you look over a longer time period, you may minimize the fiscal cost of it.
Okay. I'm going to go in reverse order. So, Ruud, you'll get the last word. Selma.
Yes, but maybe I'll start with the last question. And I'd like to say it's very important to look at the fiscal impacts, but at the basis, it's not a fiscal question we're addressing. We should first figure out what the economic impact will be in the short term, 2030, because your paper is focused on 2030 mostly. And in the short term, as Jean just said, we're going to invest to replace fossil fuel by capital, and this investment is not productive in the short term. It's not increasing productivity, potential growth, or anything, and we still have to finance it. So if it's not another way to put it, we're putting a price with carbon price on a free resources, polluting or emissions. And the way this can create fiscal space in the short term is a bit magical in a sense, if you follow me. So the whole, the global result that in the short term, by just putting carbon taxes, if it doesn't make the economy more efficient, richer, more productive, and we're creating fiscal space somewhere, is something that still is quite puzzling to me. That's the point I'd like to come back.
Yes.
So one comment about cost, and it's something related to what Selma said before, and I think is important to notice that part of the reason the costs are reasonable is because we don't do stupid stuff. I mean, if we force everybody to refurbish their houses, then the cost is going to be much higher. So I think that's the advantage of the carbon tax approach over the current one. The current one is for sure much more expensive. I think that's fair to say. On Kim's question on getting agreement, so I would say what is new. I think we have two tools, right? We have the CBAM, which we already knew, the border adjustment mechanism type issues, which is to say to the countries, look, this kind of a somewhat coercive approach that says, look, if you want to trade with me, you're going to have to pay, if you don't have a carbon tax, you're going to have to pay the difference. But here, I think what Ruud and co-authors do is they add a second, you have the stick, now we're going to have a carrot, which is we're going to have a transfer that actually allows, and that goes to the question of Mr. Cardenas that he was pointing out, is, okay, we're going to lose in some of those political economic constraints inside the countries, because in fact, on those developing countries and less developed countries and intermediate economies, there's actually a positive redistribution to everybody, basically. So in that sense, the political economy is better if we could communicate this, which is a big question. So those two, and then just simply on the way the GE and the tax, I would have actually, I don't know if there's time, but for John or for Philippe to discuss that, the extent to which it's going to change the picture, but it doesn't seem at the level of taxes we're talking about where that is going to contradict what we found, what the IMF team found.
Good.
Thanks. I love my discussions today. How do we get there? That's a huge question, of course. I'm not a climate negotiator, but I think, I mean, various studies have shown that there is an opportunity for reform that benefits all. There's all these model simulation by Kotlikov. You can make all generations better off. You can make all countries better off. Why don't we get there? It's still very difficult how to do that. And I think our approach to this is ultimately we want a global deal. What people say, well, you should not have too many parties. G20 is already too big. So let's start with a small group of countries, the big emitters, to find an agreement. And even getting 4 countries at the table is difficult. But let's suppose that's possible. Then our thought was also, it's important to link this to the development agenda, because if we want to have the developing countries on board, we have to involve them from the start and not sort of at the end. So linking it to the SDGs and including the African Union was sort of part of our attempt to say, well, this is maybe the strategy to follow. But I think analyzing, contributing to the discussions in the way we do and is important, and ultimately is up to countries to find a way in which they find an agreement. On the tax interactions, Caroline, very good point. Of course, there are many general equilibrium models around, and the literature on the double dividend. I wrote my PhD thesis on the double dividend in the late 1990s. Since then, there have been zillion of general equilibrium models with tweaks and all that. And I think that has really evolved into sort of general insights on what are the important interactions that matter for ultimately the fiscal equation. And I think we should utilize that and build on those insights. It's not all captured in our model. Our model is sort of strong in certain aspects, but not in others. So it does not include all these general equilibrium effects. The last point also on the timing, I think it can be very important, but it's not something we capture in our framework. So something to think about, and maybe also for us to caveat more sort of what is not included in the analysis. Then on the subsidies, yeah, that's of course a very important and obvious thing to do, to get rid of subsidies. We do discuss a little bit fossil fuel subsidies in the paper. Also in the context of how do you define subsidies, and the fund has sort of various studies on fossil fuel subsidies, distinguishing the explicit and implicit subsidies. The explicit subsidies is the 2% of GDP for Colombia and for several other countries. Obviously very distortionary, costly, and there must be ways to reform those. But there's also the implicit subsidy, the not pricing of the externalities, which we usually include, which is a methodology that is more sort of being discussed, but I think also gives an important message that we still massively underprice the externalities related to energy use.
Great. Well, thanks for this terrific discussion. And people are allowed a short break even though we went over? Okay.
and welfare. So this is a very natural extension of what he's done in the past. We have two discussants. Ioana Marinescu is a professor at Penn School of Public Policy and Practice, formerly at the Harris School at Chicago. She is on leave from Penn as principal economist in the antitrust division of the DOJ. And her specialties are wage determination, antitrust law and labor markets, economic security. She's very active in the public sphere, testifying before Congress with a podcast, and also a column that she did in Libération. And finally, Stefan Scarpetta is the director since 2013 of the OECD's Directorate on Employment, Labor, and Social Affairs, DELSA. He represents the OECD at the G7 and the G20 on labor, social, migration, and health issues. Between 2002 and 2006, he was at the World Bank, and he led the World Bank's programs in employment and development. With that, I'd like to invite Stefan to come up and present. You all know the ground rules: 20 minutes for each presenter, 15 minutes for each discussant.
Thank you so much, and thank you very much for the invitation to speak to you. It's really a great pleasure. You're also very brave because it's the fourth session of the day, I think, with a lot has been discussed. So I hope I can keep you focused on my presentation today. I want to do two things. I want first to talk a little bit about the country climate and development reports, which are new diagnostic that the World Bank Group has created last year to help us help country achieve their development goals and their climate objectives. And I will then use the case of Turkey to dig deeper into the methodology that we use to look at the interplay between what's happening at the sectoral level and the macroeconomics of the transition. So let me start with those CCDRs. So this is part of our climate change action plan. This is a busy slide, no need to try to read it, but it's just to tell you that we're doing a lot of things. And the CCDRs is only one part of what we're doing on climate. But basically the short story is maybe 10 years ago, it made sense to do development and then to have some climate projects, also climate policies. We feel that today it doesn't make a lot of sense anymore. Having like two buckets, development and climate, doesn't work. What we need is to have in countries resilient low carbon development pathways that we can basically support with everything we have. And so this mainstreaming of climate change into development, we realized requires to identify the synergies, the opportunities, but also the barriers and the costs. And in many countries, we don't have that. So we decided to start with those diagnostics so that it could inform our own programming, so what we invest into, but also help inform the policy discussion in countries. What's really important with those reports is that they are not climate reports. They are development reports. So the question we're asking is, how can countries achieve their development objectives? Economic growth, access to energy, poverty reduction, access to water and sanitation, even though first there are climate change impacts and natural disasters, even though the world is decarbonizing and the technology landscape is changing, we talk about CBAM and so on. And third, countries themselves have their own development climate objectives, like Turkey has committed to achieve net zero emissions in 2053. So the question is really how to achieve those development goals in that different world, but we're really interested first and foremost into having the countries achieve their development goals. So that's a really, really important part of this discussion. Those reports are done by the World Bank Group, which means with our private arm team. And one thing which is really important in those reports is to try to find ways to bring the private sector into the discussion. So it's not only about policies, it's also about what active role the private sector can have in that transition. What I will talk about is the first wave. So in a year, we did 25 countries that we covered with our CCDRs. So 34% of the global population, 36% of global emissions, and 23% of global GDP. We're not doing CCDRs in high-income countries But we're very happy to see, for instance, the report that Jean and Salma have produced recently, because we feel that this is the equivalent of our CCDRs in high-income countries, and it's really important to get the global picture right. Hopefully, by the next fall, we will have a new wave of something between 15 and 20 new CCDRs. We will do that in all of the countries where we have an active portfolio. So it's a huge undertaking. Each of those reports is a team of maybe, I don't know, 50 to 100 people, ranging all of our sectors, from energy and water and finance and macro, poverty and so on. So it's a lot of taking all of the evidence we have and all of the knowledge we have in all of the sectors and to put that together. And of course, the macroeconomics is critical to put things together and to make sure we have a consistent narrative and that what we propose is feasible. And I'll come back to that in a minute. So we have a summary paper that we published at COP27 on those first 25 countries. I'll just give you some of the key findings, and then I'll explain on the case of Turkey how we get there. So I will focus on the energy emission reduction agenda. Those reports have a lot of discussions on adaptation and resilience, but it's 4 p.m. and we cannot cover everything. So I will just focus on that part of the equation, but don't think that we're not looking at adaptation and resilience. Of course, if you want to achieve your development objectives, resilience is a critical part of the agenda. And very happy to tell you more in front of a glass of wine a bit later today. So on emission reductions, those reports are completely bottom-up, right? So there is no global goal that then we would impose on countries. Our teams working in each country are using low carbon development pathways that they feel are like informative and useful to think through the opportunities and the barriers. Those reports are not normative at all. We're not telling countries you should do this. We use a scenario to analyze the costs and the benefits and better understand what's possible and what are the costs and what needs to happen. You see here the emission scenarios that we have in our low carbon pathways. The blue ones are the upper middle income countries. So the Chinas and Argentinas and Turkey of this world. And you see in those countries, in most cases, our emissions are going towards zero between 2050 and 2060, 2070. The orange ones are the lower middle income countries, and you see a much larger range. And that's because those countries are very different. What's possible, politically palatable in those countries is different. Our teams decided to explore those scenarios. Taken together, it's a reduction by 70% of emissions in those countries. So keep in mind, compared with the PIIE scenarios, for instance, which are global net zero, top down, here we're bottom up and we're only minus 70%. So those are not net zero scenarios at the global level. And it's an important when we look at the numbers and compare with other reports. One thing that we're doing is, in all of the sectors, we're looking at what needs to happen to follow those pathways that I just showed you. And we look at the investments that are needed to achieve those pathways. And this is maybe the figure that's attracted the most attention. You have the GDP per capita of countries going from China being the richest of the countries we have to the G5 Sahel being the poorest. And on the y-axis, you have the additional investment needs to realize those development goals in a resilient and low carbon way. And so what you see, and it's interesting that it's consistent with some of the numbers that we have discussed earlier today, in upper middle income countries, investment needs are around 1–2% of GDP per year. If you go to middle income countries, lower middle income countries, you're more at between like 2 and 5, 6%. And if you're looking at the very poor countries, you're more around like 8, 10%. So a couple of things. First, this is resilience and low carbon development. So at the left-hand side, a lot of those needs are for adaptation and resilience. Second comment, if you're looking at a country like China or Argentina or Turkey, yes, they need to invest more for this transition, but they also have to invest less on other things. And the delta is relatively small. If you're looking in the Sahel, they have to invest more. There's just nothing that you don't do in those countries. So the difference between the numbers is a lot because of the baseline, right? In Turkey or China, you have the investment you need. There might not be in the right thing, so you need to reallocate. If you're looking at lower income countries, it's a lot about managing to invest more. Last comment on this figure. When you hear people talking about all of these trillion and billion and hundreds of billions and all of these huge numbers, it's all at the right-hand side of this figure. And that's all of the numbers for the countries where things are kind of manageable. Where it becomes impossible is on the left-hand side. I mean, Cameroon and the Sahel won't invest 10 more percentage points of their GDP in that. So what is most difficult, where countries need the most help, is on the left, but the numbers in absolute value are fairly low because those countries are really, really, really poor. So 10% of their GDP is really very little. So we're talking about hundreds of millions there. So one point is all of these big numbers that we're playing with sometimes are a little bit misleading. They make us look at the Chinas that can probably reallocate their investments and not enough at the Sahel of this world, which are the countries in need of help. So what are the macro consequences of that? Because one of the questions, of course, is if you manage to get the investments right and you manage to just follow those pathways, what does it do to your economic growth and GDP? And so this is what we have separated for low income, lower middle income, and upper middle income countries. And that's for 2030. It should be on that slide, but it's not. So GDP, you see that in all of the countries, we basically have something that's between nothing and an acceleration of economic growth. And to me, that's also really important for the discussion we had today, because a lot of our discussions was about the production frontier and how changing relative prices can change a little bit the frontier. In most of the countries we're working in here, the economy is very far from the frontier. And basically what we're doing with the sort of policy recommendations and investment we're talking about here is bringing them closer to the frontier. So we have an acceleration of economic growth. And I'll come back to that in the case of Turkey in a minute. The second row is for consumption. And of course, here things are a little bit looking less good, right? Because yes, you get more economic growth, but you have much more investments. So depending on how you do it, of course, you have this trade-off that you have to move some of your consumption towards investments, and it reduces consumption. And that's why you really need to take care of the kind of like second part of your income distribution to make sure if you reallocate from consumptions to investment, it's not the people who are very close to poverty and don't have access to like decent standards of living, because those people you want to see their consumption increase and not the opposite. So what's really important in this figure, you can imagine we have discussed them internally quite a lot, is to realize those gains, there are a lot of things that you need to get right. There are a lot of policy reforms, which are all very difficult to do. Reallocation of public resources, which we know the political economy is tricky. You need a lot of private investments and the private sector to play a very active role. And I'd say it's not just private capital flowing into the right projects, it's also the right business models, the right innovation in countries. So the private sector is much more than the private capital. You need to protect the poorest and make sure they're not affected. And to get that right, especially in lower income countries, you need the international community to help. And for the countries that need a lot of investments, we don't really see that happening if you don't have a lot of concessional resources, much more than what we see today, going into those countries to help them increase quite a lot their investments while maintaining their macroeconomic framework. One thing I'm thinking of also now is to get those investments, you also need a stable macroeconomic framework. So this morning, we discussed the role of monetary policy. I think in all of these reports, we flag that if you don't have the basic stability in terms of money and in terms of public finance, it's very difficult to get private investments. And so all of that becomes impossible. So the first role of Minister of Finance and Central Bank of keeping a stable system where people can invest is an absolutely critical prerequisite to get the transition right. So it's something that we have in all of those reports. Let me jump a little bit into the macro work, and we have a methodological paper that's focusing on this, which I'll describe a little bit, and I'll take the example of Turkey. So this is the so-called volcano figure. So you see on the left the emissions in Turkey from 1990 to 2018, which is the last date for the data. And then you see our scenario on the right, which gets net emissions to 0 in 2053, as per the country-own objective. And so we have different sectors, and those different sectors have been produced by our sectoral teams. So I won't go into everything, but just on the top here, you have the power sector and energy. This is our power sector modeling team doing a modeling of the power sector, trying to see how to decarbonize it. And it's a very granular model of the power sector. You have like all of the plants in all of the technologies, what you need in terms of transmission and distribution, and you do an optimization, so it's a least cost model, so that you get to where you want to be in terms of emissions at the lowest possible economic cost. And so you see, I mean, I don't want to get into the details, but what you're doing in Turkey is basically to invest much more in renewables because it's much cheaper, and you do that with or without climate objectives. And that's the thing that is maybe the most important, is if you're looking at Turkey today, their pipeline of power sector investments has a lot of coal. If you don't care about climate and you look at the least cost way of meeting Turkey energy demand, you wouldn't do coal. Coal is expensive, much more expensive than alternatives today. So what's really important is our baseline is really not an optimal baseline where everything we would do would have a net cost. We have a lot of room to improve on top of the baseline by getting the system closer to the frontier. And the reason why it's far from the frontier is because it's not driven by prices, right? And if it's driven by prices, the prices are from are changed by a lot of taxes and subsidies and so on. So the prices, the market prices, are not the economic prices. So a lot of the reasons why we have this gain in terms of GDP is because in sectors like energy, we can find scenarios that are better in economic terms and better in terms of emissions. Similar things on transportation. A lot of congestion, a lot of inefficiencies that offer some opportunities to improve on both sides. So this is, and again, don't try to read all of those numbers, but basically sector per sector, we have a technological roadmap that gives us how much investment you need, how much stranded assets you have, because you have to retire some of your assets earlier. And it gives you things like how much fuel the country needs to import. I mean, Turkey is importing all of its fossil fuels almost. So you get also this benefit, plus some benefits in terms of costs. For instance, we have a lot of investments in the building sector, and it means that households will spend less in energy, and that's a saving. All of that comes from sectoral roadmaps that then we plug into our CGE model. So in that case, we have buildings, transport, power, and forestry, which are coming from sectoral roadmaps. In other countries, it's a different set of sectors. And then we basically force the CGE to basically we replace the column and the row for like energy by whatever the sectoral team is giving us. And so you have the policies in transport, buildings, energy, and forestry, which, by the way, are 4 sectors where pricing is not great to change behaviors. So we have a lot of non-price policies in those sectors. Then we plug that into the CGE and we add economy-wide policies, which includes here a change in the subsidies and a carbon price. And then we run the CGE with a few sensitivity analysis about labor market frictions, co-benefits from air pollution. How do you finance the increase in investment that you need? Do you crowd out other investments, or do you crowd out consumption? And some sensitivity analysis on how much of the costs in the power sector you transfer to electricity prices for customers. And then we look at GDP consumption and so on. I don't think I have the time or to go through all of the variables that we use to connect the roadmaps to the CGE. But of course, this is key, right? How do you connect those 2 models? And I have to say, it's not perfect. So at the end, we do this connection. We don't have one perfectly consistent scenario because we cannot connect all of the variables. My take on this is you should not compare that with doing something perfect because nobody does anything perfect. You have to compare that with the alternative that we had, which is to use a very, very simple model, for instance, of the energy system that you can have in a CG. And I claim that our approach of coupling models with different levels of granularity is superior to the best energy modeling we can do in a CG or the best transport modeling we can do in a CG. This is what it does on GDP growth in Turkey. So you see our main scenario is the dark blue one. That's our resilient net zero pathway. And it's resilient because we also have to invest more for resiliency, especially, I mean, this was done before the earthquake, but we have earthquake risks in those simulations. And then you see some scenarios with higher benefits. If you take into account the benefits from lower air pollution on labor productivity, for instance. And you have the one at the bottom, which is one where we fix the savings and investments available in the country. So here you have pure crowding out. So all of the investments you're doing for the transition is taking away from investments in other things, in the productive sector. And this is something which is really important because at the end of the day, it's not as complicated as it looks, right? You have two questions. One is you increase the total investments. And so the question is, where do you find this financing? From consumption, from external finance, or from other ways? And then you have to reallocate your financing. And here, zero is a very small number. And here the question is, what are the returns on my investments in the transition compared with the returns I would do otherwise? And here it's all about the energy and efficiency gains that you have on land use and energy. And if your returns, because you have gains in terms of energy expenditures or in terms of land use, are higher than the average returns in your economy, you have a net gain at the beginning. And at the end, when it gets more difficult, well, the returns change, and then you have like a decline. But I think we understand very well why we have this curve and what it takes in terms of the returns of the different levels of investments. So I'll stop here, just flagging one thing, which is GDP here doesn't tell you anything about the challenge for the country. It's all about reallocation. And so we're also saying that what happens is that we have a lot of decline in the energy-heavy sectors and a lot of gains in the rest of the economy, especially construction. And of course, then you have to discuss, because for governments trying to promote manufacturing in the country, this is not necessarily very good news. But the question is much more a question of the political economy and managing the transition than anything else. And basically, our assumptions about reallocation of labor and capital is driving our macro results. So facilitating the transition of workers, especially, is something that we want to do to be nice, but it's also something we really have to do to be efficient. If the reallocation is slow, then you have much higher macroeconomic costs. So let me stop here because I've been too long, but very happy to answer any question. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. This is a topic which I haven't really worked on before, and so I really enjoyed learning about the subject. But nonetheless, I come from a trade background, and I think the experience in working in trade has sort of inadvertently almost equipped me to think about this experience. The title of my paper at the moment is Factor Reallocation Relevant. I'm trying to deal with the factor reallocation of labor and capital, but I was expecting that in the first paper they would be mainly dealing with capital. So I'm going to mainly deal with reallocation of labor. And in fact, what's striking is if you look at the simulations, by and large, both looking
at previous experiences of environmental policies and simulations which look at climate change over the next, the effect of climate policies over the next 10 or 20 years. We've seen numerous of them today. Their aggregate employment and investment effects don't look like they're really big from a macroeconomic standpoint. But they do require a lot of, or a significant amount of reallocating of workers and of investments. And for some of the workers, these impacts are going to be negative and consequential, as for some of the investments, where there is a danger they could have, investments could be prematurely scrapped, and especially for communities, because a characteristic of something like a coal mine, as we will see, is that it is often located far away from other economic activities. And these reallocations present real policy challenges, and so we should not ignore the microeconomic underpinnings of those aggregate results, because in fact they can have real policy impacts. And I was discussing before how the trade experience, I think, is something that we really need to learn from. Because if you look at the effects of trade, say on something like the declining manufacturing employment shares that we have had in all industrial economies, trade is a part of the story, but typically, you know, on the order of 10 or 15% of the story. Much less important, in my view, than technological change, and often ignored in those discussions, demand and patterns of demand growth. Nonetheless, for those who were hurt by trade, we've got now we've had a burgeoning literature which has shown that for particular individuals, displacement can be very costly, and for particular communities, there were serious effects, not only economic ones, but also social consequences. And a lot of these places happen to be politically consequential. And the result was we got Trump, we got Brexit, so we got a lot of powerful effects. If you listen then to the discussion in the United States about fiscal policy, well, our fiscal policy today, you couldn't tell the story about American fiscal policy today without mentioning Joe Manchin from West Virginia, you know, worried about his climate constituents and maybe his own purse. And so this consequence is something we ignore at our peril. And when it comes to climate change itself, we notice policies being adopted. Certainly, if you'd been sitting in our discussion this morning and this afternoon, you would have thought it's obvious, it's a no-brainer, it's a price approach. And yet the United States has had to steer away from that. Indeed, in the Inflation Reduction Act, it's added in a whole lot of other goals to try to make it more palatable, certainly to certain constituents, in order to get it passed. And then finally, if we look at the European situation, you know, President Macron learned at some political cost that his climate policies, which were very ambitious, were not always politically palatable. And he had to retreat a few years ago, and more recently, we're hearing from numerous places in Europe that there's a need to slow down. So clearly, there are these political ramifications. And a major reason is that a significant amount of our economy, and particularly a significant share of local economies, have jobs that are at risk. And loosely, we could talk about these as brown jobs, although as you get into it, you start to realize that you can take a narrow perspective, but it's inadequate. And you start to become aware of the extent to which the number of jobs actually are at risk. So the narrow approach is just to say, we're going to look at occupations which relate to fossil fuels. And you're going to get, in the United States, something like 0.38% of the employment. But then you say, no, we shouldn't just look at occupations that we can clearly identify as only being in these fossil fuel activities. Let's take industries. And you get kind of a mid-range definition. Take extraction, include refining, and now you've got something like 927, by one measure, 1,000 jobs, and you're up to 0.66. And then you say, hey, but actually, what about energy-intensive industries? They're often located close to energy sources. They use fossil as an input. They could be adversely affected. And then you get closer to 2 million workers. But that's too small, because you should also recognize that technologies are going to change. And so there's a huge potential for disruption as products are reconfigured to reflect the fact that we're eliminating the possibilities, or we're trying, of greenhouse gases. And a classic example, and I've got a couple of little short case studies in the paper. A classic example is the change from combustion engine-driven automobiles to electric vehicles. And when you start to think about it, electric vehicles have no transmission, don't have combustion engines. They're being driven by a different mechanism. And when you start to add up the number of jobs that are going to be potentially dislocated, you've got a significant share of the parts industry, people making powertrains today. And then, by some measures, electric vehicles have about 200 parts compared to 1,200 in automobiles with combustion engines. So you're going to be able to manufacture them using fewer workers. And overall, you could get something like, out of the 1 million jobs, you would no longer need 265,000. So I've got 26% of the jobs. They're certainly going to be affected. So in addition, and I think this is something that should really be appreciated, you have a dynamic within the automobile industry that is going to significantly change the market shares of the current incumbents. Tesla will expand, and other electric vehicles will be sold in the United States market. I don't think the total number of automobiles purchased will change, and so that means others are going to lose. And within Europe, you have auto companies whose prestige and brands are all tied to their engineering and their sophisticated transmission mechanisms and combustion engines, and that's not going to be valued anymore. So I believe there's going to be a significant, and then also we know now that the Chinese are at the cutting edge. There are a huge number of firms, BYD and others are doing extremely well. They're going to take more and more market share. And so again, we've got jobs at risk. And that's, in a sense, just the beginning, because if we wanted a comprehensive view, we'd look upstream, we'd look downstream, and then there are spillovers into communities when big plants close. So a significant number of jobs at risk. It's hard to be precise. Nobody can really do that, but nonetheless, a large number. They're at risk, so what's going to determine the adjustment challenges? The first thing I would emphasize is that we already know from evidence in the United States, say von Wachter and Steve Davis did a very good paper in which they showed that on average, workers who were dislocated, if they'd been working for 3 years and then lost their jobs in mass layoffs of 50 workers or more, lost 1.4 times their annual income. Because they don't just lose, it's not the costs of adjustment, it's the fact that they have specific human capital, seniority, and when they take their next jobs, they never catch up. So this is before we start to talk about climate. Just to understand, dislocation is extremely costly. Now, in many communities, the employment shares are very low, actually, when it comes to fossil fuel communities. But in some, they are significant. And if you get laid off in a period when many other people in your local economy are being laid off, your costs are greater than the ones I've just described. So before we even start to talk about climate, we should understand that these can be significant. But if we look at mining and extraction, what we see is a high degree of what I call, what others have called, but I can't pronounce it, rurality. They're in rural areas. They're far away from other opportunities. And clearly this is going to be adversely affect their ability to adjust. Then there's a question of skills. Do the current displaced workers have adequate skills to take the new jobs? Actually, the literature, as I read it, is quite mixed. Some people think it's not going to be all that hard for some of these workers to find other jobs. But there is also extensive work which suggests that, if you will, green jobs have very different skills to the brown jobs. Now, as I say, the literature is mixed on that question. But my reading is that this is yet another change. This transition is another change in our labor markets in which a lot of workers who, in a sense, were working in routine jobs, a lot of workers had a change, and we've got skill bias technical change. And in a sense, it seems to be present as well. The communities are also adversely affected. There's a fossil fuel community is an adverse position, particularly if a lot of its income comes from fossil fuels. We've also have immobility in the American labor market as well. Now, I don't want to deal a lot with, I don't have the time to go into detail about American policies, but I do want to take one dimension, which I think is very instructive. The US has acknowledged that disadvantaged communities need to be helped. And within the United States, therefore, there was an interagency working group. And at the start, they decided they really needed to prioritize. And they named 25 communities. And we're going to focus their resources on those communities. But when the bill actually passed through Congress, Congress defined as an energy community any zone which had a share of employment greater than 0.17. Now, the average share of employment in the United States in fossil fuel industries is 0.78. So in this map, anything that's colored is potentially going to be an energy community. But they then constrained it and they said, well, if it's only the communities whose unemployment rate is higher than the national average. And that's the dark red area. So what we're saying is our energy communities are going to be something like 40% of the geographic area of the United States. And then in addition, we're going to have some special programs for retired coal plants and places with brownfield sites and closed coal mines. And the consequence is that in the subsidies that are being allocated for renewable energy in the United States, there's this complex set of criteria, and among them is an additional 10% you're going to get on investments and in production of renewables if you're in an energy community. So in my view, what we see here is something that's operated in several, it's a historical feature of the American system, that it has an utter incapacity to prioritize and simultaneously get the policies through Congress. And so it's been, this particular program has been watered down to the point where now its range or its coverage is no longer truly prioritizing. There's a second feature of the program, which is that most of it is focused on the idea that today's existing energy producers should in the future become energy hubs. So instead of asking what are the best policies for the community, what's happening is a policy which is going to try to convert those communities into energy communities. And that's because all of this takes place in the IRA, which is a bill that is devoted to energy policy. Now, some of those communities are going to be able to do that. They are suitable. But a lot of places where you put coal mines aren't necessarily the right places for wind or solar. And so this isn't, in my view, a comprehensive enough perspective in terms of trying to deal with these adjustments. Now, I won't go through, since I'm running out of time. What I will say, I also, in the paper, go through the European approach. And what's so striking to me is the contrast in the way in which Europe is approaching these same questions. Europe's position is quite similar, analogous to the United States in terms of having jobs at risk and having to take steps to deal with them. But, so let's go to the policies. So Europe already has a set of extremely generous structural programs. Long before climate policies, these are cohesion policies, and you get a long list of them, but they're in kind of 500–600 billion euros over 7 years kinds of things. So already Europe has general adjustment programs, labor market programs, training people, helping people adjust, also geared towards communities. And when it comes to climate, there is the just transition mechanism in which regions have been singled out. Each region has negotiated with the European community a particular strategy to deal with its problems. So the view is not necessarily they all have to become energy communities. The plan is, how can we best help you? Now, will they succeed or not? I don't know. But I hold up these two pictures, and I think they're worth 1,000 words, in illustrating the difference between the coverage. The green areas are the areas which have actually gotten approved territorial just transition plan. So the European approach is to complement a broad structural adjustment context with specific programs to deal with climate change, and clearly has been prioritized. The American approach is to spread the money around and to have very weak general adjustment policies. So I just believe this is a major flaw in the US approach. I'd be very interested in the Europeans within this audience to see whether you believe I'm accurately characterizing the approach. Now, any kinds of regional adjustment programs are very difficult. You will always get a mixed outcome, just as we've poured trillions of dollars actually by now into foreign aid and to help countries develop, and sometimes they do and sometimes they don't. So it's a very complicated problem. Nonetheless, just let me finally conclude. So why should we have these programs? One view is that we want to help the people who are really in trouble. A second is we expect there to be some positive political effects. It's going to make our climate change policies easier to implement. Well, we looked in the earlier experience. I already mentioned that Europe has very generous programs, but the populist right in Europe has nonetheless thrived. So simply giving people financial support doesn't really seem to take fully care of their concerns, because they may not be primarily purely economic ones. In a very similar way, now in the United States, we have the major beneficiaries of our climate policies are to be found in red states, and you might hope that since they now have an economic interest in these policies, they will be more supportive of them, but that is something we have yet to see take place. Sorry for taking too much time. Thanks.
All right, so I'm very pleased to be here to discuss these very complementary papers. So I'm Ioana Marinescu, and I'm at the University of Pennsylvania. And one thing I want to say before I even start my slides is that I'm going to focus very much on labor reallocation. But before we start, I think it's important to connect that with capital, which the papers partly do. So why are they linked? It's somewhat to state the obvious, but I think it will help us from a macro perspective to think about that. First of all, obviously, without capital reallocation, you're not going to have job creation in those new sectors, as well as spillover effects, in terms of job creation. So that's number one. Secondly, capital reallocation is going to determine the wages of these workers as they reallocate, because obviously wages depend on productivity, which depends on capital. And third, and that's less obvious, but it's been treated by the paper from the World Bank, importantly, it's linked to workers through the savings channel. To the degree that you're going to finance additional investment in capital with savings, this savings got to come from somewhere, and part of it could come from labor income. So there's a lot of linkages that we have to think about in the macroeconomy between capital reallocation and labor reallocation. But now let me summarize, so I'm going in reverse order, the second paper. So this paper is a review of the evidence, right, on the impact of the green transition, specifically on jobs and workers. And you know, you didn't have time to talk much about Europe, but it's actually quite even-handed in talking about both US and Europe. There's three big takeaways. The first one is that the aggregate employment effects are pretty small in the aggregate for both the US and Europe. But there's nevertheless very important adjustment costs, especially for lower skilled workers and the communities. So there's a local economic development aspect to this. And the third point, which is quite interesting, is that the EU has a lot more funding that's allocated to a green transition than the US, even once we include the recent policy developments. So one thing I want to say here is that it is a concern, you know, that this transition is going to disproportionately affect low-income and less skilled workers and their communities. But, you know, as been mentioned, I have some recent work on green jobs where we look at specifically at wind and solar jobs, and we define them by the specific skills that employers advertise in their job ads. So we find in this context that wind and solar jobs have about the exact same educational requirement distribution as other jobs. They're similar to other jobs in the economy. And this approach that we use for this paper is based, again, on the employer's own description of what they're looking for, whereas a lot of other approaches have looked at specific occupations. So therefore, it's not job-specific. It's at the level of the occupation. And they tend to be a little more likely to find that green jobs require higher education. So back to the wage levels. So as I mentioned, the reallocation of capital, of course, that's part of what affects wages. In our paper, we find that wind and solar jobs are higher paying than other jobs. They're created in higher paying occupations. In fact, they're 21% higher paying. And interestingly, it's especially the jobs with high skill requirements high school or less or no education requirements that tend to be created in high-paying types of occupations. So it seems to particularly advantage the opportunities of less skilled workers. Finally, and that's also interesting, we have also found that wind and solar jobs are disproportionately located in communities, in counties with fossil fuel production. And so all of this together, so they are relatively jobs that are not requiring more skill, they're higher paying, and they tend to be located in fossil fuel communities, is, I would say, the optimistic and perhaps unexpected message here that there is an opportunity. So that's great. Nevertheless, it's still the case that for particular individuals, the transition could be rough. So even if there's this correlation, there's these nice jobs out there, it doesn't mean that for any particular worker, perhaps especially if they happen to be, if you as a worker happen to be in a depressed community in West Virginia and your mine is closing, all I'm saying here may not help you all that much. So that doesn't mean we don't need to worry about the cost of transitions for workers. And here, I think one important policy to think about as an example is in the US, we have the Trade Adjustment Assistance Program. And there's a very nice paper by Ben Hyman that shows that with this TAA, workers were approved, made an additional $50,000 more in earnings after getting approved thanks to this program. And this program has two components. It has training and it has enhanced unemployment insurance benefits. So it both provides income smoothing as well as a training component. Interestingly, it seems like the training component was most important in generating higher income for workers. And there's a whole literature that shows that training investments tend to be, on average, fairly effective in the long run. They're costly in the short run, but they're effective in the long run. There's some additional policy tools we can think about, including wage insurance. So if you take a job that's less paying than one you used to have, you can get that difference covered through public funds, and then early retirement subsidies. And we know that training tends to be less effective for older workers. So one policy we can think about is, as was done in Germany, as was mentioned in Lawrence's paper, that German workers were able to draw on retirement benefits earlier when they were retiring from mining. So that's something that has been done for prior technological transitions. Now, in terms of how hard is all this? Well, In the end, the number of workers that are directly affected that are in fossil fuel industry is in the US, especially and Europe, is not that large. It's a fairly small number of people. So if we're going to do a targeted support, the fiscal cost is not going to be all that high if we limit it to the people who are directly impacted. Now, of course, there's the indirect effects, but if we're targeting those people, there is an opportunity in terms of the low cost. And I think that also echoes some prior papers where we saw, even at the global level, a lot of the costs perhaps could be handled. Interestingly, there's also the issue of flexibility. So, you have to allow for the economy to adjust as much as possible in an efficient way. And even though green jobs are great and all that, that doesn't mean that every worker who lost a job, in the brown economy now got to go in the green economy. I mean, that's not necessarily the best, place for them to go or the more effective way. So that's why we have to think about a policy package that allows for reallocation in a more flexible way. For example, with retraining that is not necessarily for green jobs, but an open opportunity for retraining to workers, or income support policy that, again, isn't linked to green jobs, but it's just if you were in a dirty sector, you will get access to those income support policies. And finally, actually, what I was really interested to see that there's all these policies in the EU around the green transition and to support workers. And in fact, I'm curious to know, do we already have any evaluation, as somebody who's interested in labor market policy, what was the result of all that? How effective was that? As I said, the TAA seemed pretty effective in the US, but what do we already know in Europe, and what lessons can we draw? So that's for the first paper. Then moving on to the next paper by Algat and co-authors. So this is a paper that's macro models, a suite of models that's applied to Turkey. And so we're switching gears to more of a middle-income country. So, we've looked at US and Europe, more of a middle-income situation. And so, this is a new context to think about this topic. And so here we have a macro model suite again to address this issue. And it's part of a multi-country initiative where the team applied this model to multiple countries. I really appreciated that the way they did it was in trying to take into account the country's own objectives, not imposing necessarily a optimal policy package from the top down, but trying to look into the specifics of what the country was trying to do. So the model blocks here are threefold. First, they have a technical model at the sectoral level, as been described. It's quite detailed to take into account specifics of the sector. They input that into a general equilibrium economic model to model the adjustment. And finally, they have a detailed model to get into the government budget and the fiscal adjustment process. So for Turkey, the key results for the green transition relative to business as usual are pretty positive. We see increased growth, increased aggregate employment, although we saw that labor reallocation frictions reduce growth compared to what it would be with less frictions. And in the end, we also see a progressive welfare impact because we see an increase in consumption for the poor and a decrease in consumption for richer households. So this is more my slide of some questions that I had while reading this. You show positive effects of the green transition on growth in Turkey, and there are two key assumptions that make it more positive that we get this boost to growth. One is that currently there are market inefficiencies, and in your presentation, you focused on, you told us that coal was overrepresented even though it's expensive, partially because of public policy. So I found that interesting in terms of, where are these inefficiencies coming from, and perhaps it depends on which country we're talking about. So knowing what they are is important in terms of what are our opportunities to do better based on the existing inefficiencies, which could be somewhat country-specific. And secondly, there's this issue of crowding out. So is it the case that the new investments in the green economy are these additional investments or crowding out other investments? And so that's important because if we need to avoid that, that means you have to increase savings. And that's painful from the consumer perspective. You have to reduce consumption relative to the counterfactual. And so, that's something that we have to think about in terms of the policy design. And then the second big bullet point was that effect of the green transition tends to be more negative in lower income countries in their model, not as favorable in terms of boosting growth. And I was wondering why, but in your presentation, I think I understood that it's because the level of investment needed is so high. Therefore, the reduction in consumption needed is so high that it's very painful for those countries. They don't have the basis. They have to invest a lot, and that makes the adjustment much more painful. So that was new to me, and that was an interesting aspect of your model as I was reading it. So now let's talk as a last sort of meaty topic about the carbon tax, which has been talked about a lot today. So in their model, they actually do rely partially on a carbon tax. Right now in Turkey, as I understand it, they don't have a carbon tax, but they do have a high tax on liquid fuels. And I mean, the issue with the carbon tax is that it can be politically challenging. I have a paper with Soren Andersen and Boris Shaw that's just been published, looking at the US case and showing that the carbon tax is really thwarted by political and partisan polarization. Whether the carbon tax finances a dividend, which I thought was such a great idea, or it finances green investments. We looked at the state of Washington that had both. It really drives a lot of opposition, from Republicans, and it couldn't pass in a state-level referendum. Of course, there's the case of the Gilets jaunes in France, and so there's huge popular opposition, and there's a very nice paper by Duane and Fabre, and one of the things they show is that the opposition is largely driven by seemingly biased beliefs about the impacts, that people were overestimating the negative impacts, and it's very hard to correct these beliefs. So that's kind of part of the work that policymakers have to do in terms of presenting those policies to the public. And one idea I want to suggest is that if you're going to use a carbon tax and dividend, you have to think about the fact that as we transition to a green economy, that dividend is going to dwindle. So if part of the goal is to provide a dividend, you have to provide some sort of automatic adjustment if you want to continue to provide a dividend moving forward. One suggestion I have before I conclude is for this paper, I thought it was very interesting to think about country-specific policy proposals. And I was thinking, some people do these web widgets, like, Our World in Data, etc., where you can click through different countries, different scenarios. So it would be fun if we could be able to say, I'm country X, if I increase carbon tax for this and I add this subsidy and this thing, what would be my result in terms of the GDP, employment effects, and so on and so forth, the outcomes they might care about. So to conclude, facilitating the reallocation in the green economy. So we've seen that we have to rely, I would say, on micro evidence on policies that support workers during the green transition. Things around labor reallocation, income support, and also taking into account the political economy, which is really critical for the feasibility of policy in practice. And secondly, the macro model comes in handy to be able to incorporate some of this micro knowledge about existing policies that we've been done in the past to simulate what would happen in the macroeconomy and therefore offer policymakers a menu of options for moving forward with this green transition. Thank you.
Well, let me start by thanking Adam and Jean and the Peterson Institute for inviting me. I think a disclaimer, I think like Bob and Jason said, thank you for inviting a non-climate expert to this conference. And also try to keep it short because I think the two presentations were extremely good and Joanna did a great job also in providing a number of important comments. I agree with her that the two papers are very much complementary. So it was really a pleasure to read them in sequence. I will try to discuss them also in the same sequence. So we'll start with the paper that Stefan presented, and then I will discuss the paper by Robert. But let me start by quoting Stefan. I think one of the last sort of sentences he used was that this is not just, we are focusing on reallocation, not just because we have to focus only on GDP. And not just we are focusing on reallocation because we care about the social impact or distributional considerations, but because focusing on reallocation also means looking at efficiency of the transition to net zero. Let me move to the first paper, the one that Stefan presented. Now, this is not a paper. It's actually a summary of an extensive work that the World Bank is doing. And I think, as Stefan said, there are many people working on it. So it's a bit of a challenge to comment on that. I think there are a number of important points. First is part of this country climate and development report. And I'd like to underline and development. So here we're moving away from a silo approach in which we're looking at policies to promote or towards a net zero into look at policy to achieve net zero together with development objectives. And that, I think, is quite important. It's also interesting because it's a combination of different approaches. I think, as Stefan said, it's a bottom-up hybrid modeling approach. First and foremost, we start with the resilient and net zero scenarios, which again are embedded into a developmental model. So it's not just by themselves, but as part of the global approach by the country. In the example he gave, he focused on 4 main sectors which are crucial in order to achieve net zero. And this, of course, is power, building, transportation, and forestry. I think Stefan said that in other countries, the focus might be in other sectors. So it's not always the same one. And I think the objective here is to achieve the net zero decarbonization in the case of Turkey that he presented by 2053. So the objectives are fixed in these particular sectors, and then these scenarios are brought into the standard, I would say, CEG model, in which the model itself is calibrated to replicate the emission reduction which are determined in the sectoral analysis in the 4 different sectors. So basically the investment requirement to achieve the net zero, for example, in the power sector, are introduced into the CEG model as an exogenous shock. And then the second model, the CEG model, is brought into a World Bank macro model, an aggregate macro model, to assess the macro financial consequences of the sectoral net zero strategies. In the case of Turkey, we're talking about 313 billion cumulative additional investment that have to be taken place. Of course, the issues here are how we are going to finance this investment. There are baseline assumptions, which is 50% by the government and 50% by the private sector. 2 crucial elements here, and I'd like to hear more about it. One is a very benign scenario, which is a TFP scenario, in which the reforms that are part of the development model or development strategy itself will actually generate a significant boost in TFP, and this to some extent will also finance the needed investment in the 4 sectors. A more reasonable scenario is the one that would imply a significant carbon tax and, of course, to some extent, a crowding out effect in between big investment, meaning reduction in consumption, reduction in investment in other sectors, a combination of all of these. What are some of the main findings? And again, here, of course, we are looking at one particular example. This is the one of Turkey. You might have seen the chart that Stefan presented. It seems to be fairly positive in terms of GDP in most of the countries he shows us. In the case of Turkey here, we are looking at a long-run positive effect on economic growth, but there is a big but here, because this depends on the degree of frictions in the labor market. If, as in the model, the CEG model, there are indeed significant friction in the reallocation of labor across sectors and across type of jobs, then the overall impact, of course, is much, much smaller. And, of course, depends very much on the crowding out effect or lack of crowding out effect or the extent to which. The second important point is that if we look at the endpoint, 2053, there seems to be progressive, this type of evolution and transition. But, of course, we have to pay a lot of attention into the short-term effect on poorer households. This is a point that also emerged very clear in the paper by Bob. We have to take into account the short-term adjustment cost, especially if this crowds out consumption, and to the extent to which we use the carbon tax, because we know very well that this will weigh very heavily on low-income households. There is also a result which is specific to Turkey. Again, here, the 4 sectors have been chosen in, I think, a discussion with the country itself, but the fact that the industry is not included into one of the sectors, and therefore there's also investment in the industry, one of the side effects of this type of analysis in the case of Turkey is that there is a process of deindustrialization. So there is a significant shift of employment away from industry into other sectors. And of course, it is also implication because one of the sector emerging is actually the building sector, which tend to offer lower wage, and therefore it's not just a question of moving workers from some sector to others, but also moving workers from relatively high pay to relatively low pay sectors. So indeed, my main suggestion is one, and again, it might be asking too much, but maybe having the industry sector included into one of the core sector, it's important. Bob reminded us that when we talk about industry, just think about automotive. This is a sector that is going under massive adjustment itself. Second, it's not very clear, at least in the paper. I'm pretty sure that there is extensive discussion on that. What are the conditions under which a TFP scenario may become slightly more likely? Maybe not a full TFP increase, but maybe a bigger or better combination between TFP and crowding out effect. Here, of course, they talk about reforms. Some of the reforms indeed might not be very costly. They might be costly politically, better rule of law in the case of Turkey, improved market regulations, but other, in my view, are costly. And these are about better institution, investment in human capital, especially in a country like Turkey that invests very little, not only in education, but actually in lifelong learning. This is an issue. And of course, better social protection programs. And I think I'd like to see more, and maybe again, in the analysis, there is more than what I found in the paper about the distribution effect, the short-term effect versus the longer-term effect. Even if in the long run, low-income household may benefit in terms of employment, even wages, I think the short-term adjustment costs are likely to be borne in particular by the low-income people, and therefore this might have an impact about the support for this type of reform. Let me turn into Bob, because I think, as I said, this paper is complement very well what Stefan presented. Here we focus on the collateral benefit of climate policies on workers and investment, as well as on the painful reallocation of labor and capital. And even if there might be, and indeed the literature suggests that there could be positive long-run aggregate employment effect, what really matters is actually the reallocation, how costly this reallocation will be for different people. And also this is important for the public support for climate change. There are various reasons why the cost of job displacement may be larger in the brown industries. There is a literature on that. Job displacement costs are largely in declining industries. Job displacement costs might be larger also in high-wage firms that are some of the brown industry themselves. And therefore, there is a need to support the displaced worker. Here I might somewhat differ a little bit from what Joanna was presenting in terms of the cost of adjustment. Let me share two things. Why it is important to focus on the support for net zero transition. This is just an illustration of the correlation between the beliefs and the support for carbon tax packages. You can see on the top the correlation is positive. Policy would indeed be successful in reducing emission. Inequality is an important problem that is dealt with these policies. Trust in government is high, and therefore also I believe that this net zero will be successful. But then look at the bottom. If people consider that this transition will actually be costly for the income of the household, then the support is certainly negative. And the same, of course, low-income earners will lose. And also people don't understand what climate change actually is and why this should be a main priorities. Now I go to the point about the adjustment cost. This is some ongoing work at OECD. It looks at the brown industries versus non-brown industry. You see that there is an adjustment cost in terms of total earning, number of years after the displacement has taken place. And it's larger, of course, in the brown industry than it is in the non-brown industry. But I think what is interesting is also when you decompose this total earning effect, because one of it is about employment, but actually where it's large is also in terms of post-displacement wage and actually firm premium. A number of those working in the brown industry tend to have high wage and a particular firm premium. They tend to be paying much higher than what basically a similar level of education people tend to get in other sectors. And of course, it might be difficult for them to reallocate into another job, whether it's a green job or another type of job, being paid the same given the level of education they might have. So there is certainly a more persistent effect in terms of wage, post-displacement, and also in terms of the wage premium they might face going forward. So what are some of the key messages of the paper by Bob? We have to move away from the notion that there are no friction in the labor market and actually focus on how to target and what are the modalities of the support we provide. Of course, Bob discussed a lot the US IRA approach, the definition of the community which are most likely to be affected, very broad in the chart it shows us, but also a type of approach that is used. Are we investing in the brown communities by let them invest in green activities, or actually they have to invest in something else? That's a very important point. So is the focus on the green in investments to what extent important? So it says that the IRA is poorly targeted for the purpose of the environmental justice and to focus on renewable energy as additional investment in the affected communities. Here I would add that I think there should be a focus, short-term and medium-term, in income support systems, in wage insurance, Joanna referred to that, and also on activation policy. One thing which is good about net zero transition is that it's policy induced. So to some extent, we can foresee what are going to be the changes, and we can put in place policy which are preventive and not just policy that cope with the shock when people have lost their job. Final point is, I think we have to, and this again on both papers, we have not only to focus on individuals affected by the transition as workers, but actually also as consumers. There might be a high overlap between the two, but I think there are also people who might lose as consumers, even though they're not directly affected in terms of job loss as workers. And I think then we have to move probably from individual costs, both in terms of wages and employment and in terms of consumption, but also in terms of communities. So the focus on communities, but perhaps, and here I very much follow the point that Bob was making, looking at those communities who are likely to be very significantly affected by this transformation, and think about what kind of investment or reinvestment in this community may be needed, might not be in green activities, might be in other important activities. And with that, I conclude and I thank you for your attention.
Great. Okay. When we conclude at 6 p.m., I don't want to place any undue obstacles between you and the cocktail, so let me make one announcement now. There will be a reception from 6 to 7, a buffet dinner from 7 to 7:30. At 7:30, we have an evening program which will feature Andrew Steer, President and CEO of the Bezos Earth Fund, and he will be having a conversation moderated by Adam, and your participation will be encouraged in that. With that, let me turn back to the subject matter and thank Stefan and Robert and Joanna and Stefano for excellent presentations and discussions. One big takeaway, I think, from this discussion and just following up on Stefano's final remarks is that, if we think of the green transition, it's kind of like the combination of a huge technology shock and trade shock. And we know from past experience, a lot of Robert's work, other work, how disruptive that is. So I hope in the discussion we can address more if we have a sense of the best practice for easing the kind of frictions that are implicit in the World Bank's model. Whether the bank, the fund should be advising on those, and how we think about support for communities, not just for individuals, because part of what we learned from the China shock literature is that these community effects are very important. Why don't we start by letting Stefan and then Robert reply to any
comments of the discussants, and then we'll open it up to the floor for questions.
Thank you very much. And then just to start, it's a bit embarrassing when the discussant do a better job than the presenter on the paper. So thank you very much for presenting, especially what I had no time to discuss at the end. Just a couple of targeted points on your question. One is, I mean, the big question we have is an investment and a financing question. And so the big question is, okay, we have all of those investments, where are they coming from? And what's really interesting when you start to mobilize different economic models is, depending on what model you're using, you can do this in different ways. So with the CGE, we could go directly and increase investments exogenously in the model. In the macrostructural model, you can't do that. It's all completely endogenous. And so you have to find a way to explain where those investments are coming from. And so the two scenarios that we have were basically two extreme cases. One sort of like magical case where you basically have to you do it with an increase in productivity and people want to invest more because you have the returns. And one very pessimistic one where you really have to force it by just like taxing and in the model forcing the investment. And I think what was interesting is those very extreme cases gave us, I think, a lot of confidence on the impact on the current account, especially because when we were doing that and we engaged with our colleagues at the AMF, one of the things that they said is you should really be looking at the current accounts because that's our main area of concern for Turkey. And so we had a specific model that we deployed to look at this. And being very pessimistic in that case is kind of like useful because if you use the most pessimistic assumptions and it still works, then you're of course more confident. I think what's really interesting in what we're doing with the carbon tax, especially in the CG, is, and that's something we find in a lot of our CCDRs, is the main role of the carbon tax is not the incentive in the end in those reports. I mean, it plays a role through basically providing the incentives in the other sectors. So especially for the MSMEs, for the household consumption choices, but for transport, for the power sector, for the building sector, it's a lot like other tools that create the incentives. And that's because they are not very responsive to prices, either because they are completely regulated and it's not price driven, or like for transport, that's even like a $40 carbon tax is just a few cents in the price of gasoline. So this is not going to get you modal shifts or like electrification. So it's other policies. But the carbon tax is really critical to finance the investment that you need and to compensate the people who are negatively affected, so to help you with the transition. So I think we get back to the previous session where the fact that the carbon tax gets you, especially in low-income country, a very efficient way of raising resources. It's difficult to evade. It's cheap to collect, especially in countries like Turkey that are importing all of their energy. So you have just a few port of entries. If you tax there, you're good, right? You don't need like a VAT to create something very sophisticated, which in many countries is difficult. So it's very much because it's a good fiscal tool that is being selected. And the incentive is sort of a co-benefit of that, which I don't think we expected that when we started. Second point I wanted to make, and I don't want to be too long, is in the shift on sectors. So we also have reviewed some of the literature on how to help regions, communities, people transition to new activities. To me, there is one thing which is really important is nobody is really interested in compensation. What people want is a development path with good jobs and good activities where they just make a living from what they are doing. And I think even the language sometimes is a bit problematic when you say, especially in the forestry sector, oh, you have to stop deforestation, it's okay, you will be compensated. I mean, people are not interested, right? They want jobs, they want activities. And I think what's really interesting when we looked at the lesson in Europe from the success and huge failures of helping communities shift away from coal is what did not work is to help the workers one by one. What did work are like packages on communities with investment in infrastructure and very often some sort of tax incentives to bring different activities into the affected region. So you have all of what you mentioned, I think for retraining and so on, it's absolutely essential because the labor force is part of what will attract new investment. But the key decision between success and failure is if you bring investments from other sectors in the affected region. And it's a community level question. It's not a worker question. Of course, you need, because you can't do that everywhere, You also need to make sure, for instance, the way you help workers is portable. So if they want to move, they can move with the supports, which is something that in France, for instance, created these pockets of poverty because you help people, but they have to stay in the area that had the coal mines. And then you create communities of poor people living from transfers, and that's of course not good. So there are a lot of technical things about how to do this, but clearly this framing in terms of what is the development project of my right now coal-centric community and what can I offer is much more important than talking about communities for the political economy. That's one of the examples I said later, that the political economy is not distributional impacts. It's as much about the project and the narrative that you have on the transition and not only on getting people's money. And finally, and I want to conclude on this, since this is a group of macroeconomists mostly, one of the things that we really try to do with those reports is not to have the macroeconomists replace the energy expert or the water experts or the transport experts, but to create this discussion across the different experts. And that's exactly what we see also in governments when you have the Ministry of Energy begging the Ministry of Finance for more resources to do the energy transition. And if you don't have this exchange in terms of the strategy and how this is going to happen, you have this very inefficient dialogue. And what we're trying to do with those reports is not only to produce a number and the nice glossy reports, it's to engage in the discussion. And I think that the process of doing them and the discussion is much more important than the result at the end. So I just wanted to say that because, of course, our models have plenty of problems and errors and things. I mean, this is very imperfect because this is very difficult. The question is to discuss the right questions at the policy level so that you have decisions that are made. Thank you.
So I appreciated the comments. I felt heard. As a writer, I think that's sort of important. I did think in Jana's presentation, she tended to, at times, talk about what our policies are, and at times what she wished our policies would be. And I think keeping the difference in mind is very, very important, because I believe that America's policies are utterly inadequate when it comes to dealing with adjustments in the labor market. And I think part of the I was really struck. I looked at which I mentioned earlier and deal with in the paper, this interagency working group that was supposed to deal with, coal and other energy communities. And I noticed the Secretary of Labor wasn't one of the people in the room. So in other words, the agency responsible for labor market adjustment is not even discussing them. And I think part of this relates to the fact that our unemployment insurance system in the United States occurs at the state level, not through the federal government, primarily. The result is we have a hodgepodge. Some states may be effective, others are probably not. And so when we get a generic problem, and we, like trade, or in this case, like climate, which I think does warrant a national approach, we're not up to the task of doing that. So we don't, and when it comes to community development policy, the Economic Development Agency, which is part of the Department of Commerce, its budget is $4 billion last year, I think. And that's been upped by the Biden administration. So we don't have adequate funds. The Trade Adjustment Assistance Program, I think a fair reading of the evidence is that it's mixed. There is this very good Hyman paper which showed positive benefits, although they fade after 10 years. And then there are a set of other studies which actually come to very negative conclusions. So it's a kind of a mixed story for the United States. Chad Bowen and Caroline Freund did a good survey of policies in the whole OECD, and sort of brought out, I thought, the inadequacies of the American labor market adjustment program. And so I think that's where the US is lacking. I'm not going to say that the Europeans always succeed. I tried to indicate, firstly, there's a kind of criteria, which is that no one should be left behind. And there's this desire to get convergence across Europe. And it's a wonderful idea, but it may not be feasible, particularly given the underlying economic realities of the fact that we're seeing very powerful forces towards agglomeration into superstar cities. And I think technology is driving us into regional differentiation. And that's a force that we have to accept as part of the reality of the structural change in the economies in which we live. And in a sense, it's an illusion to think that we're going to get income inequality regionally across nations and a whole group of nations in the case of Europe. But nonetheless, this doesn't detract from the idea that we really need to have much more active assistance being provided to people. And years ago, actually, in the 80s, Robert Leighton and I came up with this idea of wage insurance, of compensating people who take a job at a lower level. And that's because we saw people never get, and you saw some wonderful, Stefano gave us some results of his colleagues, I guess, where people never get back to their previous earnings paths. And so that's what wage insurance is designed to do, conceptually, to compensate you for the loss of your specific human capital, not your general, but that's what it's aimed at. I also believe that we, and have written on this, we ought to have a tax-based insurance program where all communities, like we have with unemployment insurance for individuals, we should allow communities to pay in advance to get insurance policies. And if they experience a huge loss, maybe because of a plant closure, maybe because of trade, maybe because of a crop failure, umpteen different reasons, not because they lowered their tax rate, they would be allowed to draw from the fund to help ease some of those adjustment burdens. So I'll end it.
Okay. Let me take a couple of questions. Please introduce yourself, even if you've been in 2 sessions today. I'll take Jason, and then Chad, and then I'll take all 3 of you, and then we'll go to the panel.
Jason Furman, I was in 2 sessions today, and have 3 interrelated questions for anyone that knows the answer to any of them. Number 1, how do we compare the magnitude of reallocation we think we're going to get from climate change to the reallocation we're going to get from everything else that's going to happen over the next 30 years, trade, technology, just the underlying background reallocation, the amount we've seen over the last 30 years, just benchmark compared to something, number 1. Number 2, and Robert, you sort of hinted at this in your comments you were just making, but less in your presentation. Sort of thought, most of us thought that you shouldn't have separate programs for trade and for job loss due to this and job loss due to that you want one. And so I looked at your map of the United States and sort of, oh my God, it's 3/4 of the country, that's crazy. And then I was like, wait, why isn't it all of the country? Because anyone that loses a job anywhere should come under this. So is this because of some budget constraint? Is there some other reason why you want to do something separate for this than everything else? And then the third question is, our normal considerations about helping people versus helping places, is there anything different about this problem, or I can repeat the same debate I'd have in any other context on that issue? Thanks.
So should I?
Let's take 3 questions.
Okay.
Well,
Chad
We've
Bound,
got three
Peterson
questions.
Institute.
Three people.
Robert and Stefan, really nice research presentations. Thanks for doing it. Stefan, I had a question for you. So the work that you're doing, you've got 20-something countries. I think of them as they're probably relatively small economies out there. How are you thinking about situating them in terms of, this is the Peterson Institute for International Economics, right? Many of them are open, and your results on Turkey were striking, right? So they do this policy, the allocation, the reallocation toward construction, away from steel, right? But what do you advise them, or how do you think about these models in the context of international trade? They trade a lot with Europe. Europe is thinking about a CBAM, right? If they impose the CBAM, that seems like it would support sort of the transition that you have in mind in this model for Turkey. But if they don't, then there's more market access for Turkish steel to flow into Europe, and there's going to be really hard forces pushing against the forces and the policy recommendations you might be thinking about. So how are you thinking about, Turkey's just one example, how are you thinking about that more generally within this exercise? Are you doing up some sort of, adding up constraint to make sure that the results are sensible across countries, et cetera? Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Just to follow up, Will Martin, IFPRI, previous to the World Bank. Wonderful presentations. Thanks very much. The border adjustments seem to me potentially quite a sensible idea, but what worries me is the way it's evolved in Europe. The border adjustment is only on imports, and there's no symmetric export rebate the way there is with the VAT. So you've now got a tax on imports, which we know is a tax on exports. That's going to set off a whole series of totally unneeded additional adjustments throughout the economy, and it troubles me a lot. And I just wondered, sometimes some policy instruments can create more disruption even than the original shock. So I just worry about that problem. Thank you.
Yeah, we're going to have a lot on that tomorrow in session 6, I guess. So, if anyone has a strong view, go ahead, but we are going to take that up in detail tomorrow.
Okay. So Jason asked 3 questions, and one was whether this climate shock is, how does it compare to other shocks we're likely to have in the future? I don't claim ever to know the future, but you can look back. The estimates of Otto and Hansen was that due to the China shock, like 1 million jobs had been lost. Now, I don't actually have some problems with some of their methodology and their conclusions, but let's take that as an order of magnitude. Well, it's quite plausible to me that we're talking about a similar order of magnitude in this case. When I try to list all of the different estimates of how many brown jobs are under threat, I could get to a kind of a similar order of magnitude. What is of concern to me is that my reading also of the literature on adjustment is that this is a kind of shock that's taking us in the same direction as the other trends in our economy. The trend of deindustrialization, the trend towards skill-biased technical change. Maybe AI will change that, but I still think that's that's been a powerful force that's been operating. The trend towards regional differentiation. All of these features of our economy in the past look like, to me, this is going to be yet another one of those. And so in that context, the broad community, it doesn't quite distinguish among these causes, and they tend to get melded together. And I think that's what's happened to trade. It's been blamed for a lot of things where actually the forces, in my judgment, weren't trade. So I think it's a significant shock. And we've seen what's happened with the interpretation of the other shocks. Should we have adjustment policies? The classic one, we just heard it should be places, or should it be people? And should we first? It seems to me we need a combination of both. For some people, I think mobility assistance could well be part of the solution. Of course, that leads the community without the most mobile people. And so, in a sense, you could actually weaken the strength of the community. But I don't believe that simply helping people is going to be enough. Because there are, just as people don't like being compensated and losing their jobs, particularly in recent times, with a lot of places where there are opportunities being very expensive places to live, people's mobility has significantly declined. And under those circumstances, helping them where they are, particularly this feature of non-employment, where they're withdrawn from the labor force, has become a chronic problem.
Robert,
I'll just get one more.
I would wonder if we could save the last for cocktails, so we have.
All right, sorry.
Because we're running out.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll try to be very quick. Reallocation compared with everything else. So if we look at finance, for instance, aging will be playing like a role that might be just bigger than these additional investments, at least in many countries. So I think we really need to look at all of these drivers together. Otherwise, we're kind of like missing the point. One of the challenges I see is everybody agrees on this just transition. We don't really know what kind of job loss qualifies as a just transition. I mean, if you look at coal, in the world, there are a lot of jobs being lost to mechanization. It's not climate, right? It's lost anyway. Do we treat differently what is due to climate and what is due to just technical change? I think in the design of the policy, it's really important. On the international economy, we looked at CBAM in all of our country climate and development reports. In Turkey, it was fascinating the impact of CBAM without being implemented. Because basically what's happening is the private sector is calling on the government to decarbonize the power sector because they can see that if they want to access the European markets, they need carbon-free power. And so you have quite the opposite of many countries, where the private sector is pushing the government being reluctant because of the political economy of coal. On steel, you see steel and cement going down, but I think that's where we should have another sectoral pathway here. Because the CGE has not many options to reduce emissions in those sectors, right? So it makes them reduce, but the demand for steel and cement is not going anywhere. So basically, those sectors will be able to pass some of that cost increase if they have to use CCS, maybe more than other sectors. And it leads me to my point on the hard-to-abate sector. We're defining hard-to-abate sector as the sector with a lot of carbon intensity now. But I'm really wondering if they will be the hardest, because there are big companies in many countries, not all, but in many countries, access to financing. You have like MSMEs who might have like only a little emissions, but if you can't access finance, you might close. And MSMEs is where like 90% of the jobs are. So if you think like economic growth, development, job security, and so on, looking at those hard-to-abate sector because it's small firms with no access to finance might be more important. And I think I'll stop here.
Good.
The rest for the cocktail.
If our last two questioners could ask very brief questions, we could squeeze in very brief answers, and then maybe even let the discussants have last words. So.
Yeah, René de Veugelers from Leuven, Peterson, and Bruegel. It seems that we have discussing mostly the transition from brown to green and white jobs between firms, but I was wondering how much of this transition also takes place within firms that have to adjust adopting new clean technologies, and whether that the transition within firms also faces some hurdles that need to be supported.
You asked for a European commentator, so I thought maybe it is actually a bit more of a comment than question. So just quickly, why this issue for a green transition rather than others? Surely it's basically because it is a purposive government-driven transition, unlike some of the others. So of course people say, hey, what are you doing to me? As opposed to what is the world doing to me? on the point about differences between Europe and US, it's really, you have to bear in mind, in Europe, this is layered on top of 3 decades at least of structural policies, cohesion policies, all designed to help cement the European Union and deal with the political threats that would arise from inequality in the process of developing the EU. So this is like added on top of a long layer of distributional concerns. And I think that has actually eased the ability to target where help was most needed. Just one other remark, anything like that is going to be pretty difficult and messy and incomplete. You could look at the UK situation. I was once asked about how did the UK do its just transition out of coal. We nearly laughed. It was one of the most brutal political battles you've seen. The scars are still there 25 years later. So it's worth thinking strategically. Ultimately, a just transition is going to be in part what makes it politically acceptable for the stakeholders involved.
Okay, if any of the panelists have answers or reactions, dive in. Stefan.
Yeah, very briefly, I think first the question on the transition within sectors is absolutely essential, because for like automakers or steel or cement, this is what's going on now, right? You see that you'll have companies winning and some losing much more than the sectors collapsing, just because we need those sectors and what they produce. So I think this is where a lot of all of the tools that we have for stress testing, for instance, the banks and so on, which are very sector focused, I think are very short to what we need. And I think it connects to the question of what are you doing to me? Because at the moment, any bad automaker will just blame the transition to electric vehicles, right? So at one point you have this question of how do you avoid to start from, okay, we need to help people affected by the transition to we need to help any bad company in any sector who is using energy, because that is going to be complicated. And I think this criteria will be really hard to find. And last word, we're talking a lot about the just transition for mitigation. I think we should really think about adaptation, because we have adaptation and risk management policies today with massive redistributive implications, especially through land prices. So there is a question of who will we help also manage the impact of climate change, and what is a just transition for like small farmers in India facing a change in rainfall, for instance. I think we don't have really an answer for that, because we're looking at coal mostly and energy in general, but not so much at the adaptation challenge.
I think the within firm changes are going to be very considerable in certain sectors. So where the process itself leads to the emitting emissions, greenhouse gas emissions, other kinds of emissions that are harmful to the atmosphere, there is going to have to be innovation. And when there is innovation, there could well be a transformation of who gets hired and who the workers are. When we have the electric vehicles, we need far more software engineers, we need far more electrical engineers, and we need fewer mechanical engineers. So I think these are going to be transformational within firms, and that's a kind of change that's sort of below the surface. It won't be at the level of the whole community, but it will change the demands for different skills and educational levels.
Okay, Joanna, Stefano.
Yes, so, for the place-based policy versus people-based policy, that's such a tough one. I mean, my work shows that labor markets are very local. And so in that sense, it's not going to be easy for workers necessarily to go outside. And there are some local spillover effects that are probably important. But at the same time, the way I read the research evidence, and I'm really curious, let's talk, after this, is that certainly for the US, there are very few proven place-based policies, based on academic articles. The only one I can think of is the Tennessee Valley Authority. I can't think of any other one that's a clear, big positive impact of a place-based policy. And a lot of them seem to be pretty not well working. Like there's reviews by Bartik where it's kind of like, I try to pull the firm in, but in the end, it doesn't seem to do much. However, that doesn't mean that we should be the economists arrogant and say, oh, therefore, you're dumb, don't worry about that. I think there's a duty to respond to public demand from policymakers, from people. And so therefore, we have to keep thinking, look at policies, and maybe if there's policies that are not exactly the traditional place-based, but can accomplish some of the similar objectives, I think that's where we want to expand the space of possibility. And I'd be really curious to hear more, from others around this topic.
And Stefano.
Last word. I mean, one takeaway. I hope that I think one of the messages from this panel, I hope this will also resonate with the rest of the conference, is that reallocation should be really an integral part of any successful net zero transition strategy, not only for social and political economy consideration, but actually for efficiency consideration. And maybe as a final word, I'd like to go back to the question that Jason was raising. So what is different in this particular type of reallocation compared to the many other reallocations that are taking place? And I think it's the cumulative effect of a number of elements which are specific. One is, I think we have been discussed that extensively, this job highly geographically concentrated. Many of these jobs enjoy today a significant firm wage premium. So reallocating this worker is very complicated because they might lose this firm-specific wage premium. I think the comment that was made at the end was essential. This is a policy-induced transformation in our economies. That's why people are questioning. Should we really do that? Should we do it with the speed at which a policymaker want to do it? And the other important point, let's not forget that this is not the only transformation that our economy is undergoing. And I think there is also a sense of fatigue. I mean, people have gone through COVID. People are doing, on a daily basis, a digital transformation, and so on and so forth. And last but not least, many of the new jobs are different type of jobs, certainly more secure than many of the brown jobs that people used to have. And therefore, the idea, not only in terms of wage, but also sort of job security for many of the people involved, I think can be somewhat challenging. I think precisely because it's a policy-induced transformation, we have to invest more into preventive measures and not just coping measures. Just one example, Job Security Council in Sweden is a policy which is actually managed by the social partner, in which for any company undergoing a major transformation with many job losses, they actually work with the workers at ex ante, before actually transformation takes place, in order to facilitate the transition into the new job. And last, maybe because I'm Italian, I'm certainly biased from that point of view. Community-based policy, yeah, but I think in some countries, tons of money has been put into local communities with very little success. So it's not just a question of transfer of resources to the community affected by this transformation, but actually the capacity to rethink themselves and to invest in an effective way. So I would certainly be cautious about the idea that just putting more money into this community is going to solve the problem. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. That brings day one of the conference to the close. We're going to reconvene tomorrow. Registration and breakfast is 8:30 to 9, and then session 5 begins at 9. So have a good cocktail. Have a good evening.
With the Tennessee Valley Authority,
Yes.
right? That's what I said. I said apart from them.
No, I know you said that, and they dispute that. In the following sense, nuance. Who were the people who benefited from the Tennessee Valley Authority? It was not the people who lived in those communities.
Are we on? Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the evening portion, DC time, of our conference on the macroeconomic implications of climate action. We are very proud here at the Peterson Institute for International Economics to have gathered this stellar group of scholars, policymakers, climate advocates, economics advocates. And tonight, we're trying to bring them together in a different way. As Jean Pisani-Ferry, who led the conference, and I tried to say at the start, we think that there has been insufficient integration of perspectives from the macroeconomists, and again, stretching that term a bit, from the international economists on the one side and the people focused on climate on the other, even though, as we heard from a number of distinguished scholars today, they think they've been doing that the whole time. And they had the charts and papers to prove it. So, but continuing in at least this spirit, we are very fortunate tonight to have with us for an on-the-record conversation Andrew Steer, who is president and CEO of the Bezos Earth Fund. And let me tell you a little bit about Andrew, and then you'll understand why we're fortunate to have him, and we're going to have him, I hope, push us for what economists should be doing. Andrew joined the Bezos Earth Fund from the World Resources Institute, where he had been president and CEO for over 8 years. In a slightly self-congratulatory bit of flattery, he and I have had a number of common friends who basically said, oh, you're the Peterson Institute of Climate. Oh, you're the World Resources Institute of Economics. That we were the serious, nerdy people pushing for international progress and cooperation, but doing so relatively honestly. I know Andrew was a great leader at WRI. Prior to that, he served as the World Bank's Special Envoy for Climate Change from 2010 to 2012. And before that, from 2007 to 2010 as Director General of the UK Department of International Development. Those were obviously very formative years in discussions around climate, around aid, and Andrew played a leading role. Before coming into that role at the UK, he spent 10 years in East Asia as head of the World Bank in Vietnam and Indonesia. So he has been on the ground dealing with the real issues as well. Currently, he is a Global Agenda Trustee for the World Economic Forum, a commissioner of the Energy Transitions Commission, a member of the China Council of the for International Cooperation on Environment and Development, and no, I'm not going to say the acronym, co-chair of Greening the Belt and Road Coalition, and member of the advisory committees of the Asian Development Bank and Bank of America. He started his professional life with a PhD in international economics and finance, so he may not seem like it, but he's one of us. But ideally, he's enough now not one of us to challenge our thinking and stretch us. So with that in mind, I'd like to invite Andrew up to the podium and grab a seat, and we'll start. Told me and some others who actually did listen in to our conference today, at least parts of it. Microphone, thank you. I can stop filling time. Let's start with your new role at the Bezos Earth Fund. Is this a sign of the fight going well, that Bezos is going in and he thinks his money, which is big by normal human standards, but not colossal, can energize a difference? Is this a sign things are scary, that Bezos has decided he has to go in because governments and the rest of us aren't getting it done? So sort of two-level question. What are you and your boss trying to achieve, and how hopeful are you that we're at a point where you can achieve it?
Great. Well, look, thank you, Adam. I feel totally unworthy as I look out over this audience. I was deeply impressed today by what you're trying to do.
Good.
And I would say thank you, because we desperately need the biggest brains in economics to take on this issue. And here we have some of them, all of you, tonight. So thank you very much. It is interesting, isn't it, that the wealthiest people who have been most successful in this country at the moment are choosing, as they give back, they're choosing this issue. The question is why? Partly because it's a massive threat, and that came out hugely today. Also, it's a massive opportunity, which didn't come out quite as much today. And if you work for a Jeff Bezos or a Bill Gates or any of these people, they're deeply, deeply analytical, as you can imagine. And they are very, very keen to figure out, how do we actually get things to happen at scale? And they are deep believers, which we weren't really today, of the notion of positive tipping points as well. They actually do believe that history has a certain momentum, and the job of philanthropy can be to assess the kinds of transitions that are required and inject money and influence at just the right time to get us towards those sort of tipping points beyond which change becomes irresistible and unstoppable. And I think this is a really big challenge for those of us who are economists, because that's not the way we think about things.
You sort of wrong-footed me there, because that's where I'm going next. So beyond sort of cheerleading, which I'm in favor of for a good cause, what do you think economists, what do you think macroeconomists, trade economists should be paying attention to if they want to help in the climate situation?
Well, I think if the smart climate community were here tonight, they would say two things. One, thank you to the economics community for demonstrating what's a good policy and what's a bad policy. And I think we've done a very good job at that through our various modeling, through all the tools that we talked about today. I think we've done a very good job at clarifying what's a bad policy from what's a good policy. Second, they would say, please, please help us understand what will actually happen to the economy as a result of bold, smart climate action. So I think the general view of the smart PhD climate community would say that the economic modeling that we do, the models that exist in every finance ministry and planning ministry around the world, still today underestimate the costs of climate change, and they overestimate the costs of smart climate action. And it seems to me that's the challenge that we need to face. And I suspect that all of us in this room understand the problems of the existing computable general equilibrium models and the integrated assessment models, which have done a good job in certain areas. We understand their weaknesses when it comes to understanding the disequilibrium, disruptive changes that we need to go through.
There's so many places to go, and of course your remit and your worldview is very broad. Let me pick one of them. Stepping back, because as the kind of disruptive change you're trying to make, and Mr. Bezos is trying to make, and others like you, and Gates and Recharge and other such things, as you mentioned, does it matter what us scribblers do? I mean, is it now, is the market alone, or the market plus smart philanthropy enough, or do we have to change mindsets and change policymakers and analysis as well? I mean, we obviously think what we do is really important, but in all honesty, I mean, is this a sideshow, or is there still really an intellectual aspect to this that has to be tackled?
Well, that's the fascinating question. It's huge. People listen to the economics profession. And the economics profession, therefore, we need to demonstrate that we are truly relevant. So no, it's not just an academic pursuit. Ibu Sri Mulyani Indrawati, Finance Minister of Indonesia, she says, tell me if you want me to do what you're saying I should do on the forests and what you want me to do in energy, tell me what it'll do to my economy. Yeah. We are not telling her. Yeah. President Lula has a plan to stop deforestation in the Amazon. Do the governors of those Amazonian states know an alternative growth path for them? No, they don't, because we haven't given them. When Boris Johnson, don't get me going on Boris Johnson, but when he announced bravely that after the year 2030, there would be no internal combustion engines sold for small vehicles in the United Kingdom, and all of the economic models ran that, what did they conclude? It'd be negative for the economy. And that is dead wrong. Dead wrong. Because the economic models we are using fail to understand the dynamics of a disruptive, disequilibrium world. So when Boris Johnson or President Biden or the governor of California announces no new, actually all kinds of things happen. It's not just a relative price shift. No, it remakes expectations. By the way, is Suman Berry here tonight?
Yeah, he was here all day, but I think he ducked out on dinner. Where is he? Oh.
You know, when Prime Minister Modi became Prime Minister of India, and everybody assumed that his predecessor government that had said, we have currently less than 1 gigawatt of solar, we're going to go to 20 gigawatts of solar, and everyone assumed he'd abolish that. He said, let's go to 100 gigawatts. And everyone said, that's crazy. I mean, this is not a man that's a member of the Sierra Club. To go from 1 to 100 gigawatts of solar energy. Why did he do it? Because he understands what economic models do not understand, which is there is a dynamic that goes on that radically changes expectations. And expectations of business people, and they say, my goodness me, this is not business as usual. This is not incremental change. This is new institutes of technology. It's brand new major manufacturing centers. There's something in it for us. And that's what our models don't capture today. And until we capture them, we, the economics community, whilst helping to design the optimal policies, will actually be a negative drag on climate action.
So picking up on that a bit, in your experience at the World Bank, including in Indonesia and Vietnam, you know, one of the issues, and I wish Suman was here, others can speak as well, one of the issues has been how much this climate transition accrues to the developed world, how much of this manufacturing is kept at home in the developed world versus in Indonesia or Vietnam, how much the going to things that our colleagues Kim Klausing and Catherine Wolfram are talking about, you know, how much the trade barriers and subsidies wars we're already seeing. I mean, from a developing country perspective, is how do you see the positive dynamic you're talking about occur? I mean, Modi's doing it in the sense you mean, and we had, sorry, I'll shut up in a second, but we had the Indian finance minister last month or 6 weeks ago sitting where you're sitting. And I asked her about this and other issues, and she's like, I have a poster of Catherine Tai in my office, and you know, tariffs are the way to go, and we're going to have tariffs. and we're going to take down the European CBAM. No, you can watch the video. You can watch the video. She didn't quite say a poster, but she said Catherine Tai is my hero. You know, and she said, you know, we in India are going to make it so that all the manufacturers have to be done here. And maybe India can do that. I don't know if Indonesia and Vietnam can do that. So from your experience working with developing economies, are they going to be able to get into this dynamic, this kind of positive dynamic? What do we need in terms of international agreements or restraints on the rich countries to let them get into this dynamic?
Wow, well, there are a lot of strands to your question.
It's a
but
big
let me
question.
start with the simplest one. Isn't it interesting that the notion of incremental cost, which used to drive everything, you know, some of us are old enough to have been at the Rio Earth Summit and involved in the creation of the GEF. Incremental cost drove everything. So it's much more expensive to go the mitigation route, therefore we have to subsidize it. Actually, incremental cost is sort of almost died as Bill Gates tried to resuscitate it in what he called the green premium. But actually take Vietnam. So Vietnam, I was there 2 months ago. Vietnam currently builds a huge amount of its electricity hugely successfully with coal. It actually would be cheaper over the long run, and not over the long run, the life of an investment, to do it with renewable. And that's why they had a massive expansion in renewable. So there's actually no extra cost. The reason that Vietnam still is tempted to keep investing in coal is inertia. It's inertia. And our economic models are not very good at that. So it's actually not smart for countries to invest in coal. But they will invest in coal because they have Vina coal and they have EVN. Those are the instruments. And EVN has been working with Vina coal for the last 50 years. And they've seen an amazing growth of their economy, the most successful economy in the history of the world. Why should we stop working with each other? And the answer is because it no longer makes economic sense. And we need to understand that. That was sort of one of the thrusts of what you said, is what's the relevance for developing countries? The relevance is actually, now, it's more complicated than I say. Why? Because it does take more investment to start with. So investment goes up. Doesn't mean costs go up. Investment actually pays for itself. And it's one of the things Jean and I were just talking about, is he's a great hero of mine. Anyone who creates Bruegel and makes it what it is and what you've done, I love what you do. And I was talking to him about a paper that he wrote in 2021 for the Peterson Institute. It's a brilliant paper. It's called Climate Economics is Macroeconomics. And I loved that. But there was one thing in that I wasn't so sure about. There was a big heading that said, going to net zero will imply a big negative supply shock. And John, you rightly pointed out to me that actually the reason you said that is because there was a lot of glib talking in Europe about, oh, it's the new growth strategy, so you wanted to bring them down to earth. We now need the economic profession to actually tell us what is actually happening. The plain fact of the matter is, if we follow bad climate policies to get to net zero, we will hurt the economy. We follow good policies, and the economics profession is not telling us that. The current models aren't delivering that. And we need a new set of, and it was so great to hear from Jim Stock today. Who was he disagreeing with? Somebody. He was disagreeing with somebody who said we don't have the tools. And he said, we do have the tools. He was disagreeing with you. And he said, we do have the tools. Okay, let's apply those tools. Those tools are not being applied. If they exist, and let's assume they do. So for example, what do we do? How do we capture not only the fact that technology is induced in a pretty amazing way, and I don't know if Philippe is still here, Philippe Aguillon, but obviously we all read the stuff he wrote. Not only is that, how do we capture the mindset of a disruptive investor when Boris Johnson says, no new, you know, I have a boss His name's Jeff Bezos, and so he was CEO of Amazon while it was a public company for 27 years, I believe. So there are 27 annual letters to shareholders. And of those 27, 20 of them end with the same sentence. It's a standalone paragraph, one sentence. And it says, it's still day one. And what does he mean by that? Doesn't make any sense, does it? It's still day one. What he means by that is we need to keep the spirit of day one, because if we stop disrupting, we will stop becoming the premier trillion-dollar company that we will become, and they did become, sort of thing. And until we understand that mentality of disruption, we will not be able to contribute as macroeconomists to adequately. I mean, we are already contributing, but we won't be able to contribute adequately. I think you asked several other questions.
No, it's fine. It's always your prerogative to ignore my questions. That's par for the course, and you gave a substantive answer, which is wonderful. Of the 17 questions I tried to ask badly, I want to repeat one of them, which is how, in your current role, not speaking for the fund, although you can, but just in your current thinking, how do you think about the international aspects of division between developing lower middle income economies and high income economies, or between historic emitters and those who are just starting to emit, which are obviously overlapping groups? Is that a non-issue?
Well, I mean, no, it's a very important question. I mean, Paris was an amazing achievement because it got us beyond what was then called, Annex 1 and non-Annex 1 countries. Right. I mean, what a ridiculous sort of UN-type way of thinking about things. And everybody said, we're all part of the solution. And back to the point about incremental cost is that it's smart. There are 600 million people in Africa who don't have electricity. And I was on a panel last week in Harvard, or the week before, with the UN High Representative for Africa. And she said there are 600 million people who don't have access to electricity. And she implied it's because rich countries are telling them they can't use gas and coal. That's not the reason there's 600 million people. It's actually very, very few African countries should be using coal. Some of them should use gas, and they should use gas. Your point is absolutely right. The sort of the tone of your point is the worst thing we should do is preach at anybody.
Right.
We should say, operate in your own interest.
Right.
Operate in your own interest. China is operating in its own interest, and it's cornering the market. India says, I want a piece of that. I'll operate in mine. And Vietnam is saying, actually, I want 10% of the investment going to China. Right. I want to be a piece of that. Indonesia is saying, actually, given the health impacts of coal and everything, it's smart, and even our owners of coal plants, actually, they would like to get out of coal in the next 20 years. So let's see if we could do a deal. So in other words, we absolutely should not be putting pressure on anybody. And that's why the several people in this room have advanced the science of border adjustments so well. And it's a fascinating political economy issue. And if you talk to Senator Whitehouse and then you talk to John Kerry, you probably get different views, because the Senator Whitehouse has been preaching for so long. He says, the Europeans are getting it right. We need a border adjustment tax like that. And he's got a lot of logic on his side. Then maybe the State Department would say, yeah, you've got a lot of logic on your side, but actually we need diplomacy. And if you start taxing these countries, it'll be harder to do diplomacy. That's the kind of reason why I love what you're doing, Adam. And I love the sort of the tone of this meeting. we actually need a multidisciplinary analysis of this, because it's not just the perfect textbook, solution. It's actually a lot of psychology and politics and so on that we really need to think through in some detail.
This is fantastic inspiration and very gently put constructive guidance, which I am grateful for on behalf of all our colleagues. Let me ask one more question, then we'll open it up to the audience here, anybody who wants to. Jessica will be coming back in with a roving mic in a moment. Turning it around, you've mentioned a lot of things about economists, particularly macroeconomists, missing the dynamics of the potential tipping points and so on. But you also just mentioned political economy. So we have in the US now, thanks to the Biden administration, passed the IRA. It is the biggest step on climate the US federal government has done to date. So from a political economy point of view, do you see that as a great first step? Do you see that as that's as good as we're going to get, and let's work from there? Do you see that as something that if, God forbid, a climate denier becomes president in 2024 might get rolled back? I mean, I'm not asking you so much to comment on US politics, but just from your perspective, from political economy perspective, how should we think about, the US doing IRA, which is not a carbon price like in Europe, which is not something like that?
Well, I guess one would say several things. One, well done, Biden administration, and bipartisan. Well, no, it wasn't bipartisan, no, but I was tending to think West Virginia was the other side. Sorry.
Yeah. It's a common mistake.
Well done for doing it. Number two, sort of annoying because no one in this room would have designed it like that. Sort of annoying it's working so well in a sort of a funny kind of way. And my goodness me, and there are a lot of Europeans in this room, and you'll disagree with this, but my word, this made Europe, and I say this as a European, sit up and take notice. It was absolutely fascinating at Davos this year, hearing CEOs of European countries say, finally somebody is giving us carrots rather than sticks. And all we get in Europe is sticks. And sure enough, Europe is following. Europe is following. Now, is it the best design policy? No. Is it those of us that did PhDs in trade? Do we think this is a really cool idea of basically a protectionist a policy? No, it's not. Is it working? Yes.
Compared to Bezos?
Yeah, so far it's working. And so I take my hat off to it. I think it's great. I mean, we are heavily involved in watching it work and trying to pull in resources to investments that would be transformational. And the great thing, Adam, and you sort of imply this, is that we don't need to keep subsidizing this forever. The great thing is that take green hydrogen, so expensive. You look at green hydrogen, where's it going? Is it rising? It's just drabbling along the bottom. Nothing happening on green hydrogen. So it'll take 1,000 years to get green hydrogen. Well, no, actually. The price of green hydrogen depends on the price of an electrolyzer. In the last 10 years, an electrolyzer has fallen by 70% of what it needs to fall by before it becomes the preferred fuel. So 5 years from now, suddenly you'll see this tipping point. And what we as economists need to understand is what in this country they call hockey sticks. Europeans don't use that phrase, but it's an American phrase. A hockey stick is something that sort of goes like that and then suddenly shoots up. That's what this is all about. It is hockey sticks. That is what the economics profession needs to understand. Absent that, we will fail to stay below 1.5. And the real tragedy is right now, as I'm sure you know, is that So we have COP28 coming along. The United Arab Emirates is leading it. They're hugely competent. But unfortunately, they've got bogged down by the president who also happens to run the national oil and gas company. And so consequently, they're rather sort of, occupied by that. And there is a genuine risk that what the Secretary General of the United Nations, Guterres, has referred to as COP28 being the obituary of the 1.5-degree target. And if that were to happen, if we were to give up on 1.5, we who have fought so hard for this will have failed miserably, and the economic profession would have to look in the mirror and say, we have not given them a vision of what their economy could look like in the 2020s, 2030s, and 2040s. There is virtually no country in the world where economists have given a vision of what the economy could look like in the 2030s. And it could be brilliant. But we failed to analyze that, and we failed to communicate that.
So let me now open it up to all of you. Here comes the roving mic. Yeah, the lady in the gray outfit. Yes, you. Yeah, that's fine. You're allowed to say your name too.
Jean Whalen with the Washington Post. When you say the IRA is working, what do you mean, and how do you measure that? Did you catch that?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
And by the way, I mean, I don't want to answer these questions. There's much more wisdom in this room, so I hope others will answer it as
we
well.
get to talk to each other all the time.
Okay,
You're the scarce commodity, so we're asking you. Anyway.
Oh, I think investment that's coming into this country. I think it's coming in and being here. I mean, we talk to investors all the time, and they say this is a potential game changer. I'm not going to judge its macroeconomic fundamentals. I'm not going to judge its trade and distortionary effects. But in terms of getting investment, it's so far, in our judgment, it is being successful.
Great. Anyone else? Yeah, there. Sarah or Jessica, the gentleman in the blue shirt, which I realize is 20 people, but anyway, that one.
Hi, I am Mauricio Cárdenas. So great talk, Andrew. You went to Colombia a few months ago with Jeff Bezos. And we tend to talk about industrial policy here, electric vehicles, renewable energy, but deforestation plays such an important role. And it's one of those areas that is challenging for economists because getting the right signals to end deforestation is hard. People make their living by just basically changing the use of land, and the price of land doesn't give the right signal. So I saw you gave some money to Gabon in a very comprehensive strategy. I wonder what your thinking is about how to stop deforestation.
Well, this is actually an extremely interesting question in a community of macroeconomists, because where micro ends and macro starts is obviously always a little confusing. You cannot be a good macroeconomist in Colombia unless you really understand land use issues. The average cow in Colombia has more than 2 hectares of land. You can actually get 4 cattle on 1 hectare. And there are a whole range of issues that everyone in this room would resonate with immediately, relating to, land tenure, relating to the ability of institutions to, honor that land tenure. There are all kinds of techniques to ensure that you actually don't behave the way you're behaving. If you take a flight, as we do, from Bogota to Chiribiquete, which is the most beautiful place on the planet, you will just see the sort of frontier where you see a cow here and a cow there. They chop down the trees and they bring in cattle in order to give them some kind of authority. Cattle makes no sense economically for them. There is a way forward. And the way forward would be, and I think actually John Kerry at the State Department and others are working on this, what we ought to do is sort of have a compact. We ought to have a compact with a government like Colombia to say, look, we're all willing to come in. We're not willing to import beef that is destroying the Amazon. But what we are willing to do, and we're part of that, we're willing to put serious resources in to protect the land. There are perfectly legitimate ways to do it. And one of the wonderful things about that part of the world, and I know you know this, but I mean, it was incredible at COP26 to see the presidents of Colombia, Ecuador, Costa Rica, and Panama together announcing the biggest transnational marine protected area in the world. And the interesting thing here, back to economics, is that the most difficult thing if you want to protect oceans is to get your fishing industry on board. It turns out that actually, if you protect 30% of your ocean, you will have more fishing because you give the fish the chance to grow up, then you catch them when they're bigger. It's an amazing intellectual revolution, this. So that's just a small example of how good policies will lead to short-term economic benefits. So I don't think that's, I think it would take a much longer discussion to talk about the bigger issues you're talking about. But I do think that we as macroeconomists tend to focus almost exclusively on energy and electrification, which is obviously profoundly important. And we don't pay enough attention to the reform of the food system and the reform of the rural areas, which are actually account for 1/3 of the problem.
Thank you. Next, back there. Yes, no, the one who just looked behind you. You're the person. Please, I know you all spoke earlier, but if, for the video, if you could identify yourself, please.
Hi, this is John Corrigan with the Wall Street Journal. Can I ask you a little bit about your relationship with Jeff Bezos? And maybe you can tell for us, what's that like? How do you interact? What are his expectations of you? What kind of things do you tell him?
This is, but just the disclaimer, this is not the kind of question we usually have at the Peterson Institute.
So, I mean, look, we have a terrific conversation once a month at least, and for an hour and a half, and then we meet regularly and have very substantive conversations. And I don't know what more I could say. I mean, we come up with all kinds of ideas. We discuss them in detail, and you know, it is inspiring. I mean, I originally came from Europe, and quite frankly, rich people there, they've paid so much taxes that they actually then don't feel any particular need, although that is changing, by the way, in a good way. But in this country, it's actually really inspiring. And I mean, obviously, Jeff has got more money than most people, so he's given more. But there's others as well that are really putting very serious. It's a new era for philanthropy, and I think it's deeply encouraging. And what's really nice is that philanthropy is professionalizing. I mean, we've been able to put together a team that is second to none, really just first class.
Cool. Here at the front table.
Heather Boucher, Council of Economic Advisors. So tell us a little bit more. I mean, a lot of your comments were about how economists need to understand the opportunities. We need to be able to present to these different governments the positive case. How are you thinking about the work how are you integrating these ideas into the work that you are doing? And where do you think some of the most exciting work is happening? And what advice do you have maybe for graduate students who are listening online tonight for how to think about the kind of modeling that we should be undertaking?
Well, I'm humbled to answer that because, Heather, you could answer it 1,000 times better than me because of who you are. So I would urge graduate students doing their PhDs and anyone else to look for the ring where we thought we lost it rather than where the light is. The fact that we have very clever techniques of modeling equilibrium and shocks to the equilibrium, returning to equilibrium, using all kinds of tricks to solve our multiple sort of simultaneous equation models. Actually, well done. But why don't we really try to understand how investors think and how they might respond, and ask the question, why is it that every single year for the last 20 years, the IEA has underestimated the trajectory? Why is that? It's because they used conventional models. Why do we assume that everything is incremental and smooth curves? And why do we assume that we're in equilibrium to start with? And why do we assume that we will return to equilibrium quickly? We're not going to be in equilibrium for the next 2 decades or 3 decades. Wouldn't it be good if there was a disequilibrium school of economics? Now, obviously, I'm talking to professionals that have, you've got a million reasons why. But, you know, I was always, I mean, as a graduate student doing my PhD, I remember somebody, you know, this was too long ago for me to tell you when it was, but it was a time when there was massive unemployment, and the entire assumption was of full employment. And I remember one very shyly saying, why do we assume full employment? And the answer was, because we can solve if we make that assumption. And the answer is, wouldn't it be better to be, you know, roughly right than precisely wrong? And at the moment, unfortunately, a lot of our analysis is precisely wrong. And so we need actually, I'm not criticizing anybody. We need a new generation of people that who are in this room, by the way, that can open a new way of thinking, I think. Yeah, I mean, we're in uncharted times, aren't we? And the fact that we don't know how to solve doesn't mean we shouldn't try. We shouldn't stay in our comfort zones. And by the way, today I thought there was a great deal of, by the way, nothing of what I'm saying today is critical. I mean, I thought there was a fantastic spirit today, and Adam, I'd give you a lot of credit for that.
I give our participants a lot of credit, and Jean, but thank you. So Jean-Louis, I think, are next.
Thank you, Jean. It was so kind. So I wanted to ask you about your priorities, the way you see the world from your perch. So basically, where is the low-hanging fruits in climate change? What are the points of maximum leverage? You talk about these nonlinear type of effects where you can basically push the system over. What are, in your view, the places where you can make a difference, and what's your view of those places, and how that difference can happen?
Wow, that's a great question. What we do is we monitor using something that we created called the System Change Lab, which we run together with WRI. We look at the 50 transitions that need to happen this decade and the next. And it sounds like a lot, but actually, if you think about it, there's the big transitions, you know, energy and cities and food and so on. But actually, if you start, you know, one of them is getting rid of the internal combustion engine. Another one is the other extreme, reducing food loss and waste by half this decade, which has a huge impact. You know, all kinds of issues relating to forestry, decarbonizing airlines, decarbonizing steel. There are about 50 of these. And what we do is we try and track them towards their tipping points. Some are already tipped, you know, so they don't need any help from us. Wind energy in Texas doesn't need any help from us or you. It's going fine. So some of them are already there. Some of them, surprisingly, should be there, but they're stuck in the mud. Energy efficiency in buildings. It's a no-brainer, but it's not going anywhere. It's sort of stuck. I mean, there's 1,000, you know, green building associations. It's moving just slowly, but the number of buildings being built is far greater than the improvement in the energy efficiency. So there's some. So then what we do is we say, okay, So of these 50s, we can't do all 50. What we're going to identify is those that we think, with removing certain barriers, we could get them towards that tipping point. So that's what we do. So for example, on green hydrogen, it's not just an issue of green hydrogen, it's putting the jigs, and by the way, the Biden administration is doing some really great work on this through the IRA. It's not just getting green hydrogen, it's getting the cement companies and the steel companies and the ocean shippers and the financiers and the governor of Texas and because Houston is one center where it be, LA is another center. So what we're doing is we're financing Houston and LA, basically, for the jigsaw, we've got Chad Holiday, who used to be head of Bank of America, chair of Bank of America, and then chair of Shell. He's sort of leading that exercise. And the trick would be, how do you get, given it costs, let's say, $2 billion to do a green hydrogen plant, needs to be green hydrogen. That means you need solar energy. That means you need the right financing for solar energy. That means you need to then bring the cement plants who are going to use that, the steel plants. You've got to put them all together, and then you've got to get the federal government, the state government, the city. You've got to sort of put that group together. And one of the sort of real insights that I think we all probably have is that almost every problem we're trying to solve is a multi-sectoral, multi-stakeholder problem. There are no silver bullets. And so one of the reasons we're not solving problems is because of the frictional costs of the different actors not being able to figure it out together. And we tend to assume that the private sector will be able to figure it all out. They could if they had enough time, but actually they sometimes need a little bit of help. So, for example, buyers associations, the Biden administration has put together the, what's it called? I can't remember, with the World Economic Forum, the First Movers Coalition, which is getting groups of airlines to commit to buy a certain amount of green fuel. That then helps you get across that first order tipping point.
Okay, Jean?
You've been very optimistic, which is good, which is, a bit what we need. The reason why you're optimistic is obviously that you have trust in technology, but also because the Paris Agreement has been sort of a miracle. And I remember very well when it was agreed upon, economists had a very negative reaction, saying it's not going to work. And it worked because it sort of changed the perspective for the industrialists, for the innovators. My question is, how far are we from the fragility? I mean, can we go backwards? What can happen? What can go wrong? What can happen that, in fact, reduces the probability of, as you said, reaching the tipping point in terms of climate action?
So I think this is the most important question. I think the Paris deal was, you're French, so I'll give you the credit because you deserve it. I mean, it was a genius, narrative you created with the United States, with the rest of Europe, and even with China. And it was the polar opposite of what all the textbooks would have suggested, which was what the Copenhagen would have been. I mean, we all know what the dream solution would be. How much carbon can you put up there? Let's decide what the limit is. Let's allocate who can do it. And if you don't limit to what we said you could limit, we'll put you in prison, kind of thing. I mean, some kind of deal with teeth, international treaties, and none of the key non-European countries would accept that. And so what the Americans used to call pledge and review is what actually happened. Brilliant, because it was much more sophisticated than that. It basically said, you have to put in your own voluntary deals. We know that the first round will be nowhere near enough, but because each 5 years, the cost of finding solutions will have fallen because of technology. The cost of not finding solutions will have risen. And because citizens will demand action because they're seeing hurricanes and so on, that each 5 years will ramp it up and ratchet it up. It was an entirely new way of doing global governance, actually. Now, will it work? We have no idea. We have no idea. Is it doing well? I guess it gets a B+. I think COP26 sort of gave us confidence. The whole race to zeros were amazing. Private sector, Mark Carney, $130 trillion of assets under management. But now the knives are out. The opposition is there. And you saw last week, the insurance companies are peeling off. Several banks have peeled off from the GFANZ thing. So it's a very, very worrying time. And all the more reason we need the economics profession to give us a narrative that inspires us, a narrative that inspires us, the way that we had, in the 1930s. And the economics profession, the economics profession, need to do that. And the moment we're so, it's going to be quite costly. Yeah, so we don't want to lie. We've got to tell the truth. But what we ought to be able to say is, look, with smart, bold policies where we stop behaving like we have in the past, where both Democrats and Republicans have not paid really any attention to retraining in West Virginia, but now it's going to be different. We're going to do it differently. Then, we could tell a narrative that, don't you think, Jean? Are you on board?
We're not very good at giving narratives. That's not what you should be asking from economists.
On that note, sorry, Reinhilde, do you have? You could. We do have enough time. You get the last question.
I'll try to be short. So, what do you think?
That's Reinhilde Fugler's non-resident senior fellow at the Peterson Institute.
So, what do you think is the pivotal role of philanthropy here? Is it to substitute or to complement government policy choices here? So, should your role be to pick the companies that would be non-picked winners here, so correct the government failures, or should it be to leverage the government choices here? So what's your major strength here? Is it to
And the "your" here refers to philanthropy. What do you see as philanthropy's role in this process?
So should we be attacking the failures, or should we be supporting the successes? Is that sort of the point? Yeah. Both, obviously. I mean, look, I think we're the biggest financier of the what you could say the corporate accountability, edifice. So, there's something called the greenhouse gas protocol. If you're a company, you've got to measure. Greenhouse gas protocol is that. We're the biggest financier of that because it desperately needs it. Then you have to report. That's called CDP. That also is desperately underfunded. Then you have to set targets. That's called SBTI, the science-based targets. Then you have to decide how do you actually trade in the carbon market. That's something called ICVCM. So it's a total spaghetti of, so we believe very, very strongly that unless we get, and you do too, unless we get the corporate accountability story right, we're going to hurt the front runners because they're not going to be rewarded, and we're going to reward the back runners because they're not going to be penalized. So we absolutely need to get that right. So I don't know whether that's a carrot or a stick, but we want to work with countries that are willing to. Gabon is a very good example. Gabon still has, of its forest, still has 82% standing, wants to do the right thing. We're all in. But also, we're very keen to work with those that have very difficult environments. So we work with DRC. Now with, say, Brazil, which is the biggest sort of fish of all, we want to be as helpful as we can. You've got a new government that says we want to do the right thing, but there's huge challenges for them to do it. So we need to sort of really look carefully all around, as governments do, and all people of goodwill need to do.
Great. Well, please join me in thanking Andrew Steer.
Thank you. Thank you, Adam.
A prodigal economist turned prophet, which is just what we needed here tonight. Also, of course, President and CEO of the Bezos Climate Fund. We'll look forward to seeing all of you tomorrow, I hope, for the second day of our conference on the macroeconomics of climate action, where, as I said, we include the international aspects in particular. And with that, tonight's meeting is adjourned.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Adam, and thank you all. This is great.
That was fabulous. Thank you.